Good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this regular session to order at 5:08. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Duran.
Here.
Councilmember Duran is attending remotely. Councilmember McReynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Mangonay.
Here.
Councilmember Schumacher.
Here.
Councilmember Campos.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Halter.
Here.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios.
Here.
7 members are present. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Sure, I may. Please join me and rise and put your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. On to our special presentations tonight. We are recognizing May 2025 as Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Awareness Month, also known as ALS, and Lou Gehrig's disease. This is a progressive neurodegenerative disease that affects nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord, ultimately robbing individuals of their ability to move, speak, and breathe. Each year, more than 5,000 people in the United States are diagnosed with ALS, with many facing the disease with remarkable courage and dignity. This month, we honor those who are living with ALS, remember those who we have lost, and recognize the caregivers, families, and advocates who support them every day. We commend the effort of the ALS Association and other organizations that are tirelessly working to advance research, improve care, and raise awareness. ALS Awareness Month is a reminder that increased education, advocacy, and support are essential to improving the lives of those affected to finding a cure. Let us come together as a community to show our support and stand in solidarity with those impacted by ALS. And so therefore, I, Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as ALS Awareness Month here in the city of Ventura. And while we don't have someone present to receive the proclamation, Councilmember Schumacher will make sure that they receive the proclamation. Thank you. On to our closed session report.
Mayor, the council took up all 4 items on the closed session agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you. Moving on to City Council communications. If you want to give a few communications, make sure to use your cue. Councilmember Mangonay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, as Fair Board liaison, I went to the Fair Board meeting this morning. Just wanted to update the community about the Surfers Point Managed Retreat. If you haven't been down there yet, go down there. The pathway is open. It's awesome. The beach zone from the bathrooms to the river mouth looks completely different. I highly recommend you go down there and take a walk. It's great. You can kind of get a good perspective on where the project is at. They're grading the parking lot now. They are on schedule for completion this fall, which is awesome. And all is looking well down there.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to appreciate all those who went to my May meetups, and special shout out to Chief Dickey for taking the time to talk to all the community members that came out and walked with us at Kimball Park. I know some of the community members had burning questions about public safety, so I appreciate him taking the time to explain all the things that we're going to be doing as a city. I also want to congratulate all the Ventura College Scholarship recipients. I went to the ceremony at the Ventura College Sportsplex. Very happy to see so many college students that were provided nearly $1 million in scholarships by the Ventura College Foundation. So congratulations to you all. And then friends, I would also like to invite you all to the College Area Community Council on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, May 28th at 7 p.m. The meeting for the College Area Community Council will be on Zoom. Go to caccventura.com for more details. You'll hear from Commander Brown about the latest police stats from the Ventura College. Once again, Ventura Unified, and also I will give an update regarding the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds, followed by Deputy Mayor Halter.
Speaking of community councils, so the East Ventura Community Council had its meeting last week. I was unable to attend due to a work event, but we are looking for a new chair. So if anybody here would be interested in being the chair of the East Ventura Community Council or out in the internet, please reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple things is, I wanted to mention, we had another fun night doing Get the Scoop. We were on the avenue this time at Michoacana and had enjoyed lots of good ice cream together and a little bit of other food as we stayed through a pretty cold evening, though. But that was the first time we did that in the evening. We're yet to, both the mayor and I are yet to announce our date in June that we'd be doing Get the Scoop, but we will continue that throughout the year. Next, I wanted to mention that Mother's Tacos opened, as I think a lot of you know. They're on Hemlock and Thompson. And on 5/29, May 29th, 4 to 5 is their grand opening, the ribbon cutting. So please try to show up for that. It's definitely a great addition, yet one more great restaurant for our city. And then one that I'm very excited about, too, is on May 30th is a land trust ribbon cutting, and they purchased a building there on San Juan. It's perfect for them. It's perfect for all the environmental endeavors that we're all supportive of in our community. And so I'm definitely planning on being there and can't wait to see how they maximize the use of that building between the railroad tracks and the new development at the end of San Juan and Thompson. So, and that's again 4 to 5. Finally is, let's see, two things. There's a Pier Under the Stars event this Saturday that we're hosting, my husband and I, starting at 5 p.m., and that's to support the pier and raising funds to make sure we have our pier is there for many, many years to come. And also, Rubicon is doing intertribal community film screening on Saturday, so you may want to go to that. It's going to be amazing. And next week is on 6/5, the Ventura Regional Sanitation District has their meeting in Oxnard at 8:30. Ventura County Transportation Committee or Commission is on Friday, 6/6 at 9 p.m. in Camarillo City Hall. And something near and dear to me and to my life is I'll be speaking on the evening of Friday, June 6th at the AIDS Life Cycle event, which is like the 35th year that it's been in Ventura. And we'll be spending the night before they head into Los Angeles. All the people raising money for AIDS, HIV, and housing. So, and GPAC would be in June 17th, the 33rd meeting. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos.
First, I'd like to remind us all that we hold this meeting in the city of Ventura on unceded Chumash land. And I wanted to report a meeting that Councilmember McReynolds and I both went to. It was actually an art show, educational art show about the missing and murdered Indigenous women and peoples across the United States. Our Arts and Culture Commissioner, Casey Rodriguez, organized and ran it. And we want to especially thank the new police chief, David Dickey, for doing a presentation there and just being present with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to congratulate all the graduates and those who will be graduating soon, high school, community college, and universities. It's a great milestone to reach, and I remember those days, so congratulations for your accomplishment. As well as just remind people that we have a Main Street Moves visioning session on May 31st from 10 a.m. to 12 over at the Museum of Ventura County. Hope to see you there. And with that, we will go ahead and move on to City Manager Communications.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are having our last call for boards, commissions, and committees. Applications for any of those close on May 30th for the city's boards, commissions, and committees. We're looking for Ventura residents to join these council advisory groups and help shape the future. There are openings on the Arts and Culture Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, Measure O Oversight Committee, the Design Review Committee, the Historic Preservation Committee, the Parking Advisory Committee, and Ventura Port District Board. You can apply on our website. Again, the applications are accepted through May 30th. And thank you for mentioning the Main Street Moves Visioning session. We're excited to have that this weekend and look forward to hearing from residents and business owners about ideas on our streetscape design, accessibility, public art, and much more. I'd like to make a note on consent agenda item number 3, our proposed legislative platform. We have posted a revision to the proposed legislative platform in the supplemental packet, which adds the word retention to item number 3 under attachment A, which is under the economic vitality and development paragraph. The new language for the item reads as follows: support legislation that provides incentives for businesses to invest in job creation, retention, and economic development. And our next meetings for the City Council will be Tuesday, June 10th, followed by Tuesday, June 24th. And that concludes my remarks. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to public communications. This portion of public communications is a part of the meeting where members of the public can address City Council on any city business that is not listed on tonight's agenda. City Council cannot discuss, deliberate, or vote on items raised during this portion of public communications. So as a reminder, to please also help us maintain decorum during the meeting so that everyone feels comfortable participating and providing public comments. We ask that you please use the American Sign Language for applause by raising your hands and gently twisting them back and forth. The initial public communications period is limited to 20 speakers with priority given to in-person speakers. If you would like to speak during this public comment portion, please submit your speaker card now. All cards must be turned in at this time to ensure an accurate count of speakers. And Mr. City Clerk, I'm sure we have public comment speaker cards. How many do we have?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 32 speaker cards submitted for general public comment, meaning that we limit this first initial round to the initial 20, and the 12 remaining speakers would be heard at the end of the meeting under the general public comment portion, and because of the number of speakers, it would go to 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. And now public comment is open. So if you want to go ahead and call the first speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. So we'll call the first 20 speakers. The first speaker is Janet Sprisler, followed by Matt Bello, Dr. Lisa Klein, Saru Bajaj, Casey Rodriguez, and Kemi Pinzak.
Thank you, council members. It's delightful to always be in front of all of you. My name is Janet Sprisler. I work in Ventura. So I wanted to talk to you today about it's time to take Ventura from vacancy to vibrancy. Oxnard's experience is a cautionary tale. Since it capped rent increases in 2022, all new apartments there have been luxury Class A units, while vacancy slipped below 5%. Ventura can avoid this trap by focusing on supply, which is empty commercial, buildings into mixed-use housing, offering density bonuses for deep affordability and
I'm going to
swap
go ahead and
parking.
interrupt. I'm sorry, Mr. City Attorney, is this, because we do have a tenant protections item on the agenda, and general public comment goes to items not on the agenda, correct?
That's right, Mayor. So for matters not on the agenda, and that's the way the agenda is set forth, is for items that are not on the agenda, and then for the tenant protections item, the council moved that forward for deliberations only. So if the speakers have something to share outside of the agenda item, that would be fine, but there is an agenda item that's already been continued. So that's sort of where the lay of the land is, Mayor.
I have a question, Madam Mayor. Point of order. Excuse me. Could the council motion to allow the speakers to give their initial public comment on the agenda item?
I think if the council wished, the council could, any one of the general public comments, if they wanted to present during the agenda item and to open up public comment, the council could do that, and that might also clarify the speakers here that they could hold their comments until the tenant protections item. But that's if the council wanted to open back up public comment.
And that would have to be a vote by the council because it was advertised as discussion only. So we would do that now, or we would do that?
I think it would be, if the council were interested before the speakers continue, I think they deserve to, I think it would help
We could
for
do
everyone
that
to
now.
understand, yes, I think so.
Okay.
Okay, so I'd like to make that motion to allow public speakers on the agenda item regarding tenant protections. And those, for clarification, those public speakers that have submitted cards already would then give their comment prior to the agenda item
I
and
think
not
they could
now?
just reach out to the clerk and indicate that they would have been delivering comment regarding tenant protections, and then they could be allowed that time during item number, I think, 17.
Okay.
I second
14,
that.
It's
item
item
14.
number 14.
And just a quick point of clarification. So we have not accepted speaker cards on item 14. We've expected speaker cards for general public comment on non-agenda related matters. So the public cards that we have before us today should be on non-agenda matters. We've not collected speaker cards on item 14. So we don't have a list of speakers who have signed up for tenant protections, for example.
Correct.
We didn't collect speaker cards on that item.
Right, but I think the understanding is that they weren't allowed to give comment, so.
And I think Councilmember Mongonay, the council could direct the clerk to receive cards for that.
Yeah, so I would make a motion to direct the clerk to receive cards on that agenda item, the tenant
And I
protections. agenda
second
item.
that.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second, and I apologize that I interrupted you up there.
We do have a motion and a second to open up public comment on 14. Just for clarification purposes, that would happen when we hear item 14, so not right now. So we'd have to take a brief recess to allow folks to remove their card from general public comment to identify that they want to speak for public comment, because I have 32 speaker cards here right now. So just for point of order, we'd have to spend just a minute or two doing that as well.
Okay, and I have Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. And while I appreciate the opportunity for more speakers, we've been available since our last meeting, and I've had numerous meetings with people pro and con to many things for item number 14. We made it very clear at 1 o'clock in the morning, after listening to many hours of testimony, that we would not be allowing speakers tonight. And I think that does an injustice to those people who chose to write letters or to call and give their comments or to actually set up meetings with me. I think that's really unfair. And no matter how much I want to hear more testimony and hear what people may have to say that may be different than before, we did say that and listen to all this that night until 1 in the morning, and which is why exactly I was against continuing to yet another day, because I was afraid that this might come up in this way. So I just want to say that. So I'll be voting no on this motion. And it's not because I don't want to hear it. It's because I have heard it and have been available. And I'm about fairness and equity across the board.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds? And if I could ask the audience to please just help maintain decorum. Thank you.
I guess it's a question for the city attorney. So if the motion passes, could we move to table the item until another date? Because we advertised this as there would be no deliberation. And now we're opening it to deliberation. So there's probably people that aren't here that would have spoken. So could we just push that item to another date?
The council could certainly do that, but it is listed on the agenda, so you'd have to receive public comment for whoever'd like to provide public comment on that item.
Okay. So that, is that a substitute motion, or would we see the vote and then?
I think you could ask if the maker might take a friendly amendment, or if not, then it would be a substitute
So
motion.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, clarify the substitute? Or
That we
amendment?
would then table this item until another date, where people that aren't here tonight because they wanted to speak but weren't aware that we were going to do deliberations. So we would just push this off to another council meeting.
I mean, personally, I would say no, but I would offer the seconder to give some input on that.
I'm concerned
through
that
the
we don't
night.
have a lot of more time to push things off to. And that would be up to the mayor and the city manager to determine.
Okay, so then I would just move
Yeah.
forward with my original
And
motion.
that's fine. I think we can vote accordingly at this point and go from there. So I think there's a motion and a second.
I think, Mayor, there's a substitute motion. Oh, no, none. Okay, thank you.
All right, we do have the motion and a second. We'll be doing roll call votes this evening since we have a council member participating remotely. On the motion to open public comment on item number 14, Councilmember Duran,
No.
Councilmember McReynolds,
No.
Councilmember Mongonay,
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher,
Yes.
Councilmember Campos,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter,
No.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios.
No.
4 noes, 3 ayes, and the motion fails.
So, again, to clarify, general public comment at this time, as much as you can, not link it to item number 14.
Okay, so my actual items are about housing supply and land use on vacant commercial spaces. I just didn't get to those 3 points yet, so I
Okay.
apologize.
No,
I
no,
didn't
that's
mean to
okay.
throw you in a quandary.
And I think
We have the time.
you have her time.
Pause, yeah, we
It's-
paused the time.
Yeah.
so it's
Okay.
1 minute, 21 seconds, and go ahead whenever
Thank you
you're
for your patience.
No, you're welcome. So I would like to focus on some supply areas that we've seen throughout the city, possibly converting empty commercial use buildings, buildings that can be more mixed-use housing, offer density bonuses for deep affordability, and swap parking minimums for mobility hub requirements. So it seems like if we could look at those obsolete parking lots and see what could possibly be visioned there, whether it's helping homeless RVs park or where else they could find more use to put ADUs or any kind of the mobile housing units just to help people get off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Matt Bello, followed by Dr. Lisa Klein, Saru Bajaj, and Casey Rodriguez.
Yes, I have a general public comment about public speaking, and I just wanted to share some of my concerns about that, and that's what I intended to talk about, and I will talk about this evening. Things are happening on this council that I've never seen before. This 1-minute public comments, that had never happened before. And before, thank you to Councilmember Mangoni, Councilmember Schumacher, and Councilmember Campos for voting for allowing public comment. I've watched many meetings, and I have never, ever seen a vote where we stripped the public of their ability to speak on an agenda point when it's continued. So if somebody wants to say it's fair and equitable, let's be fair and equitable and consider what happens every single week in these council meetings. It's a shame that somebody would even state that. Honestly, it's really upsets me. I'm really concerned about the general trajectory of this council right now. A unanimous vote to spend another $70,000 attacking a council member who had the integrity to challenge staff and ask hard questions and to tone police him on his public comments that were publicly recorded is incredibly disappointing. And this new precedent of the mayor to limit everyone to 1 minute public speaking is unbelievably disappointing. I've never seen anything like that all the time that I've watched the council. So I really hope that, every council member, you guys are in a tough, thankless job. People make mistakes, but I hope you start to consider the trajectory we're going in and you turn it around very quickly. Thank you.
Dr. Lisa Klein.
Good evening. I am Dr. Lisa Klein. I am a psychologist and I am a gender specialist. I'd also like to make aware that May is also Mental Health Awareness Month, and it would be nice if that were to be acknowledged by the City Council. We are in a mental health and public health crisis, both nationally and in our community. Your constituents are suffering. I implore you to pay attention. The LGBTQIA youth experience a greater risk of mental health issues and suicidality. Transgender youth face further disparities as they are twice as likely to experience depressive symptoms, including suicidal ideations and attempted suicide. They are being robbed of their health care that they are entitled to. This is now spilling over to transgender adults, with the government more invested in monitoring rights for health than feeding or housing our residents. The care policy approval is taking far too long. Your essential position must be in fairness and what is right. I have with me today safety pins that I am going to be giving out to all of our members. And the safety pin is meant to show that you are a good, approachable, and privileged person. It expresses your concern for people of color, LGBTQIA, and immigrants. In our chaotic world, all of these people need to feel safe. I challenge each and every one of you to wear this pin in June, our Pride Month, and beyond if you have the courage. I have 7 here, and I am happy to get more for you. Do the right thing and delay no longer. Pass the care policy
Thank you.
immediately.
Saru Bajaj, Casey Rodriguez, Cami Pinsack, Erica Holmes.
Hello, Council. My name is Saurabh Bajaj, a local business owner, but today I am representing Rotary Club of Ventura, also known as the Downtown Club. A proud member and incoming president, I am here to urge the Council to consider putting the 4th of July fireworks on your agenda for the budget. As you all are aware, our club has been doing the fireworks for the last 32 years now. And I've always felt that the city should have a part in that. So we've been charged permits, we've been paying for the police, we've been paying for the fire department. And the money that we raise goes back to the community. A few people, council members, talked about the graduates from Ventura College and the high schools. Well, a lot of money raised goes to the college for scholarships. So I implore you, please consider putting this on your budget items for 2025 and 2026. And I'd like all of you, if possible, to attend the 4th of July fireworks. Thank you.
Just a reminder, we stand on unceded Chumash land. I give thanks to Councilmember McReynolds and Councilwoman Campos for joining my art show last weekend on the 17th. I give thanks to all people who carry on our well-noted historical love and peace to all people. A love that takes bold stands for all lives, that willingly gives to those who are in need, as well as advocate that housing is a human right, and all lives deserve to feel safe and protected. Recently, our amazing community took action against hate, and we will be celebrating the power of love, the power of unity, the power of humanity tomorrow night, Element East Seoul. At 5:30, the power of love and unity will never be diminished. Tomorrow, I invite all who understand more than ever, it is time to stand together. And part of standing together is giving space for all people to speak. Thank you, Councilwoman Campos, Councilmember Schumacher, Councilmember Magone, for tonight. For those who are paying attention, because we are in the time where all people need to be paying attention, please note those who refuse to give public comment on Agenda 14. When it comes time for voting, please make the right choice. If they don't want to respect having your vote, stop giving it to these people who show over and over again they don't care about us. It has been clear. Some of these continue to refuse giving tenants protection for 5 years. It is time. We, the city, pay attention. We are running out of time. Thank you.
Cami Pinsack, Erica Holmes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to stand once again at the dais. I am the 2024 president of the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors, and I am tonight not speaking on an item I'm not allowed to speak on. I am speaking about keeping the dream of home ownership alive. So according to a recent PPIC survey, only 1/3 of Californians still believe the American dream holds true. When insurance, taxes, and utilities each notch up 8 to 10% a year, first-time buyers bow out. I urge the city to launch a down payment assistant matching fund, seeded with inclusionary housing in lieu fees to keep local teachers, nurses, firefighters, and all aspiring homeowners from moving to Fillmore, Thousand Oaks, or other more affordable places. Thank you so much.
Erica Holmes, Brianna Strotner, Neil Lassala.
Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Erica Holmes, and I'm here to talk about the fast-track housing reform. Ventura's housing shortage is not a mystery, it's math. Since 2010, we have approved barely 1.7 homes per 1,000 residents, which is only 1/3 of the national rate. Meanwhile, in December, a survey of 52% of Californians said that getting costs and inflation under control should be the next president's top priority. We can do our part locally by reforming development standards. Let's adopt citywide objective design rules, pre-approve ADU plans, and guarantee by right approval for 100% affordable projects that meet the code. Streamlining won't cost the general fund a dime, and every day of delay adds financing costs that price working families out. Please direct staff to return to the Clean Hands permit track and issue permits within 90 days or less for code-conforming projects. Ventura can show Sacramento that local control can mean local action. Thank you.
Neil Lassala, Del Marinas, Kathleen Wheeler.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Brianna Strother. I'm with California Oaks Property Management, and I work with hundreds of Ventura homeowners. I'm here to discuss the rising costs of insurance for these homeowners. Wildfire risk and coastal exposure have been driven homeowners' insurance premiums to double digits. According to a PPIC survey, 46% of Californians already call wildfires a big problem where they live. Without faster approvals for fire hardening retrofits, Class A roofs, ember resistant vents, we'll see more carriers retreat and more policies be non-renewed. Please create an expedited, fee-waived permit track for defensible space improvements so residents can protect their homes without emptying their savings. Thank you.
Neil Lassala, Del Marinas, Kathleen Wheeler, Luke Erickson.
Good evening, City Council. Here to remind you, as my fellow Rotarian just mentioned, our fireworks shows that we've been putting on for 32 years needs more city support. And we're asking to have money put into the budget for the next 2 years to support these fireworks that are essentially the city's celebration of 4th of July. It's pretty essential that this event continue to happen at this point because costs have risen, donations are dwindling, we need the city support. So we'd appreciate if you'd keep that in mind as you're finalizing your budget. Again, to echo what Sarab has mentioned, the scholarships this year, we do lean into that, and we provide funding for the Ventura College Foundation, and money that comes from the fireworks, any proceeds do go back to the community and scholarships. So again, thank you for listening and appreciate your consideration.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to speak to you on the care policy. Now, I know it was written by somebody else. Now, so I just had to check and see how citizens can write policy for the city. And lo and behold, there is a method. It's in the California Constitution adopted in 1948. It's Article 2, Section 11. It lays down the method of creating policy for a city through the initiative process. That requires that they draft the policy and they submit it, the proposed ordinance, to the city clerk. They have a notice of intent to circulate a petition. Title and summary is written by the city attorney. This is why I don't understand why the city attorney didn't stop this ahead of time back on the 18th. Petition circulation, the clerk will tell them how much a percentage of the citizens they need to get on the petition process. And there's a fee that has to be submitted to get it onto the ballot. In the state of California, that's $2,000. Verification of signatures. The city clerk verifies signatures to ensure that the required number has been met. City council action. If the petition qualifies, city council can either then adopt the measure or place it on the ballot for voters to decide, and the election for voters to decide. That's one. Now, number two is that under Article 2, Section 8D of the California Constitution, it provides that initiatives are single subject. Your policy that you're trying to submit is three separate subjects. And they can't be combined together. That's not legal in the state of California. So it would have to be broken up. The other thing being that all cities in California cannot enact policies that are in direct violation of the California Constitution. This policy would be in direct violation.
Thank you. Thank you. Kathleen Wheeler, Luke Erickson, John Will, Danny Tang.
Good evening. Each of you received a letter from either me or a member of the Ventura County Climate Alliance asking for your support for the California Climate Superfund legislation that's currently making its way through committees. SB 684, AB 1243. So far, 75 elected officials across the state from 22 counties have supported it. And here's why. I'd like to see your names, every one of your names on it. It makes economic sense. Even if you are inclined to put climate second to the economy, this is a bill for you to support. I had the occasion to listen to Joe LaCava of the San Diego City Council, president of it, and he talked about, they have a coastal community like ours, and he talked about their challenges with cliff collapse and flooding. And they said that he said that the climate action plan is frequently at odds with budget because they're always scrambling to cover the costs of disasters. He said that they have the political will, the public support for climate action, but resources are a problem because they're always directing them to emergencies. And this is why we need to step up, he said, to secure a sustainable funding stream, shifting the burden from taxpayers to fossil fuel companies whose make it difficult. I don't have time to go into chapter and verse about why this bill is so good at the granular level, why it does not raise gas prices, and why it makes such sense, and we would be happy to explain it to you individually or as a group. So please think about it.
Luke Erickson, John Will, Danny Tang, Ian Gamble.
Good evening, council members, staff, and community members. My name is Luke Erickson. It's my pleasure to be addressing you on behalf of Startup Ventura. We are a nonprofit dedicated to empowering entrepreneurs in the city of Ventura. I'm here today to formally introduce Startup Ventura to the community, full council, and city staff, and to share my enthusiasm about working together to bring businesses here in the city of Ventura. This initiative aligns with council's priority of economic development, as well as economic development department's priority to bring this program, a startup incubator, back to the city. The impact of this program could transform Ventura, I truly believe. Almost 2 decades ago, a similar effort birthed Trade Desk, which is now a $40 billion company still headquartered here in the city of Ventura. And I believe that bringing this program back, not only could we see other successes like this, but even find those that surpass it, creating jobs here and positioning Ventura as an innovative hub, all while ensuring businesses stay rooted in this city. I'd like to thank council members and economic development, specifically Meredith and Carrie, for the cooperation that they've already provided to this program, as well as the numerous business owners that I've spoken to that not only have pledged their time and mentorship to this program, but also capital. I'll be sending an email to all members after this to be able to schedule time if they'd like to get a prospectus of what this program looks like, as well as ask any questions that they might have. Thank you for the time.
John Will, Danny Tang, Ian Gamble, Lucia Marquez.
Hello, Council. John Will. Thank you for your time today and allowing me to speak. I am here in support of Startup Ventura. I am not a founder of a business, but I had the opportunity to be a part of a startup that started here locally in Ventura called Curry. It was founded, I believe, in the beginning of 2019, and then now I was hired December of 2019. I bring that up because though I'm not a founder and I'm not somebody who started the business, I had an incredible opportunity to come in part-time, and as the business grew, it actually launched an opportunity for me to be full-time with the startup and then allowed my career to grow in the startup realm as well as in the business realm. I say all that because I moved to Ventura in 2018, transferring to Cal State Channel Islands, not having really a big picture idea of what I was going to do other than to come be a part of the community, be a part of the local church, and also be able to graduate from Cal State Channel Islands. Before I graduated, I had an opportunity to work at a startup, and now 6-7 years later, I have an opportunity to not only be a part of an incredible local company here in Ventura, but I also have an opportunity to plant roots in Ventura because there was a business started and rooted in order to supply really an economic opportunity for somebody like myself looking for opportunity. And since then, I've had plenty of friends and others who have gotten hired by the company as well. And in short, I just want to share that I'm in support of Startup Ventura because I believe that it is a real opportunity for people like myself who are in Ventura that want to stay in Ventura. It gives us opportunity to be rooted in new business and innovative growth. Thank you so much.
Danny Tang.
Hello, council members. My name is Danny, and I am here to speak in favor of Startup Ventura. So, just in terms of a little personal story, I created my own personal startup called UniShack because I really struggled to find housing as a college student. And since starting my startup, we've helped over 2,000 college students find housing across college campuses. Now, one of the things I think is really disappointing, not to say it's anybody's fault, but you know, when people graduate from college, they feel like they need to go somewhere else to look for a job or to build their life. And I think one of the things that Startup Ventura could really do is help create an opportunity for people who are younger to feel like they have a future here. And so when I leave my apartment and I drive along Main Street and see that there are all these for lease signs for vacant commercial properties, I think there's an opportunity to really bring community and business back to Ventura. And that's why I'm in favor of Startup Ventura. Thank you.
Ian Gamble, Lucia Marquez, Jose Rodriguez, Nathan Donnelly.
Hello. I'm with the Ventura Tenants Union. I'm sure you guys have seen our banner. It says eviction equals death. And when we say that, we say it quite literally. Every year, more than 100 people die while they're living on the streets. Right now, we know of a woman who is struggling to stay alive because her landlord is putting her through hell. I don't have a very cogent statement tonight, sorry. Here's a list of tax deductions that landlords can take. Mortgage interest, property management fees, repairs and maintenance, utilities, insurance premiums, advertising costs, property tax. The city, right now, I looked on your budget document or whatever, you all say that there are more than 2,800 vacant units. Semi-related to that, do y'all ever think about how when a new article comes out about the housing shortage, it always seems to be written by real estate interests? One more thing about mom and pop landlords, y'all should be on our side because when the bubble pops, and it's close to popping here, you're gonna be left holding the bag. While the big landlords, they're the ones that can buy the properties right out from under you. So.
Lucia Marquez. Jose Rodriguez, Nathan Donnelly, Marisol Ramirez, Elaine Yompian.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Lucia Marquez. I'm the policy director with CAUSE. Tonight, I just want to speak really broadly about the broadly growing pressures that working families here in Ventura are facing. Across the country, we're seeing cuts to critical social safety net programs, housing assistance, healthcare access, food support, all being stripped away at a time where families really need it at the most. In Ventura, we're seeing families pushed out by rising costs. Our local school district is experiencing declining enrollment. I'm sure all of you are paying attention to that right now. This is leading to budget cuts, really terrible layoffs. School staff, people who support our kids every day are losing their jobs. And the reason is really clear. Families just can't afford to live here anymore. This is why local leadership really matters so deeply in this moment. When the federal government is pulling back, we need our local city to pull in, to act, to step up. You have the tools and responsibility to create the conditions where families can stay rooted in the community. Because when we lose families, we lose students, we lose workers, we're losing the heart of our community. So I urge you to consider the full pictures of issues impacting communities as a whole, across all agenda items, and to lead with the bold, compassionate, and action that this moment demands. Thank you.
Jose Rodriguez.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jose Rodriguez. I'm here with CAUSE. I'm a local organizer. And just to piggyback off of the fireworks stuff, I think the city should pay for something that looks pretty nice on the city. But regardless of that, I'm here to really talk about, the big voice in the room that's not here, and that's working families. Based on the other city council meeting that we had, it was kind of ridiculous that our comments got cut for 1 minute. And not only that, families have an obligation to feed their own, to really fund their own here in Ventura, so they don't have the time to come to a silly meeting like this, especially when you're gonna, not let us speak our mind and reduce our time to 1 minute. That was really ridiculous. Talking to the people in our community, we know that the housing crisis is deeply affected, yet somehow you guys are just kicking the can and having sidebar conversations when I'm up here by our mayor, and she doesn't even pay attention. That kind of adds to the problem that we have here. You guys are local constituents, supposed to listen to us. Listen to the people here in Ventura, not to the people from LA, not to the realtors who just sit and collect the check every month and think that everything's fine when it's not. You guys have obligations to Ventura residents, to Ventura locals here. So it's time to pay attention and do something. When you guys make a decision, when you guys make policies, the ones who are affected deeply right away are the ones who live in the city, not to the people who are just realtors or someone from the city. So I urge you to please take this seriously and hear everybody out and do not cut comment ever again. Thank you.
Nathan Donnelly, Marisol Ramirez, Elaine Yompian.
Hello, my name is Nathan. I'm a science teacher at Ventura High School. I'm a member of the Ventura Unified Education Association, and I'm here today to address declining enrollment in the school district. In an ideal world, teaching today's youth is a monumental challenge. That challenge has been made even more monumental. Recently, the school district has laid off facility staff, custodial staff, office support staff, para-educators, campus supervisors, and teachers, to name a few. Essential staff that are in the classrooms every single day interacting with the students. The school district has cited declining enrollment as a reason for the layoffs. Fewer working class families are able to enroll their students in our school district because it's unaffordable. More working class families are leaving and taking their students from our classrooms because it's unaffordable. Fewer teachers and school staff are able to live in the same city that they teach in, and any current student has no chance to return to teach in their former high school, middle school, or elementary school and live in the city they grew up in. I urge you, for our students, for our essential school staff, for our local working class families, take action. In a society of abundance, not scarcity, every human should have access to housing, and that can increase our enrollment and allow us to have fully funded schools. Thank you.
Marisol Ramirez, followed by our final speaker, Elaine Yompian. Marisol? Okay, going once, twice. Elaine Yompian?
I want to address the state of conditions for working class people in Ventura County. It's appalling that the people who build everything, who produce everything in this county, continue to suffer without protections or support from elected officials. Many of us already know that this system is not built for us, which is why we organize for our real needs. Even the bare minimum at the moment is not being met. Our families are being separated by ICE with the support of the police and the sheriff. Our wages are not enough to pay for anything that we need to live a life of dignity. Our communities are being affected by the lack of infrastructure and improvements in education. Working class people are being evicted and families are being forced into despair and precarious situations. The American dream that was mentioned today has always been a lie. It was created on the destruction of native lands and lives, on the exploitation of Black and brown people. Money can't be what leads y'all to make decisions. We need to protect our community. Therefore, we in VC Defensa, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and Ventura Tenants Union organize for a society that truly represents the people. A society that provides citizenship for all, where housing is guaranteed, where queer folks are safe, where quality education is affordable, where children are protected, where nutritious food is accessible to everyone. Consider in all your decisions the working class people. More importantly, know that the people united will never be defeated. And we are uniting, and we will fight back.
And our final speaker is Ryan Jury.
Hi, my name is Ryan. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm also an organizer with Ventura Tenants Union. And for 5 years, we've been coming here to talk to the council about rental protections. We've been meeting with tenants as well, and we've been hearing their stories about roaches, harassment, bigotry, racism, landlords entering their tenants' rooms, going through their things, broken steps, mold, broken windows. And we have a saying in the tenants union: if it feels like it's illegal, it probably is. But that isn't enough, because when something is illegal, tenants basically have no recourse to fight it, but landlords have all of the resources in the world to fight it. Tenants cannot call the police on their landlords for mold. They won't show up. But landlords can call the police on tenants and ask them to show up to move their stuff out to the street. There's no recourse for tenants to fight back. So what we're asking for is for you to do anything in your power to not tie our hands behind our back in this fight for our lives. Every minute, 5 people are evicted, 5 families are evicted in the United States. Every minute, 5 families are evicted in the United States. And we also have a saying, eviction equals death, because we know that the number one need for working people is to have a roof over their head, to be able to protect themselves, to make interventions in their life, to be able to live a life of dignity. It starts at home. It starts with having a roof over your head. I'd also like to use the remaining time to request that Councilmember Doug Halter recuse himself from a vote on any tenant-related issues, as he's a landlord himself. And he can't vote in conscience without using his own interests as a landlord. And I would like to motivate that any other council member that have these dedications to the for-profit rental industry recuse themselves from the vote as well. Housing is a human right, and this fight is day one at City Council. Join these organizations that are fighting for our lives. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the initial public comment period.
Thank you for that, and thank you, speakers. At this moment, I'll ask the city manager if there are any comments or follow-up related to the public comment.
I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to consent items. There are 11 consent items on tonight's agenda for consideration. Are any items, there any questions, comments, or registered no votes? Councilmember Schumacher?
I have a question on 8.
Okay. Councilmember Campos?
I would like to pull item number 2 for a rediscussion.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, so we'll first go to Let me go to the question. Question number 8, Councilmember Schumacher.
Can I ask the Director of Public Works or a representative, please?
Mayor, Councilmember Schumacher, my name is Barbara McCormack. I'm your Fleet and Facilities Manager.
A little louder.
My name is Barbara McCormack. I'm your Fleet and Facilities Manager.
Thank you. So I know that the recommendation is to reject all bids. So what's going to be different the next time we go for bid? And are we increasing the budget or changing the scope of work?
We have not changed the scope of work. We are not increasing the budget, but the cost estimate has been adjusted for the inflation that we are seeing. This year, the original cost estimate was developed at the end of last year. We know now we've seen an increase. We've also been in contact with other HVAC contractors who now say that they have the capacity and are interested in bidding the project. And also, we have arranged with Parks and Recreation for a 2-week window during construction for classes not to be held, and this allows the contractor to move freely within the center, and that is a potential cost savings.
Great. So the amount that we had gone for bid was around 163, was it?
173,000
Thank
was
you.
the estimate.
And then the bid that we got was near 600. So that's a pretty
662,000.
large.
It's quite
Are
significant.
we off, or why aren't we closer to what's being offered in the market?
Well, we believe that this bid was extremely high. And as I had mentioned, that we are looking at having construction during a time where classes aren't held for 2 weeks. And that was something that was brought up by the contractor who did bid. They added more costs for what they considered to be remobilizing and demobilizing every day, which was a significant cost to them. And they also added in costs for overtime hours for their crews to clean up and remove the materials from the center.
I see.
So allowing this 2-week window would eliminate that.
Are we considering the same contractor to bid as well?
They're welcome to bid, but we've also been in contact with other contractors who are interested as well.
Did we not do that for the first time around?
We did contact some contractors who indicated that they did not have the ability within their workload, but now contractors have stated that they do have capacity within their workload and are interested in bidding.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. If there aren't any other questions for items, I'm going to go ahead and see if we can approve the other items and then go back to item number 2, which you requested to pull. So we'll approve the others first and then go back to 2.
And Mayor, we do have public comment on consent items.
Oh, so we'll go to public comment and then we'll approve the rest? Okay. Public comment, please.
Again, if you submitted a speaker card for item 2, that item will be considered separately. We'll do a separate public comment on that. So these are speakers not on items 2. Our first speaker is Hales King, followed by Shauna Snow, Donald Price, and Wayne Morgan is our final speaker. And speakers will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. My name is Hales King. I'm a number of times speaking as an after-school advocate, but also I am an employee of the VUSD district, and I would like to encourage you all, as it is on a consent item, I hope it is all unanimous, but I hope you would encourage you all to vote yes and continue. Sorry, I'm a little distracted by the talking. All good. I encourage you all to vote yes and pass number 5, continuing the after-school program for 400 students in the Ventura Unified School District. These after-school ELOP programs provide extra learning opportunities for these students, extra childcare for a lot of families who would not be able to otherwise afford. And as it is, there are students who are on the wait list for ELOP, so there is more of a need than there currently is. I encourage you to continue to keep these programs as it keeps our students fed, it helps them with their homework after school, and provides opportunities for them to build community. Thank you.
Shauna Snow.
Hi, thank you. I also wanted to recommend that you pass expanded learning opportunities. I've been in education for over 30 years and currently am at a location where we've had students come for expanded learning. And I work at a farm, and we had 700 students come from Oxnard to our farm. And most of the students that came had never put their hand in soil. had no idea what it was like to be on a farm or to really understand where food came from. And that was shocking because they're in Oxnard. So if there's any opportunity for these students to be exposed to things that they don't normally get in a school day, it is absolutely like life-changing for them to be able to have experiences, to expand and spark why they're learning about something, to be curious, to see potential of jobs and opportunities that they don't see in a normal classroom. So I encourage you to pass that. Thank you.
Donald Price, followed by our final speaker, Wayne Morgan.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Don Price. I'm a retired environmental engineer. I live in District 5. Regarding the Barranca Vista Center project, I would like to commend the Public Works Director Ebling for specifying a heat pump HVAC system for the center. In the future, all city HVAC projects should be similarly specified. It will show your constituents that it is a good idea to electrify their home appliances. Thank you very much.
And our final speaker, Wayne Morgan.
Good evening. I likewise would like to give a shout out to Public Works for considering looking at heat pumps for replacing the air conditioning system. And I was really appalled by that $600,000+ bid. I mean, the building is not that big. There are solutions out there that might also be considered like mini split ACs. You could put, I don't know the exact layout of that building, but if they're individual rooms, you could put a mini split, much like you might see in a hotel room, at much lower cost, and the installation would be really fast. So I think there are some solutions out there that we may want to look at. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on consent items excluding item 2.
Thank you. And now we can go ahead and vote on the other items except for item 2. So if I can get a motion.
I would move to approve item 1 and 3 through 11.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second to accept and approve consent items excluding item number 2. Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher? Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you. So now to consent item number 2, Councilmember Campos.
I wanted to pull this to have a little further deliberation, having spent the last week receiving email that brought up documents that I hadn't seen and going back much further into the record to look at this item. I realize the cost itself has increased just by inflation, but we have so many things in the city right now that are unfunded or underfunded. To spend the amount of money that we're giving to this project may not be fully appropriate. Maybe if we could make some agreement with the landowner that as he develops the remaining land, money would come back to us, it would be different. But there just is something untoward about the over and over again negotiation and more of the cost coming to the city and less going to the property owners. And I think I have to not vote yes on it at the very least.
Mayor, if I may respond, this item has no financial component attached to it. It is the second reading of an ordinance to repeal a development agreement that was never signed and therefore not put into force. The development agreement was still valid up until our last council meeting when a separate agreement for development of property was approved unanimously by this council. So this item is before the council for a second time, just for the second reading of that ordinance to repeal the original development agreement.
So the development agreement we approved last week is not part of this? So will it come back to us?
That's correct, Councilmember Campos. It's not. This was something that was crafted several years ago. It was not signed and therefore never validated in that respect. But it was still valid in the sense that it was legislatively enacted by this council several years ago.
So will what we agreed to last week come back?
It should not, unless by some type of policy consideration of this council, it's called back. This commitment was made by the council at the last meeting to approve that item, and documents have been signed, and wheels have been set in motion to move forward with that project.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and public comment for number 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one speaker on item number 2, Matt Bello. Matt, you've been seated time. You'll have 9 minutes.
Thank you for your time. The development agreement in question was agreed upon in principle 2 years ago or a little over 2 years ago in 2022. Within this agreement, the agreement was that the owners of the land behind the Ventura Auto Center would pay $17.6 million, and we would pay the remaining amount in order to build a levee and a roadway that would remove this land from the floodplain and increase the value of the property for the owners behind the Ventura Auto Center from $10 million to $50 to $60 million. That's what has been stated in previous staff reports. This has been a project for over 40 years, since the 1988 traffic mitigation plan when I was in first grade. The reason this hasn't changed is because there's been political power not to change the traffic mitigation plan. And the reason is that all of the traffic mitigation funds from across the city have been channeled into this one project ever since a little over 2000, the year 2000. We currently have $22 million funneled into this one project from traffic mitigation fees, meaning that if there was a development on the avenue, if there's a development near Satico, if there's a development off of Victoria, if there's a development downtown or midtown, every single penny of that went to this project to further enrich incredibly wealthy landowners behind the Ventura Auto Center, okay? How did this happen? Well, I mean, everyone could go back and look at the documentation of who funded whose campaign. Council members are welcome to raise their hand if they received money from any of the owners. I know many of you did. What I want to say is that this funneling of money became illegal last year when Sheets versus El Dorado County they said exactly this: you cannot take money from all over the city and give it to a couple politically connected individuals for their project. So Sheets versus El Dorado County went to the California Supreme Court, then went to the federal Supreme Court and was overturned. That's why you guys are in a bit of a pickle, because the previous development agreement just planned on continuing to funnel money to these wealthy landowners, okay? So what happened is we get a new city attorney, we get a new city manager, we get a new assistant city manager, and from the last meeting, it's clear they didn't even read the previous development agreement. They didn't know that the previous agreement was $17.6 million, and now the new agreement, the funding agreement that seemingly the assistant city manager agreed to, is only obligating the new owners to pay $10 million. So again, we're now taking a shift of $7.6 million that could be used for the homeless, for the drug addicted, for after-school programs, for a tenant and landlord education center and city hall. We're giving this all to these owners that are literally about to see an increase of their value of their property go from $10 million to $50 to $60 million, right? This is All stated in staff reports. I emailed all of you guys. I could cite all of this. That means the city is committing $37 to $40 million of total investment. Now, we were convinced that there'd be a huge financial return. We were told that there would be $600,000 in property tax return. Well, every other previous staff report said it would only be $300,000. One council member asked about that. They said, well, we don't know what happened. It went from $300,000 to $600,000. No more questions on that. So I think if you were to say that there's $300,000 in property tax revenue, let's look at what other things that were omitted in the last staff report. It's going to cost $400,000 to service this area through police, fire, code enforcement, sidewalk and signal maintenance, right? So we're actually at a net loss. Then in the very, 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 very best scenario, we get $1 million of sales tax revenue from this area, okay? But the council didn't even ask for any discerning zoning, and everybody on the street knows that the plan right now is just to create public storage in that area. So, again, you guys, if you if you don't preserve the previous development agreement that's on the agenda right now, and you decide to continue with the old development agreement, you're literally shifting the burden onto Ventura taxpayers by $7.6 million. $5 million of that is coming from the discretionary general fund. $5 million. I've never seen a gift of $5 million to a small group of people in all the councils I've watched. That's never happened before. If you want to correct me, you could correct me, but I literally went around and asked council members that used to be on the dais, have you seen anything like this? They haven't seen it. Now, I'll just summarize, and I'm not going to take the full 9 minutes. I'm just going to summarize. The assistant city manager, when asked about the discrepancy, literally could not articulate the details of the last funding agreement, or excuse me, the last development agreement. She literally could not do that. She tried to deflect it onto the city attorney, and the city attorney could not articulate the details of the last development agreement either. So it's your choice. You can decide to shift literally $5 million that could be used to enrich or save public services in Ventura and give that to these wealthy landowners right now, or you could reject this and ask the staff to actually come up with a robust report, actually show us the actual funding agreement that hasn't even been released to the public yet, and make an informed decision about the future of Ventura and about defending working class interests in the city. That's my 2 cents on it. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 2.
Thank you. Back to council for consideration of moving forward with item 2. Is there a motion? Anybody?
I'll move to approve item number 2.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation on item number 2. Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mangonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
No.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
6 ayes, 1 no, and the motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, that handles consent items. Moving on to our public hearing items. And I understand these will be short items. Wink, wink, Chief and Daya. No kidding. Thank you.
All right. Council, City Manager, thank you for having us tonight to present this first public hearing on the CAL FIRE state mandated fire hazard severity zones for local responsibility areas. Tonight for the City of Ventura, presenting with me will be Assistant Fire Chief Chris McDonald and Fire Marshal Brett Reed. And for the record, I am David Ndaya, Ventura City Fire Chief. With that, we will move on with our presentation.
So a fire hazard severity zone is a geographic area designated by fire authorities to reflect the level of hazard in the area. Zones fall into 3 classifications and are based on factors like historical fire patterns, local weather conditions, vegetation type, and topography. They're broken into very high, high, and moderate fire hazard severity zones. The zones measure a hazard which is based on physical conditions that create expected fire behavior over a 50-year period without considering short-term modifications.
One of the questions that we know was asked is our residents are concerned about the relationship between fire hazard severity zones and home insurance. And I just wanted to share very briefly, the California's Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara, released several documents that were made available, and the information was on our website during the public comment, which opened on March 25th. And I did just want to take one moment to read from Commissioner Lara's document that was publicly available and is still, again, on our website. CAL FIRE's maps are required by law, and their purpose is to drive local planning decisions, not insurance decisions. And then he chose to quote himself, and it says, "Commissioner's point of view, let me be clear. The CAL FIRE hazard maps are not used for insurance rates or underwriting decisions. They will empower communities with more accurate information about the very real hazards we face. The reality is we all need to do more to protect our homes and communities from wildfires." Commissioner Lara's new Safer from Wildfires regulation clarifies what actions homeowners should take to reduce wildfire risk and receive an insurance discount.
So this slide shows the maps that were released by CAL FIRE, and it identifies the very high, the moderate, and the high fire severity zones. And this is considered the LRA, which is the local responsibility area. There's a local adoption process within 30 days of receiving the recommended fire hazard severity zone maps. The local agency will make the information publicly available. This was received on March 29th and published on our website on March 25th. Then within 120 days of receiving the recommended fire hazard severity zone maps, the local agencies are required to adopt the map by ordinance, which would be July 7th. So today is our first public hearing on May 27th, and the second reading in the ordinance adoption currently scheduled for June 10th.
So what we can do, and this is from Government Code Section 51179, which is law that requires a local agency to designate by ordinance moderate, high, and very high fire hazard severity zones within 120 days of receiving the identified maps from the State Fire Marshal, pursuant to Section 51178. This is an important statement. The law does not allow for a local jurisdiction to request changes or to provide comments to the State Fire Marshal on the fire hazard severity zone designations. A local jurisdiction can increase the designation, and if they are increasing the designation to moderate or high, a local agency may do so at its discretion per the law. If a local agency decides to include areas in its fire hazard severity zone adopted ordinance that are not previously identified, if they are including areas not identified and designated it as moderate or high, a local agency may do so at its discretion. Only if a designated area is going to be very high, the local agency would need to meet the requirements of Government Code Section 51182, which would have to be findings supported by substantial evidence in record.
What staff is recommended the changes to the draft maps that were released by the Office of the State Fire Marshal is including the Ondulando area as a high fire severity zone. So the maps that were released by the State Fire Marshal did not include the majority of Ondulando. There was certain areas that were high and moderate, and a big chunk in the middle that was unzoned. So we are recommending that we designate that area as high and adjusted split parcels. So that as the draft maps were released, there were certain parcels that were split. Some were partially in the high and the moderate, some were in the very high and the high. So we had to adjust those parcels to be a more restrictive zone so that we didn't have a parcel that was partially zoned in one or the other.
And just to make that clear, again, per the law, as is the same with building code, fire code, street widths, the state mandates a minimum, and the local agencies and the fire authority and councils can either be more restrictive or broaden a zone in this case. No one has the authority to be less restrictive or decrease any zone, street width, building code, or mandate. And so the only change that's being proposed by staff is based on the devastating loss that we suffered in December of 2017, which the fire department was very aware of prior to 2017, and I believe the community became aware of post-2017, which Chief McDonald will speak to now about the Thomas Fire impact.
So this slide here shows a little more up close the difference between the CAL FIRE maps and what staff is recommending in the Ondulando area. Specifically on the top, you can see all of those marks there indicate structures that were either destroyed or heavily damaged. There was approximately 201 structures destroyed and 26 damaged in the area that staff is recommending to make high. The Thomas Fire, December 4th, 2017, it was a Santa Ana wind-driven fire that broke out near Thomas Aquinas and Santa Paula and moved east-west, so it would be right to left across Ondulando there. And the homes that were consumed there, it was a matter of hours with homes as continuous fuel. So the fire hazard there, as we've all experienced in the destruction, is very real.
This is just a reminder that City Council's strategic priority of public safety with a focus area of emergency preparedness, prevention, as well as response. The recommendations in this staff report do fall underneath that strategic priority. And with that, we have the following recommendations, which I won't read to you. They're in the staff report. And at this point, staff is available for any questions or clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the presentation from staff as well. I will now bring it to council questions and any introductory remarks before going to public comment. Deputy Mayor Halter.
Great, thank you, staff. Appreciate, and Chief, I appreciate your report on this. It's a really important issue, obviously, between the severity of what we saw almost 8 years ago and what we continue to see across California. So I really appreciate the effort and all the energy going into this. My concern is, in question is, while this isn't the map that is supposedly looked at for insurance rates, why wouldn't they look at it?
Insurance looks at risk to specific properties. What these maps are identifying is the hazard over a large area. So insurance companies have a completely separate risk model that they base their insurance rates on. And they may take some of the same information, some of the historical fire data, wind, topography, things of that nature, but they have a very specific risk model. And what these maps are identifying is the hazard over the area as a whole, instead of a specific property. And as I mentioned earlier, these maps don't take into account local mitigation efforts, such as fuel reduction, home hardening, construction requirements, defensible space. These maps don't take that into account. They take in, over a 50-year period, all those items that I listed about the weather, topography, fire history, et cetera.
Okay. So you kind of answered a couple of my other questions, but I'm curious that this is about planning, though, planning for that catastrophe, for that event, and how to mitigate that event. I got to believe all that absolutely impacts the insurance rates as well. So while they may not look at this, it seems like they're kind of hand in hand. And the reason why this is so important to consider is a lot of us in almost my entire district, and then some, is in the very high fire zone, and the rates are gone more than doubled. I know mine went from $2,400 a year up to $27,700 a year, and that's unsustainable. That's absolutely unsustainable. I think we almost borderline maybe renting a bulldozer and perhaps bulldozing down some of the homes. I mean, it's almost that. Obviously, that's being somewhat facetious, but it really is catastrophic for people who own these properties. So I'm wondering, this is all those things that you just mentioned that it didn't consider, things like home hardening, putting up fire buffers, working with the land trust on things like that as well for those of us that back up to the land trust, working on all the neighborhoods becoming fire-wise communities. Surely all that's going to have an impact on how we plan and the ease at which we plan, as well as the cost of the insurance for that area. I would hope that all that's efforts and then some would impact both activities, because they're both very important to prevent what we saw 8 years ago.
That's actually spot on, and that's exactly what Commissioner Lara speaks to in all of his documentation, is everything you just said, that will impact, not the map. So when it's come and looks, his goal is called, he has new wildfire safety regulation, and he wants it to help increase access to insurance by promoting wildfire safety across the state. Reducing wildfire risks throughout the state is the primary way, this is his quote, we can make insurance more available and affordable, and our regulation is a major step towards that goal. CAL FIRE's maps support that goal through improving public education about the hazard level and the need for safety preparation, exactly to your point.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. And just want to make sure, Councilmember Duran, no questions, correct? No?
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangonay, followed by Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great presentation. You answered a lot. My biggest question, really, or following up with Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Holter. It's funny. I still have a hard time believing that, though. I get where you were going with that. So I received a letter. I think everybody did in the supplemental, a letter from Eric Berg. It was it was really thoughtful. I kind of wanted to follow up on one real point that he made. So there is no method for you to request from the state to review the methodology they use to establish these maps. And I ask that because historically speaking in the city of Ventura, you look at Ondolando, which was kind of, you could say it was decimated in the Thomas fire. They missed the majority of that neighborhood, whereas the west side was relatively unscathed and it is still a high fire severity zone. So thinking back at I kind of have a hard time recognizing how they established that, kind of based off of just the history of what's happened. So I don't know if you could answer that, if there is any method for them to review the maps. That was a question asked by Eric Berg. Yeah.
Very fair question. And the answer is you are correct. There is no means at this point. So this is statewide. So this is far from being a Ventura problem. CAL Fire Chiefs and on the League of Cities Fire Chiefs Department, obviously we knew this was coming. We had many meetings. The fire marshals were included in their group across the state. And the way that it came down from the governor through the state through CAL FIRE was honestly specifically going to be what they're doing, which is here are your maps. And I don't think they opened themselves up to what you just suggested from, I'm not sure how many hundred cities there are in California, and I don't listen well enough in League, I guess. But they are not open, like it even said, like by law, we are not able to submit comment up to them. We can take comment. Council can see the comments, we can share the comments with you. Those comments, they won't even look at them. They wouldn't consider them. And then the maps that they have put out are basically, many chiefs are addressing what you just said. There are areas in a city where there's a lack of understanding why they were zoned, and then they have areas like Ondolando where, as a fire chief, I'm shocked at how they didn't zone Ondolando with the loss that we took. And so all we can do, they take a swipe at it, and then they leave it up to the subject matter experts and the elected officials to do what's best for life safety and property for that specific community based on local knowledge and fire history, topography, and weather. And so that's where we are, is the only recommended change we're looking at is Ondolando. And while we've taken questions about the west side and about the avenue, and I know Councilmember Campos had a slide about the fire history, that is not the only thing we would be able to do is widen an area or make an area more restrictive by increasing the severity of the zone. So the only thing that we chose to bring to council was the most decimated area of the city because we felt that that was underdone after what we saw happen here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Campos.
Thank you. Could you put that map up so we can ask a couple questions? So I think that this is the map that is in our draft general plan. I don't know how much communication you had with community development when they were creating that draft, but this has most of the avenue not in any kind of severe fire zone or high or medium fire zone. And it goes back 90 to 100 years that there hasn't been a devastating fire on Ventura Avenue. So the current map, can you put their map back up? The new state map. There. So most of the avenue here is in a very high fire zone according to this map, even down to the river where the water table is pretty high. A tree scientist, Chad Hansen, he now works for Los Padres Forest Watch and the Sierra Club, has stated that the way we contain trees in the forest is not appropriate because we discount the moisture in the ground under their roots if trees are closer together. But our tree management or our forest management removes trees, which weakens the root system and adds a lot more air between trees. So same thing on Ventura Avenue. You have to consider if you take away a lot of the canopy, you're going to be heating the ground because the houses are close together and there's so much concrete. We may be, if we take action on this map, creating a worse scene for the avenue and creating conditions for a devastating fire. So I realize that the state isn't taking comments. I've already sent both these maps to our state legislators and written comments to them about it. But I hope that we will consider this when we're taking action. Certainly, home hardening has to happen, but we don't want to devastate an area and walk backwards 30 years in the work we've done for climate at the same time. Thank you.
I appreciate the comments. And Michael, if you could put the Councilmember Campos' slide up just for understanding and why it looks so different. If you could put her slide back up. So this map, as we've stated, this map that we were looking at is a hazard map. That is an actual fire map. So the reason that there's absolutely no fire really within the city other than where the Thomas fire clearly burned right through, it's because anything that would burn in the city would then not be mappable because that's not considered a wildfire. that would be structure fires burning. So like on the avenue, what that shows is you can see and imagine everything that's brown is brown because it burned during a fire and it actually caught fire. This is a hazard map that shows what 80-mile-an-hour winds would do to that fire when blowing an ember cast over the west side and over the area of the avenue. Just for understanding of why the maps look different, they're documenting an entirely different aspect of whether there's hazard and actual where flames burned in what's considered a wildland area. And the city is not considered wildland.
Thank you.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could we bring the new map up again? Okay, so could you walk me through what the three colors gives the fire department the right to do, I guess? Or the city, I mean, however you want to clarify that.
Thank you for your question, council member. So there are different levels of action that can be taken in the different severity zones. So at the state level, the very high requires defensible space standards, which is fuel reduction within 100 feet or to the property line around a structure. There are CEQA requirements. There is construction requirements, what we refer to as Chapter 7A, which is exterior wildfire protection for construction, new construction only. So, and there's a few others for the very high that kind of slip in my mind. The high fire severity zone, from a local level at the city, we have amended the fire code to include defensible space standards in the high fire severity zone, but that's not required at the state level. But we do enforce defensible space standards in a high fire severity zone. And then the construction requirements, Chapter 7A. And then in the moderate, there are quite literally no requirements. We don't have any enforcement authority at all for a moderate fire severity zone. So the big difference is in the high and the local, we enforce defensible space standards. From a local level, that's not a requirement. Okay. I'm sorry, from a state level, that's not a requirement.
So then, looking at the west side, just out of curiosity, there's a couple green, let's call them donut holes. Why didn't you want to close those with the mod? It doesn't sound like there's anything you do with the mod, but I'm just curious why.
There just quite literally was no reason to. There would be no benefit to trying to include those areas in the moderate. It wouldn't get us anything.
Okay, and then I guess more as a comment, I've received more calls on this than anything else this year on it, as you know, people are very concerned, obviously, with the changes in the map. I understand your comments in terms of the state's not taking, comments on it. I think I would like to make a substitute motion when we get to that point, in regards to that, kind of coming off of what Councilmember Campos said on that, but I'll save that for after public comments when we move to deliberations. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions from council, I'll go ahead and acknowledge public comment. Mr. City Clerk, any comments received via email?
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive comments via email, and those have been posted online.
Thank you. And we have public comment, I assume, for this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 5 speaker cards submitted on item 12. Speakers will have 5 minutes. Our first speaker, or excuse me, 3 minutes each.
3 minutes, yeah.
Our first speaker this evening is Casey Rodriguez, followed by Eric Berg, Karen Flock, and Kristen Kessler.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My heart truly breaks thinking of how my tree relatives that have lived here on my ancestral homeland for hundreds of years is now facing death. Please do all you can to protect them. It is not their fault that humans' greed and capitalism have set our world on fire and that humans invaded their homes to build theirs. Not to mention the many four-legged ring relatives that depend on these trees to build their homes and their overall devastation this will cause for the entire ecosystem. Many pollinators will die, and this will only wreak havoc on us. Only one needs to do is type a quick Google search, how beneficial are trees for climate change? And AI quickly gives the info. Trees are highly beneficial for mitigating climate change by absorbing carbon dioxide, storing carbon, and improving air quality. They also help reduce energy consumption by providing shade and cooling and improving water management by absorbing rainfall. With knowledge just seconds away, I am utterly stunned to think our state leaders felt this was the right way to protect fires. California is facing critical fire seasons because of climate change. Climate change is real, and we simply cannot battle climate change by cutting down trees. Daily, we are faced with the fact that we are the #1 heating up county. Now imagine the rising with trees being removed. This severe issue should not be rushed. Please wait till July, as first notice gave, to make a vote. Council must provide ample time to hear public comment and take time to meet with the experts of wise land stewardship. Also rethink the noted high fire zone. Houses that have not been touched by our recent fires should not be categorized as high fire zone. If we really want to take serious action to wildfires, we must bring indigenous people back to our unceded land to practice our traditional cultural burning. The Kurok tribe of Northern California has become the first to reach a historic agreement to freely practice culture burning. We indigenous people have proven strategies to care for our land for thousands and thousands of years, yet it keeps being ignored as if we don't know what we're talking about. Please take the news from the Kurok tribe into consideration. We must make a point to relook at these maps. I believe local people know our areas better than anyone who does not live here. Real protection of any sort is not just received. It is something that we collaborate, we discuss, we offer feedback, and is something that we take into consideration with our local leadership. Thank you.
Eric Berg, followed by Karen Flock, Kristen Kessler, and Helen Aloyan. Eric, you've been seated time. You'll have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Eric Berg. I'm a Midtown resident and a licensed landscape architect for over 15 years, experienced in climate resilient design, climate resilient urban design. My career goal and passion has been to help our cities for climate resilience, creating beautiful, healthy, and sustainable neighborhoods that can mitigate the increasingly severe impacts of climate change, hotter urban heat islands, severe storm events, drought, and yes, fire. As Councilmember Mangone said, I sent a public comment letter. I hope if you haven't had a chance to read it, I'll keep my comments a little bit truncated tonight for the sake of other presenters. But to continue on here, I'm extremely concerned at the state's fire hazard maps, and I understand that there is very little that you can do about the actual maps. I'll highlight a couple of things that I do think you can do. One thing to iterate here is that the state maps are based on what we call 30-meter raster data. That is literally pixels on a map, 100 foot by 100 foot. So whether a pixel was designated high severity or not actually impacts multiple residences, particularly on that line between high and fire hazard, high and moderate and those sorts. That line could swing 100 feet in any direction based on a pixel on a map. This leads to arbitrary parcel designations where a single pixel can determine the fate of many residential parcels. The practical consequences of this are severe. The California Fire Code, as mentioned here tonight, prohibits planting of new trees where mature drip line falls within 10 feet of a structure. That means that a small tree, imagine a tree with a 20-foot diameter canopy, that's a small tree, cannot be planted within 20 feet of a structure because then its canopy would be within 20 feet. These maps and our choice to enforce fuel modification in both high and very high restricts over 1,500 acres of the city for planting of new trees. That's over 10% of our city's area. And on the west side, that is actually over 32%. And that's just a small tree. Imagine trying to plant larger trees, our beloved California live oaks, our sycamores. Take Westview Village, Ventura's largest affordable housing community on the west side. I've been fortunate to serve as the landscape architect for this redevelopment for the past decade. To date, we planted over 400 trees on that property. If the proposed maps were in effect when we started that process or when we were permitting that process, we would have to eliminate almost half of those. And I didn't even do a study about tree-to-tree spacing. I'm actually guessing it's probably about 250 to 300 trees that we would have been able to plant, depriving Ventura's most in-need citizens of the economic, environmental health, public health benefits that trees all provide us. When properly selected and maintained, trees and vegetation can serve as fire buffers, not just hazards. We saw this during the Thomas Fire. Hillside homes surrounded by avocado and citrus orchards remained. On the west side, actually very locally, Seneca Village, surrounded by a large vegetated buffer, no structures lost. And another thing on that list, most of those trees are our vilified eucalyptus on that buffer. Trees aren't necessarily the enemy here. While I understand the city cannot change CAL FIRE's designations, there are 3 concrete actions, and I understand you can't provide feedback to the state, so I'll give you the second 2. One, the choice to split parcels. You can actually choose not to split a parcel and potentially leave multiple designations on a parcel, giving a homeowner more choice about what to do in areas of their land, as opposed to just upzoning it to the highest designation. This actually impacts pretty significant parcels. If you look at that map, granted it's only in moderate, but the reason the entire community college parcel is in moderate is because one small portion of it is. This happens across the state. If one corner of is in high, the entire parcel becomes high, therefore is subject to the regulations of high. Same with very high. The other thing you can do, and I consider to do, is to amend our choice in the municipal code, chapter 14.10.020.cc, to realign with the state and only enforce defensible space management in very high. Reducing that. That would free up over 2,000 parcels from across the city from vegetation and potentially free up the planting of thousands of more trees. This is not undermining fire safety. It's about pursuing smarter, more effective form of fire resilience, one that doesn't sacrifice our urban forest, our livability, and our environmental justice goals in the process. No one, certainly not myself, wants Ventura to be the next Paradise, Altadena, or Pacific Palisades. We have lived through fire. We know the threat is real. But these maps and the regulations that they come with do little to reduce our fire risk, and if they ignore science and local context. Worse, they may undermine the very things that make our neighborhoods resilient, cool, beautiful, and livable. With thoughtful design and policy, we can have both fire safety and vibrant green neighborhoods. Let's work together to protect our homes and our trees. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Karen Flock, followed by Kristen Kessler and Helen Aloyan.
Good evening. My name is Karen Flock. I'm the Real Estate Development Director with the Housing Authority of the City of San Buenaventura. And ditto for what Eric said. We understand that there's no discretion in the maps themselves, but we are very concerned about the impact, especially on the west side. We understand that the impact on the development of Westview Village, specifically the 4th phase, would mean that there would be no trees allowed. And trees can have a positive impact on preventing the spread of fire. So please do whatever you can to help us have trees on the west side.
Next speaker is Kristen Kessler. Kristen, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. I'm very concerned about the potential felling of trees with the new fire map. Our wildlife need our mature trees. I ask that you are careful about adding new high fire risk zones unless it is deemed to be a major threat to public safety. Insurance companies are starting to require the felling of mature trees. These trees are often not fire hazards due to the moisture content of their roots. This is a disturbing trend and shouldn't continue unabated. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Helen Aloyan. Give me 1 second, Helen. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Awesome. Thank you very much. For the record, Helen Aloyan, my comments are as a private citizen. First, I want to say that I really support Eric's comments, and I'm very concerned with the consequences, especially on the west side trees. I think as we look forward to greening the west side and having food resiliency and community like edible gardens, this is a direct threat to our programs. I also wanted to clarify for the CEQA process if we could prescribe mitigation for the fire aspect. It's not really considered, it's kind of treated like mitigation in the terms of processing applications. But if it's an existing regulation that can help knock projects down to not significant impacts and further streamline. So to the extent, like, for example, Casey Rodriguez's comments, I think that's a fabulous solution. It could be a long-term policy that we could rely on to sustainably manage our land and also help save our West Side trees. And then I also have another question from a fellow West Side resident and asking why the West Side city map has more moderate areas and less non-wildland than the state map if only Ondulando is changing. So I, just to close, really support Eric's comments and look forward to your guys' discussion.
That concludes public comment on item 12.
Thank you, speakers. I will bring it now back to council for, final questions. Do I have any questions or comments? Otherwise, I'll close the public hearing and leave it for council deliberation. Okay. So we are now in council deliberation, and a motion would be required. Councilmember McReynolds?
Could we bring up, thank you, Madam Mayor. Could we bring up the recommendation? So I kind of wanted to focus in on C there. I mean, I understand the Midtown Community Council is going to have a meeting here shortly. They wanted to provide comments on it. So I wanted to see if we could delay the second reading until the July 1st council meeting. And then if we could collect comments up until June 20th, and then have them forwarded to our two state legislators, the state senator and the state assembly member as part of it. I understand we don't get to provide comments. You would just be collecting the comments and then provide them to our state legislatures so they can understand the impact of it. So that would be my recommendation, is that item C is changed to the second reading being the July 1st council meeting. Then I guess we would add an item E that comments collected through June 20th would then be forwarded to our state legislators so that they could receive those on it and understand, as these are California fire maps on it. So that's going to be my recommendation.
Mr. City Attorney?
Mayor, I'll just make one comment, I guess, is the intent just to give some time to receive comments, because if there were any changes to the ordinance, you'd actually have to bring it back at a future meeting to then do first reading again.
It doesn't sound like we have an opportunity to change the ordinance.
So I think, then I think the question to staff then would be just as the bringing it back for set. So legally, it could come back as the council members indicated. So I think the question is if staff is okay on the time to bring it back.
I mean, comment's been open since March 25th. It hasn't closed at any point. It's still open today. So there's nothing that's been limiting anyone from submitting comments or anything like that. So to my knowledge, and again, I would, with the city attorney, I don't have any issue. I don't think we have any issue with it staying open for sure. And then as far as the date goes, understanding that there was a date certain that we were trying to get ahead of in case there were any other issues. And so this would push us right up against that mandate, the state mandate.
Yeah. And then I'm going to have some commentary on the state mandate, which is I don't understand why they make us adopt something that they're forcing us. They could just adopt it themselves. So, that's just my own observation. So do this. Like, well, just do it then. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And you, Councilmember Campos, had seconded the motion?
I seconded Councilmember McReynolds' motion
Okay,
with the addition of C, changing and E.
okay. And Councilmember Duran, just checking in, any input or comment from you?
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know how much that's going to change things. I mean, other than getting more comments, I would just like to move with staff's recommendation.
That would have to be a substitute motion, and it would
Cor-
need a second. Is there a second to go with staff recommendation? I don't see a second, so we'll go ahead and vote on Councilmember McReynolds' motion to bring this back in July for a second reading, so that we can collect more feedback.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor to return on the July 1 meeting with the second reading of the ordinance and to open up public comment through June 20th, and those public comments to be collected and forwarded to the state legislature. Does that capture the motion?
I was just going to do Assemblymember Bennett and Senator Lamone, but
sure,
unless anybody wants to go bigger.
That's fine.
All right, Councilmember Duran on the motion?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mangonet?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes,
7 ayes, and the motion carries.
thank you. Thank you, staff. Appreciate the information. On to public hearing item number 13, the resolution to establish an underground utility district for Park Row Avenue, use of Rule 20A credits. We have a staff presentation, and have all the noticing requirements been met, Mr. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item has been adequately noticed.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and have staff do their presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Matt Meckler, Principal Engineer for Public Works, and I'm joined by Charlie Ebling, the Director, and Peter Shade, the City Engineer. Tonight's public hearing concerns a resolution to establish an underground utility district along Park Row Avenue. This action relates to the city's remaining Rule 28 undergrounding credits and the evolving policies from Southern California Edison. To begin, here's a quick overview of the Rule 28 program. Rule 28 is a statewide initiative established by the California Public Utilities Commission that helps cities fund undergrounding of overhead utility lines. Projects must serve in the public's interest, typically by being located along heavily traveled roads or in scenic areas. However, this program is being phased out. Cities must commit their remaining credits by CPUC deadline or risk losing them entirely. In March of 2024, City Council identified Park Row Avenue west of Olive Street as a proposed location for undergrounding overhead utilities using Rule 28 credits. This location was chosen not only because of the presence of overhead lines, but also due to its importance as an access point to the West Park Community Park. The west end of Park Row Ave is where the new West Park Skate Park is currently being constructed. Park Row meets key SCE criteria for Rule 28 eligibility, such as serving as a major access route to a public facility and being located in an area where undergrounding would enhance safety and community aesthetics. During coordination meetings in spring 2024, SCE advised that due to recent and significant increases in undergrounding costs, the city's available Rule 28 credits are no longer sufficient to fund the Park Row project. In fact, the costs increases are so substantial that it's unlikely the current credits would fully fund any project that meets the project's minimum length requirements. After multiple rounds of coordination, SE presented a new option that was previously unavailable, allowing cities to fund the gap between their credits and actual project costs. SCE has still finalized the details of this funding approach. In the meantime, It is critical that the city take the formal steps such as establishing this undergrounding district to keep our credits active and preserve project eligibility. Here are the next steps for moving this effort forward. First, city staff will provide Southern California Edison with a signed undergrounding resolution, which is necessary to keep our existing Rule 28 credits active. This step ensures we remain eligible while SCE finalizes their updated procedures. Next, SCE will prepare and deliver a preliminary cost estimate for the Park Road project, along with details on how the city can participate financially to close the funding gap. Once we receive that information, staff will return to council with a recommended funding approach and a formal agreement with SCE for council's consideration and potential approval. As far as council's strategic goals are concerned, the recommendations in the staff report support the strategic priority of infrastructure and the focus area of continued to maintain and improve the conditions of roads, water, storm drains, parks, municipal facilities, and Main Street moves infrastructure. And staff recommends that council adopt a resolution to establish an underground utility district along Park Row Avenue, west of Olive Street. This step will maintain our eligibility under Rule 20A and allow us to move forward with the implementation once SE finalizes their updated funding procedures. The project qualifies as categorically exempt under CEQA as it involves the replacement of existing utility systems with no capacity increase. We also recommend directing city clerk to notify all affected property owners in accordance with Rule 28 procedures. That concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it, staff. I wanted to see if we can go to public comment and then come back to council, if that's okay? Okay, so Mr. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. No public comment received on item 13.
Okay, well, I guess we're back now. Councilmember Mangonay, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Two questions. I just want to know the amount of what was the amount of that credit? And then also, do we have an idea of what that funding gap is currently? Like a ballpark, is it double or?
Yes, Councilmember Mangonay, thank you for the question. Our current Rule 28 funds are roughly about $1 million, just a little over $1 million. And although SCE's been working to prepare what they call a rough order of magnitude, which is basically a preliminary estimate, they failed to do that up until after hours on Friday. So we're still reviewing their preliminary estimate. Our estimate is slightly over $2 million. Is just, again, very preliminary with some contingencies.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McReynolds, followed by Deputy Mayor Walter.
Yeah, what is the minimum length? You mentioned, it's in the staff report, it says it needs to be a minimum length, and you mentioned it again. What is the?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember McReynolds. The minimum project length is 600 feet for use of Rule 28 funds.
Okay. So when we were discussing this item initially, we looked at a couple other projects, potentially in front of where McConnell's is, the Mission Bell. It's missing the sidewalk. It's missing, could we, when you're doing this, would it be possible to come back with a project that is at the $1 million level as opposed to, I think we all wanted to see this one move forward, but if it's, the matter of we have the $1 million, it's never going to be cheaper to use the $1 million than it is today. So could we come back with a different project under the $1 million, like the Mission Bell project?
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. Right after our March 2024 council item, we spoke immediately with SCE, and when they told us the Park Row wouldn't work, we worked with them over the course of 2024 to look at different projects. Without knowing exactly their preliminary estimate, we had meetings with them to discuss, such as in front of McConnell's. There are some challenges with these locations. There's, such as I believe in McConnell's, there's transformers. It's not a simple undergrounding of lines. There are other items associated with that section that would significantly increase the cost of that project more than what the Park Row was looking at.
So then moving to another, is there a $1 million project that could be identified? Maybe it's not the mission, belt. I would like to see that one, but is there a different one?
Without directly telling us, they told us for SCE, Southern California Edison, did tell us that our funding that we had currently, the $1 million, was likely not sufficient to meet the 600 foot minimum length in project undergrounding.
What would be the cost of a 600 foot? Are we, you're talking about for the Park Row project, it's $2 million, so we'd have to come up with another $1 million. Is it 100,000 for a 600?
I'm sorry, we have to investigate what SCE is providing us right now to come up with a clear answer right now. It'd be,
I guess where I'm looking at is I want to reserve the $1 million, right? We don't want to lose that. But when this comes back, if there's an opportunity for another project, maybe it's not Park Row, maybe it's not Mission Bell, but it's,
Unfortunately, this resolution locks us into this location.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to my colleagues for some great questions. You helped clarify a few things for me. A question, though, is, if we choose not to do this location because of the significant increased costs that would have to come out of the general fund, what would be our alternatives to preserve that $1 million? I wouldn't want that $1 million to be lost, put it that way.
Correct. Thank you for the question. Currently, because the funding deadline, or the deadline to keep us active is June 8th, this is the only alternative at the moment. There was a period of time we assumed that based off what Edison was giving us, we wouldn't be able to use them.
Okay. Because since Rural 20 money is going away, this is the last of it. We see nothing in the foreseeable future to reestablish a way to underground power lines at a time that seems even most dire to do so due to fire risk. It seems surreal to me that that's not part of the psyche to replace that with something even better. But with that said, could this money be spent towards overseeing or managing the different parts of our community who want to do assessment districts to underground their lines?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Halter. Rule 20A can only be used for a project that has an active resolution. So the Rule 20 money is not planning money, so it can't be used for studies other than directly related to the light or the undergrounding district that's created.
I needed to ask that because there's numerous parts of our community who wants to underground their utilities and are willing to participate in that cost. What happens, is this an open checkbook if we move forward that we don't quite know what the cost will be, and will we be able to lock in a price with Edison? Because as I know, wire, conduit, all the things electric are exactly what the tariffs seem to be sticking or addressing still. So the prices are likely to significantly increase?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm sorry, could you please repeat?
Yeah, the main thing is, if we move forward with this and we have an estimate of costs, will it lock us into those costs, or is it going to be an open checkbook? Every time a new tariff is enacted, it goes up 30% more. We either lose the money or fork up the other 30% or whatever it may be.
Thanks for clarifying that. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
This does not lock us into any funding commitment at this time. Okay. All this does is the sole purpose of this resolution right now that we're bringing is to keep us active so we don't lose the credits. Other cities are just letting this go, or they're giving their credits to their respective county. What we will do is Edison will provide us with more details on exactly how this funding gap procedure works, which we are, according to our Edison rep, we're the first city to be doing this. At that point, we will be bringing this item back to council with a funding commitment. At that point, we can depending on how it goes, this doesn't set us up for the commitment at this moment.
Okay. And then finally, there's just been some actions, obviously, between the fires, the shutdowns, and what circuit goes down and how many homes go down and how long they go down. There's been a lot of anxiety and concern with what Edison is doing. And then it's coupled with, as they're striving hard, I'm sure, to help protect our city and do what they can to fireproof their lines. One of the things that is glaringly obvious by the hillside communities is the white guard they put on all their wires that now looks like a web of wires crisscrossing our city where you never noticed them before, or they were so muted that you really didn't. So I halfway wonder if that million could be spent on spray paint to paint those a different color so that it does not look like it's a web of wires crisscrossing our city. I think that was when a government the size of Edison takes action like that without regard to what the public may think, it seems like a lot of disrespect for our community. And I'm erring on the side of not sharing how far I could trust Edison. So I just have to say that doesn't mean I'm not going to vote for this. I'm concerned with what the future may hold as we move forward with more decisions coming from Edison.
Okay, thank you for that. Seeing no other comments or questions, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. And we do have council deliberations. If there are new questions, I would have to reopen the public hearing. So for deliberations, Councilmember McReynolds?
I was just going to make a motion to, per staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call the vote on the motion. Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mangonet?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. We'll go ahead and move on to our formal item, the tenant protection measures and recommendations continued from April 8th for council deliberations only. And while we don't have a staff presentation, Mr. City Clerk, did you want to set up the conversation?
May I, Mayor? Thank you. And Mayor and Council, for the sake of this presentation, as a reminder, this item was brought to the Council on April 8th, 2025, when City staff presented the Council with a summary of the tenant and property owner workshops, of which 64 people attended, 3 workshops in person and 2 virtual workshops. These workshops included an overview of applicable federal and state laws, current conditions of the rental housing market, tenant protection options with 8 different options, including anti-harassment, legal services, displacement and evictions, property owner resources, rental registry, rent stabilization, security deposits, and right to purchase. With each of the tenant protection options, staff provided City Council with information on community feedback, the recommendations from the Planning Commission and the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee, the steps to implement the recommendations from the 2 hearing bodies, and the potential costs associated with implementing the option. For this item, we had 44 in-person speakers and 5 virtual speakers for a total of 49 speakers. The representation of the speakers were 31 property owners, real estate agents, and 18 tenants. Out of the 49 public comments, 31 speakers were against tenant protection enhancements, while 18 speakers were in support of tenant protections. There were several themes shared throughout the public comments, which included displacement and evictions, education and enforcement of current laws, exorbitant rent increases without repairs and upgrades, fear of retaliation from property owners, increase in relocation assistance, lack of affordable housing in the community, local tenant protections now, mom and pop property owners who will lose their investments and or be forced to sell their properties should more tenant protections be voted for, and then no more governmental interference in rental and landlord related issues. There was also conversation about rental registry and the information that could be exploited from that data and used to make good governing decisions. At the conclusion of the item, which was rather lengthy with a public comment, the council unanimously voted to continue this item to this evening's agenda for council deliberations.
Great, thank you for that. And while there's no formal presentation, I see staff here, and I'm sure that they will be here available to answer any questions or clarifications, or make clarifications. And then again, just kind of want to remind that we have 8 identified platforms issues that staff gave us in the staff report. And I think if we could tackle them one by one, I think would make hopefully the best sense for all of us. And then further, just to remind the audience and each other that tonight is not about approving or writing in stone that we are going to do X, Y, or Z, but rather giving staff direction as to where we'd like them to go further in a deeper dive. And so with that, just want to go ahead and open it up for anyone who'd like to start the conversation with the anti-harassment ordinance, which is the first one on there. Councilmember McReynolds.
I actually have some generic questions from the staff report before we get to if that would be all right to ask first. I don't want to jump ahead. No. Okay, can you explain, again, just for my own edification, does the Coastal Commission have any say in this?
No. So the Coastal Commission really only has any say as it relates to our local coastal program land use plan and implementation plan. So if we were to make changes to our zoning regulations, we would then get their input and approval. On first glance, none of these are likely to result in actual changes to the zoning regulations, and they would be requirements outside of that.
Okay, just, again, these are just general questions. So in the staff report, it says there's 41,246 dwelling units in the city of Ventura, of which 18,938 are rental units. What is the breakup of those, let's call it 19,000 units, between corporations and what we're deeming mom and pops? And then could you define mom and pop?
Okay, so essentially for the estimated 19,000 rental units that we have in the community, there is not a definitive split because some property owners, even if they're single individuals or couples, they list their properties on LLCs or LPs or corporations. Whereas it's very hard to track whether or not they're considered a corporate housing provider versus a mom and pop housing provider. In terms of mom and pop, it depends on jurisdictions, but typically it involves property owners that own 2 or less or 4 or less rental units in one market.
Thank you. Wait, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The mom and pop again is?
So it's dependent on how a jurisdiction will define it, but typically it's either a property owner who owns 2 or less or 4 or less in one rental housing market.
How do we define it?
So we don't have a definitive definition, so either or can be classified as mom and pop.
Okay, in the staff report, it says there are 6,005 households that are living in severe substandard conditions in the city. Substandard conditions include failure to address infestations of rodents or vermin, to provide adequate heating or hot water, fire hazards, unsafe electrical wiring, and widespread mold issues. Why does that exist today in our city? Like, why isn't code enforcement dealing with this today?
They are dealing with it today, but ultimately the community survey finds more people living in these conditions than we're getting reports for. So when we do get reports for these types of issues, we immediately go out through our code enforcement to address it. Unfortunately, there are people who don't feel comfortable calling us to complain.
And then my last question is under the categories other jurisdictions in Ventura County. And then it's talking about Ojai and Oxnard
and how they can waive out of the just cause tenant protections. And there's either through the community development director in Ojai or the city manager in Oxnard. So how many properties have done that in Ojai and Oxnard?
So yes, we have inquired about that information, and both jurisdictions have indicated that is rarely actually utilized, especially for the city of Ojai. But they do make it available to anyone who can go ahead and show. There is a level of burden of proof that they have to submit with supporting documentation to show in order to qualify and submit an application for a fair market return on investment.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Councilmember Schumacher, followed by Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I also have a few questions too. Before I get to my questions, I want to just say thank you for being here and helping us with these questions. And I also want to make sure, I want to echo what the city manager said and also what the mayor said, that we're here to, one more time, as council, have the opportunity to instruct our staff to further evaluate and pursue the feasibility of any of these 8 choices for tenant protections. Because I think generally we all kind of agree. We all want to solve homelessness. And it's one of our strategic priorities, and during elections, we voice homelessness as one of our top priorities, if not the top priority. Regionally, we hear our county supervisors, our city council members, to the school board, that we are all looking for options to relieve the burdens of homelessness and resolve this issue. This is a national crisis, and we have to be creative. So I even get emails from high school students from VUSD asking me about how us as city council members are going to resolve homelessness. And a big part of solving homelessness is preventing it, and that tenant protections can play a significant role to prevent homelessness. Despite any potential misinformation that you have heard or read, it does not cost us anything to evaluate or explore all the possibilities that will prevent homelessness in our city. And then you're going to say, well, what about the property owners? Of course, we're going to be creative tonight, that we can do a win-win-win situation, so we can leave those fear tactics and misinformation in your emails. Let's work together so we can actually create some solutions for both parties. So my questions for the staff, are there jurisdictions of anti-harassment ordinances for property owners that you can provide an example of?
At this time, there aren't any other jurisdictions that have it specifically for property owners. The anti-harassment ordinances that are in place are just kind of general harassment back and forth, so those are usually by the standard law as well.
Can you provide me an example of any type of what would be included in the anti-harassment ordinance to protect our property owners from abusive tenants?
Again, this would be something that kind of is just state law, so it would be, ensuring that there isn't any type of harassment, which this one's kind of hard to define when you're looking at property owners, because it could be a tenant doing excessive damage to the property or not paying rent, but then that could also be lease violation. So when we're looking at anti-harassment in relation to property owners themselves, there are a lot of laws that already cover that, because those are all under the lease already as well.
Great. So I'm generally going to be, I'm supportive of this, because I think anti-harassment or harassment period just doesn't belong in our city. And for the property owners, I think it's important for us to define what is and isn't harassment. That way, the property owners have a clear understanding of both parties, that will help landlords to be protected from any tenants that may falsely accuse them. For example, if a landlord issues a non-payment of rent, that alone won't be considered harassment as long as it's done properly. Anti-harassment alongside just cause evictions, like AB 1482, it would encourage landlords to document the records of communication, follow legal steps to show effort, and also provides a clear and fair system to remove bad tenants for legitimate reasons. So that's a benefit for the property owners. And I think this is also going to be a benefit, obviously, for the tenants. They can be protected from landlords that attempt to coerce them to move out by offering them payment, engage in activity prohibited by the federal, state, or local anti-discrimination housing laws, failure to make timely repairs, refuse to accept rental payments, and taking away housing services provided in the lease or rental agreement. And as always, we want to encourage our tenants to work with our landlords and property owners and vice versa, because it's all about creating community, I think. This he said, she said, they said situation is becoming really cumbersome, and we really need to define what is harassment and help protect both parties.
Thank you, Councilmember Schumacher. Before going to Councilmember Campos, Mr. City Attorney, I've been asked to please remind about the new sign ordinance that we have.
Sure, Mayor. The council amended its protocols a few weeks ago, and signs can be brought into the council chambers if they can be held by one person, but not by more than one person. So those who are holding a sign that's held by more than one person could be asked to remove the sign from the meeting room.
Yeah, so if one person can hold your sign back there, otherwise I'd have to ask you to bring the sign down. Thank you. I know, thank you, that works. Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I would follow Councilmember Schumacher with is that regarding harassment by landlords, during COVID, there was a moratorium on evictions. And about a year and a half into that moratorium, the state attorney general issued an order barring what he called self-help eviction by landlord. And he defined that as a landlord harassing tenants so notoriously that they couldn't take it anymore and left without the landlord paying the cost of an attorney or evicting them. I would hope if we're talking about harassment, we can look at and review that Attorney General order. And then my question, and if you'll bear with me explaining it, on Friday evening, I got a phone call from a family who a couple of years ago came to this body with a group who were being removed or moved out of their home for major renovations that I'm not sure ever really occurred, but they all had to move. And this family was lucky to find a unit a couple blocks away. It's on a property where the landlord owns 3 rental units. He lives in 1, 2 others are rentals. He, every 6 months, raised their rent by between 6 and 7%, so that their rent that started at $2,200 is now beyond their ability to pay. And they're going to have to move out because they just can't pay their rent anymore. Is there anything currently in place in the city of Ventura that will help people in that kind of situation?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Campos. So essentially, right now, they're protected under Assembly Bill 1482, which is known as the Tenant Protections Act. By the owner having 3 rental units on a lot, being owner occupied in 1, they're still subject to AB 1482. So technically, they're not supposed to be issuing rent increases every 6 months. They're only allowed to increase the rent once per 12 months. And then also, if they do want to terminate the tenancy of the tenant, they will have to go ahead and serve them with proper notification in order to do so.
So when the tenants balked at the most recent request for another increase, the landlord provided them a new copy of their lease that they had not yet signed, including his exemption from 1482. Is that incorrect, his claim for exemption from 1482?
It depends actually on when the actual property was built. But we're more than happy to have a conversation with this family to walk them through their concerns and address them accordingly.
Okay, Thank you very much.
To add to that as well, that type of, eviction requirements and the types of evictions that are allowed, in this case for major renovations, is something we could also discuss under displacement and when and under what circumstances people are allowed to be evicted. So in many cities, you'll see that when a landlord is evicting people for those major renovations, that they're given the ability to move back in when they're complete, unless the unit is being occupied by a family member.
So that was kind of what began this trajectory to where we are today, was the major renovation. This is where they moved after. Just I didn't understand how the application of 1482 works or doesn't work for them. But I did encourage them to call you, but I asked them to wait until after tonight for you.
One of the challenging things as well is that the applicability of 1482 is self-reported by landlords and is either included or not in your lease often. And the ability for someone to check in and understand whether they really qualify or not is very challenging.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And while I appreciate the creativity happening back there, it is getting a bit distracting, and really, it's a new policy that we have. If you cannot hold the sign, one person cannot hold the sign, then I do have to ask you to please bring it down. There are plenty of other signs that people are holding, so I would appreciate that. I will now go to Councilmember Duran. You had some questions or comments?
Yeah, I do, and I'm hoping you guys can hear me okay. I'm having a little bit of trouble with my network, and so I'm not going to put my video on, if that's okay. Am I coming out okay, Claire?
We can hear you okay, yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Just a question in regards to how would anti-harassment policy protect landlords from false claims?
So that's something that we could look at when working on an anti-harassment ordinance that addresses both tenants and landlords. I think to the point made earlier is that we need to clearly define what harassment is, and that type of behavior could be included. The false claims is a little bit challenging because it starts to inhibit people's interest in filing any claims when the use of false claims could then be considered harassment. But we can absolutely look at ways to incorporate harassment from tenants to landlords. Again, this would be something new because most cities just utilize, standard harassment in terms of dealing with those types of issues and focus more on the harassment towards tenants to help them leave.
Yeah, it's my understanding that there's lawsuits that are happening across California. Landlords in Santa Monica and Los Angeles have sued over vague rules and inconsistent enforcement. So it's super important that we're very clear. Every new regulation increases exposure, especially when it extends beyond what state law already requires. But thank you for your answer. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, staff. First and foremost is I think most, if not all of us in this room, recognize the difficulty in simply living here. And in my lifetime, seeing the difficulty, life has gotten very, very tough for a lot of people. And it should never have gotten this way. And I've seen in my lifetime how we got here. And I realize that it's a multi-pronged problem. But quite frankly, a lot of the severity of the stories that we hear from different sides, all people involved, including property owners, including tenants, the severity of those stories is, in large part, perhaps a lot of those wouldn't even exist if we actually had a market that fully had enough housing for all of us to live here. That's a big problem. And that's just one part of the problem, but it is a big problem. There's times when people, whether the property owners that really value a tenant willing to take pride and be part of what they have pride in, their property that they're renting out, and the tenants do the same. And there's relationships there, especially the smaller the property owner, the more likely you know who your property owner is, So with all that said, it's all about getting people off the streets, keeping people housed, making it easier for people to live and prosper and be their best self and develop their unique talents. I mean, too much money and too much effort and too much time in somebody's limited lifespan is being put towards being able to afford to live here. And that's an extremely sad situation. We need to work on many, many different fronts. This is one of them. But I got to also say, I've got to look at the best path forward. I would agree, first and foremost, I don't approve of harassment in anything. I just don't believe that's a human trait that anybody should exhibit, regardless of what job they're in, what property they own, what economic level they aspire to, or what they're in. So with that said, I'm curious, what could we do that would reduce the chance of harassment in relationships between property owners and tenants that the state hasn't already done for us?
So as of right now, when it comes to harassment typically falls under fair housing protection. So that's meaning if you're protected at the federal or state level. So you're protected, both housing providers as well as tenants are protected from being discriminated against based on their membership in one of the many protected classes afforded to us in the states. As of right now, the state doesn't offer a specific anti-harassment that just involves harassment outside of discrimination. So that's the one thing that the state is currently lacking in that regard.
So now currently it's all about if there's a discriminated class, that's the only way that anti-harassment is actually addressed at this point.
That is correct, yes. So like, for example, if someone's being discriminated against based on their race or their familial status, you'll be protected. Outside of that, if you're just engaging in general harassment outside of discrimination, you will not have those same protections afforded to you.
Okay. And have you seen, I think it was with Councilmember Magone's comment or question, is there something out there that we can model that prevents harassment in either direction when it comes to the relationships between tenants and property owners?
It would be something that we would be creating that's different than what other communities have, because generally anti-harassment ordinances tend to be from landlord to tenant. So we could look at something, with your direction that protects both tenants and landlords.
Okay. Well, I agree with that comment. Appreciate your comment. I do hear stories and experience going the opposite direction as well. And so it does happen. It may be much more rare, okay? And I'm not quite sure how prevalent this is, but it's nice to have laws in place that encourage people to be their best and own up to their accountability and their respect in a relationship. I mean, I see that across the board. I wish we could spread that all the way up to our federal government. That'd be great.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you. So I'm very interested in this anti-harassment ordinance based on all of the stuff that community development has going on in terms of the general plan, the zoning update, the local coastal plan update, everything like that. So this can be done in 25 hours per the staff report on it. So we could literally have something by July 1st. Seems to be the potential here. 20 hours at the attorney's office, 25 hours at community development. So with that in mind, kind of going through the 5 bullet points here, as identified in the staff report, it says attempting to coerce a tenant to move out by offering payment. So I've heard it referred to as cash for keys. Why would that be a harassment?
So typically when it comes to that form of harassment, which is more prevalent in the city of Los Angeles due to the rent stabilization ordinance, typically people are in some instances when people have brought forth complaints, they have indicated that they have received offers that do not align with what's required under the rental stabilization ordinance. Because typically it depends on the amount of how long you've lived there, eligible versus qualified tenant. So basically, like, for example, one of the cases that was shared with us from the housing department was a family of 4 that was entitled to about $20,000 in rental relocation assistance was encountered with only $10,000. So they were saying basically, I'll stop the behavior I'm engaging with, and then you'll just go ahead, take the cash offer, we'll all just wash our hand with the situation. And the person brought that forward, and that's when the housing department did an investigation and found that they were eligible for over $20,000 in relocation assistance. So it depends on the actual tenant on whether or not they've deemed cash for keys beneficial or not beneficial.
I guess if we could not talk about Los Angeles or some of the, like, what are we proposing? What is staff proposing in terms of, it clearly states in the staff report, attempting to coerce a tenant to move out by offering payments. So are we proposing that that cannot be done?
So right now, we're not proposing anything specific. We're looking for direction from the council as to whether you want us to move forward and bring something back. So you can very generally say, we want you to come back with an anti-harassment ordinance, or if you want to be specific about the specific information that you want in such an ordinance, we can get more specific. Or alternatively, you could direct us to not do anything and keep status quo on each of these items. So at this point, we don't have a specific recommendation related to the anti-harassment ordinance.
Okay, well, I wanted to go through the 5 bullet points. And then, so you have engaged in activities prohibited by federal, state, and local anti-discrimination housing laws. So would we have a law to say that you have to follow the law? Is that the?
Yes, so we would adopt, those requirements as our own as well within the municipal code. And then it could expand on that as well.
We would adopt the federal law and the state law?
We would adopt them as our local regulations that we could then.
Aren't we already subject to those?
We're subject to those, but we could enforce them on a local level, that you're violating our local law and then subject to our local penalties versus, violating federal law. That we don't, we can send code enforcement out, but we can't fine you, for example, on a local level for violating federal law.
Okay. Failure to make timely repairs. So what is that? I mean, again, under the code enforcement, so would somebody call up community development and say, the housing services department, and say, my landlord's not making timely repairs?
Yes, so in our local regulation, we could get more specific about what timely means. For example, if we had a number of days, a complaint comes in and you have X number of days to fix, or even without that, I think what we see often is, I have a hole in my wall and it's been there for, it's often a long time. By the time people call us, it's been there 6 months, 9 months, and we engage with the property owner.
So how does that help the 6,005 residents that are living in severely dilapidated housing right now? You say that they wouldn't turn us in. They're not turning in their landlords.
Well, I mean, I think part of it too is in the education piece of educating people about what their rights are and how we can help them. So I think with additional resources, we can, let people know that we're here to help them as well. We do, but again, I think there's more that we can do to educate people on what their rights are as tenants, what landlords' responsibilities are to their tenants, and then how we can help them.
Okay, and then the last 2, I'm assuming you're talking about a lease, so refusing to accept rental payments. So you have a landlord, is the idea that the lease is converted to a month-to-month at this point, and they've stopped?
What we've heard of is people going to deliver a check to their landlord, and the landlord will not physically accept it, or they just won't cash it and say that they have not received it, and they treat it as though you have been delinquent in payment. It's a way for landlords to avoid collecting money and claim that their tenants are delinquent on payment.
Okay, and then my last one, or the last bullet point, is taking away housing services provided by lease or rental agreements. So again, that seems illegal already. Is that a breach of contract would be the term?
It is already, but the local ability to get involved is limited. And if that's something, for example, that we had a regulation that called that harassment and gave us the ability to address that, we would be able to address that directly. often people are coming in and saying, I have this amenity that's now taken away from me, or it's now costing X, Y, or Z. And through the Housing Rights Center, we're able to write a letter, but that's where our work thus far stops.
Okay, my time is up, so.
Thank you. I had a couple of just questions regarding the anti-harassment ordinance. It mentions in the staff report that the HRC is the one that partners with the city right now. If the HRC contract, let's say, is expanded or there's more funding towards the HRC, can then the HRC address this anti-harassment part?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so moving forward onto the next ones, is it helpful for staff to give thumbs up, consensus, so that we can, okay.
So I think, we've heard a few comments related to some direction. I would say if we get a thumbs up to proceed with coming back with an anti-harassment ordinance, comments that I heard defining what harassment is, protecting both tenants and landlords, bar self-help evictions by landlords, and looking at the Attorney General's order post-COVID, needing to be very clear on definitions, and looking at evictions for major renovations and having the first right of refusal.
Okay. I'm sorry? You have more? Sure. And yeah, okay, why don't you go ahead with your questions, Councilmember McReynolds?
I just want to get back on the timing. So in the April 8th, it says that it would take 20 hours of city attorney time and 25 hours of community development staff time. Is that still an accurate reflection based on what you just stated?
Yeah, I think if you're providing us with direction to come back on this item, that's about how much time it would take. I think part of it is that there are a number of other items as well. And so I know you're looking at when we can return, and certainly the work can be done fairly quickly. It's getting ourselves noticed and agendized that will also take some time.
Okay, and then could you let me know what the Planning Commission and the Homeless and Housing Committees, again, just on anti-harassment ordinance?
Yes, thank you for the question. So both the Planning Commission and Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee recommended that the city establish a new local anti-harassment ordinance. That was their recommendation to City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Halter.
I just want to reiterate that what I'll be looking for when it comes back is making sure that we're already taking advantage of laws that are already in place, okay, and how we go about taking advantage of those, and making sure that we eliminate harassment from both sides of the tenant-property owner relationship.
And I had a clarification in regards to the HRC again. Do we first need to define an anti-harassment before the HRC can take, because what I would like to see, not necessarily come back with a anti-harassment ordinance, but I want to see how that can be implemented into the HRC. So that way we're not asking staff to recreate something that the HRC can do if we were to expand their responsibilities.
Yeah, really any of the, potential regulations that you direct us to come up with tonight, as they come online, that would be part of whoever our partner is to provide legal services would also help us to enforce those rules. So what we can do, should we come back with that item, is explain how it fits into our existing contract and how it could fit into future contracts as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Campos?
Actually, I'm not sure that the whole conversation with Councilmember McReynolds was about harassment. And I was hearing a question about why tenants don't always come forward, or why there's a problem of 6,000 tenants. And I know when tenants come to me, their first complaint is there's no time. The landlords wants them out. They're being harassed sometimes. And we have some experts in the room who talk to many tenants. If one of them can come up and respond to that, I think it may help us with the whole craft of the ordinance. Just one.
Mr. City Attorney, she's asking for someone to come and give input. Is that?
I think if the mayor, the council had someone that they'd like to solicit, that would be fine. This wouldn't be a chance for open public comment, but if it would inform the council's discussions. Also, this isn't a public hearing, so if it would inform the council's discussions and they'd like to call somebody up for colloquy, that would be fine.
He is who I call when I can't get Leona on the phone. Or Ms. Rollins, I'm sorry.
Go ahead and call.
Ryan? If you could just explain the tenant's viewpoint in the stressful situations that happen.
Yeah, I think the question was presented by Bill McReynolds about how does harassment occur in a cash for keys interaction. It happens basically, is that not the question you were asking? So you were saying, why don't they come forward? Right. So we come into contact with a fraction of that number as well through our tenant advocacy work. We try to cast a wide net so that they approach us, but we also go knock door to door. I imagine that you all here do something similar in your own arena. It's very hard to capture that many tenants that have a problem. And tenants, they don't reach out until it's a matter of urgency most of the time. So when they're reaching out, they don't have the time to learn about all of the avenues that are in place. But I will tell you, every single door that we knock in Ventura County has an urgent tenant matter, and they have, within a matter of months, weeks, or days, been harassed by their landlord. And so what we're proposing to provide an expanded net for your guys' resources is so that we can capture more of those tenants. We're not going to capture all 6,000 of them. But what we can do is save some eviction of some tenants, and I promise nothing that gets passed here tonight is going to put any landlords out on the street, but failing to pass it may put tenants out on the street. And so if we can expand your guys' utilities, we may be able to help some landlords, or some tenants, and that's the objective.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, and just for clarification, we're not passing anything tonight. We're just asking staff for further deeper dive on issues that we identified we want them to do. So just for clarification. Were you finished with your questions, Councilmember? Were you finished with your question? Or do you
Yes.
have more? Okay, thank you. Because I have you on my queue. Councilmember McReynolds, go ahead.
And so my follow-up question is to staff's comment on that, because again, I don't understand. We have 6,000 folks that are living in Sevier, and how this harassment is encouraging them to come forward. It seemed like your solution, the proposing, was through more education on it of the landlords. Is that correct?
Education is just one component, but it would be education of our local anti-harassment regulations. So we can educate people on what federal and state law says, if you're in a protected class, that there are regulations to stop this type of harassment. But if we had a local ordinance, we would then utilize our educational avenues like our workshops and frankly our partners who do door knocks to let people know that these are the rules and that we're available to help them.
So then I guess, could I ask like one of the education groups out there that's educating owners, like how they would envision that going? Is that, so I think, Rob, I think you're here. So how would you envision education working, if you don't mind coming up to the podium?
I have a really bad knee, so my apologies.
And I apologize, I don't know you. I don't know you, so if you could provide why you're qualified to answer this question, that would be.
So I am Janet Sprisler. I am the broker owner of Rent 805. When Oxnard was putting through their rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinances. I had the seat at the table for the property management side of that, along with 3 others.
Okay. So how do you envision education working?
So, first of all, we all know that there's just not enough education when it comes to this. I've written booklets. I'm working with CAR, the California Association of Realtors, to come up with the best ways of training and teaching as many people as possible, especially when, as a housing provider that looks over a lot of units, we find that the more in touch you are with your tenant, the more willing that they are to tell you, because there is not a first of the month that we do not have a roll of work orders that needs to be done. And we actually put it in our leases saying, if you see mold, if you have a water leak, you need to tell us immediately. Because when code enforcement is involved, they give you 30 days. They are very specific on how fast you need to turn that around. And if not, they become a backpack on your back. Like, they hound you in order to make sure that those things get done. So tenants they automatically just need to contact code enforcement. They do a great job. I haven't had any problems with them. When they've told us something to fix something, we've fixed it. But mainly, they don't find out about that regulation, or they don't get that call in code enforcement until something has happened against the tenant that they don't like, whether it's a rent increase or.
I want to.
Okay.
You answered my education question. And
Okay.
That was where I wanted to.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Focus in on. Okay. On it. And I just want to make a clarification. I really do believe there are bad apples. That are people that are taking advantage of people, So I think there are people that are doing the education that are, they're not aware, that the education would help them. I guess my concern is I want to make sure that we're actually helping those 6,005 folks. And I don't know that I see that here yet. So that's where I'm.
Thank you. Before I go on to Councilmember Mangone, I just want to check in with Councilmember Duran. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm okay right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just want to kind of make maybe more of a broad statement. I think the reoccurring theme, with all of these components is that the educational and outreach and enforcement of the current laws is critical for every one of these components. We've already heard it with this. And I think that's where the tough part comes for staff, is how you incorporate that with each one of these elements. Because it almost seems like we can't accomplish some of these without multiple components of the tenant protections, right? Like, not one of these is a standalone element. So I think that's probably going to be the theme of the night, is kind of saying the same thing over and over again. And I think that's one thing that we would all agree on, and we've all already agreed on, I think, is the educational outreach and the enforcement. I think however you can incorporate that into each one of these components is going to be important.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Mayor. So during my election, I revealed that I was homeless for 4 years, and I appreciate the surprise that people are living in substandard conditions. I mean, some people may present as totally capable and still living in substandard situations. And oftentimes, it is the education that they need to have. It's often that they don't have the understanding that when they actually go up and ask for help, they are told that, oh, well, you're not in a protected class and you don't get a chance to be able to get served. So while I understand the confusion and not difficulty, I think it's just really, it's hard to comprehend when people get homeless and the situations that you get yourself into that. And it wasn't anything that we did, it was the circumstances of life. And so I just want to make sure that this is happening. The reality is that there are people living in substandard situations. Here is an opportunity to provide for us to be able to really define. And this is really just us asking staff, hey, evaluate this for us. what is feasible for us in this city that we can be able to protect both our tenants and also our property owners. This is not us defining and looking at every single bullet so that way we can go into it. That's not the time right now. The time is just looking at how do we, again, I'm going to say this, how do we prevent homelessness? Because it's just so difficult for us to just go back to our communities and say, hey, I tried. But there are just these opportunities that we came up here to make sure that we actually look at every option, every angle for us to be able to get there. So for me, I think I would just like to say that I don't know what we need to do or say, but I would be very comfortable in asking staff to evaluate and provide counsel with an anti-harassment ordinance that protects our property owners and our tenants against harassment and retaliatory behavior.
Thank you for that. And I guess with that, do we have consensus on having staff do that? Oh, Mr. City Clerk, we'll have to do a roll call.
If there's no motion on the floor, no, I think at this point staff is looking for feedback, so no need for a formal motion unless council would like to make a formal motion.
Okay. So no formal motion, just to have staff look a little deeper into an anti-harassment ordinance.
Can we do an informal thumbs up at a minimum to make sure we have a majority for each item?
Councilmember McReynolds?
I'm in favor of this, so I'm a thumbs up. But it also seems like this is some of the low-hanging fruit that we could really, I mean, I understand what you were saying in terms of it's a broader thing, but this seems like something we could do sooner than later, as opposed to time. I don't want to bundle it into one giant thing.
So that's actually very helpful because typically we would come back with one giant bundle, but you can, as we go through, prioritize which ones you want to see first, and we can take them individually so that you do see faster results.
Okay. And so I think you had consensus for majority.
Thank you. And then right now it's our number one priority. So as we go through, let's adjust, what becomes that number
Priority
one
list.
priority.
Okay. Moving on to the legal services assistance portion of the staff report. Anyone want to start off that conversation? For me, this one again can fall under HRC expanding services. That's where I'm at with this one. Councilmember Schumacher?
Start. Why not? All right. I have a few questions just so that way we can put it on the record. Yeah. How many people have we already served with HRC?
Since our updated contract in September 2024 to February 2025, there have been 95 calls for service. 19 of those were solved directly by HRC. 34 were referred to a legal or private attorney, since we don't currently have that legal counsel within our current contract with HRC. And then the rest of the inquiries were all kind of general phone calls able to be completed then.
Great. How many are we actually contracted for?
On the terms of our current contract, require that they serve a minimum of 150 individuals or
150?
households.
And how long is our contract?
Our current contract is scheduled to expire on August 31st of 2025.
So we're nearing our limit, yeah? I know that I just wanted to be clear that you have explored other organizations around the region, like the Legal Aid Foundation.
Yes, that is correct. We have made contact with the Legal Aid Foundation of Santa Barbara County. We have also spoken to California Rural Legal Assistance, or called CERLA. So we have spoken to a number of organizations regarding this matter.
What's the reaction? What's the reception?
That each of the organizations we spoke to were very open to partnering with us in the future regarding this initiative.
So we don't necessarily need to expand this with HRC. Are you saying that we can do it with through an RFP process and asking other people to bid for this?
Yes, given the fact that our Housing Rights Center contract does expire at the end of August, we were going to be issuing an RFP. So if we were to issue an RFP for legal services, we could do that as well.
So the options now are we can do status quo, continue to do mediation, some counseling, referrals. So what's the difference between option A and option B and option C?
Yes. So essentially for option A is basically getting direction from City Council to go out with a request for qualifications or request for proposals, where we will send out that request initially to a number of legal aid organizations and various providers throughout the region. Option B is essentially taking our current contract, which as of right now only provides general housing counseling, fair housing discrimination complaints, as well as mediation services and referrals, and expanding upon that to also provide a limited scope of legal services. And then option C is basically keep everything as status quo.
So we went from option A, which is the big, a lot of services, and then option B, which is just kind of, a little shorter than that, and then option C is what we have now.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so I think, again, I'm supportive of this because I think we've received emails from the Realtors Association, and even they admit that they want to allow this so that way we can enforce AB 1482 and SB 567. So just as long as, I think the important part of this is the education piece that Councilmember McReynolds and also Mangonet had talked about. The case management and the outreach is this absolutely necessary, right? Because it's important for the property owners as well as the tenants to know what is AB 1482, what is SB 567, and have them understand what their rights are. And so I think for the most part, even the planning commissioners are supportive of this, so I think that we should also move this forward as well.
Thank you, Councilmember McReynolds, followed by Councilmember Campos.
Okay, so this is the one that is my number one priority, that I would like to see expanded immediately on it. So looking at option A in the staff report, it says, if an RFQ were issued, staff does not expect to receive any responsive bids based on the outreach conducted to local legal aid organizations in preparation for this agenda item. So I see option A as a waste of time, and your own report says we're not going to get any RFQs on it. So I would like to see the HRC contract expanded today in the budget before it's adopted on June 30th, so that on August, when this, we expand our services immediately with HRC on it. And we do the full SB 567, on it. And I think we're in a unique moment. It's towards the end of May, it's the 27th today. So I think we could get this in place and adopted before the June 30th budget. So that's kind of where I am on this. Let's move it forward. Let's get this done today. I mean, the Bar Association's charging $35 for the intake. I mean, I don't see how we're helping people by referring them to an organization. And nothing against the Bar Association, but can't solve your problem. Go pay $35 and maybe they can. So I think we have a real opportunity with the HRC contract today. And that's kind of where I'm leaning.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Campos, followed by Councilmember Mangonet.
Thank you, Mayor. I applaud the words of Councilmember McReynolds just now. My comment included the fact that in my own life experience before coming to council, I was referred repeatedly to rural legal aid by people at the county and all over the place when I was suffering a landlord self-help eviction. And they always would take my initial phone call and say, we have a waiting list of 30 days, we'll call you back. And in 30 days, they weren't able to call me back except leave a message and say, we haven't reached you on our waiting list yet. And so I would certainly not trust, even at this time, that agency, because I've heard they've gotten busier. My experience with HRC has been very good. I do recognize that our contract is very minimal right now. When you're talking, the contract is for 150 at least, and then we have 6,000 unknown, really bad situations. So I would concur with Councilmember McReynolds. While we're doing this budget, it is time to just work on expanding that.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with my colleagues. I think option B, we all know our current contract is inadequate. And I agree, with Councilmember McReynolds, this certainly would be a priority. And this would probably remain a priority for me, regardless of what we discuss moving forward tonight. This would probably most likely remain my priority.
Thank you. Likewise, I concur with option B in expanding the HRC services and making this a priority. And so I think with that, we pretty much have consensus. He's fine. Yeah.
So just to clarify, you'd go with option B to expand the HRC contract that would also include not only our existing mediation services and information, but would also expand to council representation and a local HRC representative in the city?
Yes.
And then is there any specific thought on capping this at certain income level to make sure that we're helping the most needy first?
Is that something that you can come back with in terms of what others have done or where the limit is?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so this is now
Yes.
with the anti-harassment being priority number 2.
Correct.
Can we,
Councilmember McReynolds?
yeah, can we talk about the income level? So is it the income level, is it the HUD or the HCD income level that we would use?
It would be based on Department of Housing and Urban Development, their income limits.
The HUD?
The HUD ones, yes.
Okay. What are the HUD limits?
Oh, we can pull those up really quickly.
Because I wrote down the HCD limits, so.
So sorry, I only have 2024 and they have gone up each about 5,000. So just to get an idea, in 2024, 80% AMI is considered low income, and for a one-person household, that would be $78,800, and they have all increased by about $5,000. And very low income at 50% income for a one-person household, or we'll do two-person household, is $56,300. But we can update those numbers. HUD did just recently release those updated numbers a few weeks ago. We're working on making a pretty little chart, but we can send those out as well.
And we can also work on establishing the percentage of our population that falls within those categories as well to help understand.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you could include specifically Ventura numbers so that we see who would be getting helped and who's not. Thank you. Did you have more questions, Councilmember?
No, I'm struggling with the income limits. I don't know if we should have the income limits is kind of where I am. So I think we'll bring it forward, but
Okay.
it's an expensive place to live.
Yeah, no,
So-
I see that. But I think if it is included with whatever information staff brings back, it'll help us make a better decision, hopefully. Councilmember Campos, did you have additional?
Yes, regarding the income limits, I would think that what we have to look at most closely is those most at risk of homelessness. And so you would want to look at the extremely low income level, which is what qualifies for HUD housing, and then move up from there to the percentage that's appropriate according to what our rental, I know we say what our average price is, but what a lot of us are seeing on the market far exceeds that. So I would hope you'd be able to identify that for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further input, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, and that is the property owner resources on the staff report. I'm sorry? Did I skip? My apologies. Yes, displacement and eviction regulations. Let's move on to that one. Did you? Anyone want to start the conversation, or is this something that we want staff to? Councilmember McReynolds?
If you could tell me what the law is today regarding this.
So the law that we currently have on record at the state level is a combination of AB 1482 and SB 567. So for example, there is a list of just cause and cause-related reasons in terms of where a tenant can be asked to vacate the property. And then there is, as of right now, for example, if you are terminated for no fault of your own, if that falls under a just cause reason, you are entitled to a written 60-day notice to vacate the property, as well as 1 month of relocation assistance.
Thank you for that.
So what is the proposal here? Is it that the council would consider 2 months relocation?
We did receive two different recommendations from both the Planning Commission and the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee. The Planning Commission recommended relocation assistance in the form of 2 months' rent for all no-fault evictions and just cause eviction ordinance to apply to all units. So this includes single-family homes and condos, because again, those state laws do have limitations against condos and single-family homes. The Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee recommendation was the same as the Planning Commission. However, the subcommittee wants an exception for mom-and-pop property owners when looking at that relocation assistance. So I think coming forward today is kind of just, again, getting guidance and next steps for this item.
So let me start with the mom and pop. So you said we don't have a definition.
We do not currently have a definition for the city. If that is something that we would like to define here tonight, we can do that, and then the staff can go back and kind of, draft anything that you want us to draft with that in mind. Or if we would like to kind of look at what other jurisdictions define as mom and pop, and we bring that back at a later time, we can do that as well.
Well, I think I would like to see what other jurisdictions define it as. Apologize for my ignorance. And look at the city attorney. Is mom and pop a legal term? Okay. I didn't think it was, but I just, we seem to use it so much. I just wanted to make sure there was some definition I didn't understand. Okay. So this is probably where I'm in disagreement with the recommendation beyond expanding beyond AB 1482. I mean, I believe we are making housing more expensive by doing this, if we do the 2 months on it, because it will get built into the rent rate on it. I mean, and that's what any property owner is going to do, is they're going to build this into their rental rate, and we're ultimately making housing more expensive, because I don't believe it's going to be the landlord that's paying. So that's just kind of where I am on this. So, I'm pretty much status quo on 1482. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councilmember McReynolds, I'm in total agreement with you in regards to your comments. Thank you for sharing that. A question for staff. What evidence do we have that expanding local relocation assistance actually prevents displacement long term?
We don't have any specific data except to say that providing people with, 2 months rent allows them the ability to put down a deposit and pay their first month's rent. So anecdotally, any additional resources provided to someone when they're being evicted allows them to find a new unit, particularly when they have to wait for their refund of their deposit, if any.
So, well, short-term relief is totally important. I get that. But it's not a long-term solution, because if property owners feel cornered by regulations, they may choose to leave the rental market entirely, and then that's going to reduce housing supply and increase costs for everyone. This policy could unintentionally accelerate the very displacement we're trying to prevent. So thank you for answering the question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos, followed by Deputy Mayor Halter.
I believe that 2 months' rent is a very small amount for when a person is having to scramble and look for another property and continue their full-time job and deal with packing and moving. I don't know where it would fit, except possibly in this spot, that I believe we need somehow to create a process whereby a person could get their credit check completed and then have it on file somewhere like in the rental registry at the city and just have certified copies of it to give to the landlords so that they are not paying $70 with every rental application. Some landlords now are charging $100, but most average around $70. And I don't know if this can be inserted there, but I think it needs to be part of this process, because that's part of what makes people homeless, is that all of their saved up deposit and first month rent is eaten up by rental applications.
Thank you. Councilmember Halter? Deputy Mayor Halter.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor and staff. I just want to say I tend to agree with Councilmember McReynolds that I'm concerned that the adverse effect on mom and pops will be significantly greater than the corporate players out there, especially when it comes down to perhaps no cause where a family member or the property owner themselves chooses to move back into the property. I think that in that situation, the mom and pops would be, well, the corporations would never really have that situation because it's not really their it's a corporation, so they don't really have their family members moving in, supposedly. But so I really think that it would add to the cost of housing. Property owners would have to accommodate it one way or another to budget for that. For most people that I know that are the mom and pops owners are people that used to live in their homes and then now they rent it out. And a lot of times cash flow is just as hard for them as it is for a lot of other people. So anything we're doing on those rare occasions that they may need to move back in, for instance, that's a hard enough step for everybody to take that I would be concerned about doubling the amount of money that they need to be paid out.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Mangone, followed by Councilmember Schumacher.
Yeah, I'd like to agree in some part. I think this is the first component where the unintended consequence is increased rents over everything that we reviewed this far. I think ultimately, one thing that we need to keep in mind is that there are a lot of good landlords, mom and pops, if you want to call them, here in the city of Ventura, that, from my experience, are the ones charging the lowest rents here in the city. And any costs that those landlords are going to incur are going to be passed on to the tenants. That's something that I think we need to keep in mind. I think 2 months rent for someone who has 1 or 2 rentals in a lot of cases is going to be a lot. It's going to be a significant cost, just as it is for someone to come up with that as first and last in security deposit. I know people personally who have had experience where they're using the security deposit from a new tenant to pass on to the one that's moving. So then what happens to that landlord? They're left holding the bag with 0 security deposit while that tenant is occupying that unit. I also know landlords who don't have a piggy bank to dip into when there is significant improvements that need to be made, whether it's an aging unit or a damaged unit, and they fix their units by incurring more debt. We're talking about credit cards, HELOCs, home equity lines. So I think that's something that we need to consider. We are trying to protect the most vulnerable. I agree with you 100% on that. But I'm also do not want to burden many of the property owners and landlords here in the city, and that's a concern that I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you, Mayor. I am actually a little surprised hearing that Deputy Mayor Halter and also Duran is saying the opposite of what they said during their Housing and Homelessness Committee. They're moving things forward, and for us to be able to discuss this, and then that could have had a conversation in the actual subcommittee for us to be able to actually understand where they're coming from. And so, again, I just want to make sure that we all understand we can evaluate this even further as to what this can look like, right? Because I agree with your recommendation. I agree that maybe we look at the displacement and we look at the actual eviction regulations, and then just look at how is this gonna how do we make sure that this doesn't adversely affect our smaller mom and pop operations, our smaller mom and pop landlords. So I think at this point, we can just assume and try to see what that calculates, but cities have done that too. Pasadena has done that, so has other cities that have added other 2 months rent, 3 months rent, and they even have a special circumstances for people who are 60 years old and older. And I got to tell you, every time I go to my community and I talk to those who are actually living in apartments, they tell me that I'm on a fixed income, I am disabled, I am terminally ill, and how is the city protecting me? And yet we're focused more on the property owners and making sure that they have the profit. I have an issue with that, knowing that we have to really, when we look at vulnerable populations, let's focus on the vulnerable populations. These are people that, oftentimes, again, the fixed income, our federal government isn't helping them out. Our gas prices continue to increase. We just heard that the VUSD just laid off a bunch of teachers. Come on, this is the type of thing that I think is an easy way of looking at this. While 1482 provides 1 month of current rent, I still think if we are uncomfortable with the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee and saying that now they're backpedaling and saying, no, I don't want to do 2 months rent. But if we are uncomfortable with the 1 month's rent, I do still think that we need to focus on our vulnerable populations because they need assistance. Imagine having an older adult who is bedridden, families with a person of disability or terminally ill. Let's provide some solace in this inopportune time for them to be able to, who are being evicted from their homes. They have to leave and grab their stuff. And we can't just ask and say, hey, let's just let the market decide. Because with the market, you can, if you are buying a piece of bread, right, loaf of bread, you can switch brands and say, this is too expensive, I'm gonna buy this one. With homes, you can't just up, if something increases $500, you can't just up and leave. That's hard for a family. That's hard for a person who is 60 years and older and also who is disabled. So I think if we are uncomfortable with the 2 months rent, at the very least, let's make sure to have an additional moving expense allowance for special circumstances households. And the special circumstance household is what they have in I believe, Pasadena. Is that right? The people with the 60 years or older qualifies as disabled, qualifies as terminally ill, and also those who have minors 19 years old or younger who is legally dependent. I am comfortable with moving forward with 1 month's rent to follow 1482, along with a additional moving expense to help the most vulnerable.
Thank you for that. I will go to Councilmember Duran and then Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you so much. I would like to stick with what state law says, and I will tell you that working with housing providers, we run a program with the county called Rainbridge Housing, and we have 10 apartments right now where we help families get out of homelessness and they get 6 months to a year to try to get housing, permanent housing, whatever that looks like for that family. But the housing providers that we have, the landlords that we have, are amazing people, and they're renting to us below market rate. We deal with 4 landlords right now, 10 different apartments, and I'll tell you that a state law I think is enough. A lot of times we're talking about these guys making all this money, and they're doing a great job and a great service. There's a lot of landlords that I know, a lot of smaller landlords that are doing a great job for our community, and I'd hate to penalize them, unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds, followed by Councilmember Campos.
I wanted to address something with Councilmember Campos really quick. So the state legislature did pass AB 2493, which makes your credit reports valid for 1 month, and you can use it at multiple applications on it. So it's 30 days. It's not 60. So just to be clear, but that's the current law that you're allowed to use the credit report. And then I'm trusting Google, so I'm not willing to say this is fact, but it says the maximum charge is $62 for that credit check on it. But again, that's just Google stating that, not, I don't know that as a fact on it. And I wanted to go back to Councilmember Schumacher's comments in terms of the protected classes. How are you envisioning that we would qualify, like, again, I don't need to understand what terminally ill means, but how do we document that? I mean, like, I don't want to get into this regulatory business where, we're collecting doctor's notes and we're starting to move into HIPAA areas. So again, how did you envision that even?
Do you want to answer? Do you want me to? Is that okay?
Well, that's up to her.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think, given that there's already a model here, right? It's something that we can just follow suit.
I have a follow-up to that. Do you know already what other jurisdictions do in regards to those types of situations?
So I can speak towards the city of Pasadena. So, in terms of, in terms of age, they typically just ask for like a redacted copy of an ID or driver's license. Disability, they usually give a copy of an award letter from Social Security Administration or Social Security Disability Insurance, because that doesn't include information regarding the actual medical condition and why they're receiving those benefits. And then similarly for those that qualify for terminally ill as well. And then for minor children, they usually just give something, for example, like a verification through their school that says that this person is a student at this elementary school, just to confirm whether or not they meet the qualification of the 19 years or younger.
Thank you, that's helpful. Councilmember Campos?
So to Councilmember McReynolds, whatever the state law says is the length of time a credit report is valid. If a landlord says, I won't accept your application if you don't pay me this fee for me to get your credit report, then that law is meaningless. And that's what a lot of landlords are doing. Even today, I know I'm applying all the time for housing, and it's costing me a lot of money. It constantly does. There's no way to tell a landlord, no, the state law says this is valid for 30 days or 60 days. And yeah, Google, whatever. Councilmember Mangonet, you said, I believe, sometimes what you referred to as mom and pop landlords, which we're using too loosely here, I think. Sometimes they'll use the incoming deposit from a family to pay back the deposit of the one that left or was thrown out or whatever. That's just bad management, because what we have right here is the commodification of humans who are renting. It's capitalism at its worst in many ways. Rental housing is a business for people. And that's why we have this interesting struggle between those who need housing and those who own housing. I think we need to clearly define what does mom and pop landlord mean. I had a landlord before who owned, I believe, 38 units or 40 units in Thousand Oaks and Newberry Park. He only owned 2 units in the city of Ventura, and he always referred to himself as a mom and pop landlord. But he had groups of units, even in Newberry Park and Thousand Oaks, 2 or 3 at a time, under different LLCs. And that was him and his wife that created those LLCs. So none of them qualified under 1482. And so there's a lot of ways to utilize the law or get around the law. But I think what we need to really focus on here are the human lives that are really struggling to find housing, to pay their rent, to survive. I'm all invested in that, and I think we really need to adjust our thinking about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a follow-up question to what Councilmember Campos mentioned in regards to the fee for applying for rentals. Do we have data? Is there data that indicates how much people are paying out there on an average? Because I've heard from $60 to $100. What data do we have that tells us what people are paying?
So we, as of now, we don't currently have any data, and it actually will vary property to property on the actual fee. So, even for us, sometimes we get calls from community members saying, "Oh, I'm looking for a housing. Is it normal for a housing provider to charge a $42 application credit check fee?" We have some people that have said they paid in excess of $70+. So it really depends property to property, and there's not like an industry standard that says the fee should be this amount until that particular law went into place. But we are still hearing some higher amounts being charged to applicants.
And by that law, you mean AB 1482?
No, it's AB 2293.
Okay. 2490? Okay. Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
I kind of want to revisit Councilmember Campos's comments in terms of that is the law. The 1493 is the law. And if we're not enforcing the law, I mean, if somebody's coming, what are we doing here if we're not going to enforce the law? I guess I just don't understand why we're doing any of everything we discussed previously, because we're talking about education, we're talking about doing this, and then we're saying we're going to ignore the law and we're going to make more laws. What would stop anybody from doing the next law? I just don't understand what we're doing if we're not going to enforce the law.
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I think Director Diamond also mentioned we can enforce at a city level. There's a lot of state laws out there, but we don't have the mechanism for enforcement until we put it into our city law. And so that's what this whole debate is about. But I think it's imperative that we do it right. So 1482 and 567 don't cover all the rentals in the city of Ventura. They only cover a certain portion of them. And so sometimes it's the landlords we call mom and pop that are the ones who aren't enforceable under those laws. And that's another reason we need to create what will protect all our citizens, landlords and tenants alike. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that. Councilmember McReynolds, you're good. Okay, so from what I heard, we don't have consensus on this one in particular, but I do see my cue lighting up. Councilmember Schumacher, followed by Councilmember Mangone.
Thank you. I'm looking to my colleagues to negotiate and compromise here. While the Homelessness and Housing Subcommittee and also the Planning Commissioners have offered the amount of 2 months' rent of current rent for relocation assistance, what I'm offering is that we can do the 1482 with 1 month's rent with the consideration of the most vulnerable populations that need assistance if they are displaced and evicted. And we can define what that special circumstances households look like. We also should, direct staff to look also in the consideration of the small mom and pop option to opt out. So those are the type of considerations that I'm asking you all to think about, because us just relying on 1482 is not enough. We really have to think about our most vulnerable in this city.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Did you specify that for vulnerable populations that it be 2 months rent, or do you want us to come back with some options?
With some options.
Deputy Mayor Halter, did you want to?
Just a couple of things, because there's a few fallacies I think that's been going on, and I want to first say that I appreciate that from my council member Shoemaker, trying to work out some type of compromise. I think the 1 month rent is the right thing to do. I think that looking out for the most vulnerable, I absolutely buy into that concept. I would be concerned with how that looks and if that would make it harder for our most vulnerable population to actually rent. I'm trying to think that through, but I like that concept, okay? And just want to reiterate, a couple of things that don't sit well is when we're on committees and we choose to forward something on to the council for discussion, that's exactly what we mean, is forward it on like we're doing tonight to have discussion. And then at some point, believe it or not, at some point, we need to make a decision, okay? And so there's no inconsistencies with what I know Councilmember Duran and what I did at the Housing Committee. Matter of fact, we're doing exactly what we said we wanted to do tonight, okay? And we could always say that we are very concerned about those that are on the verge of being homeless, those that can barely afford food on the table, which I believe many of us, in large part why a lot of us chose to run and be leaders in this community, is to do what we can for all people in this community. It doesn't mean we just willy-nilly do things that may have unintended consequences that causes housing to end up being more expensive or actually being less of it. And so I'm very interested in how do we create more housing, how do we make housing easier to create in a way that complements what we love about our community. And tenant protections is just one part of what we can do to make things easier while we're working on those things. But making things more expensive to rent is, we got to be extremely cautious, especially in this day and age when we're doing those things.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone?
Thank you. Yeah, I am not opposed to your suggestion. I think my only concern is what we're qualifying as a vulnerable population. I think that needs to be, that's probably something that we have to talk about at a later date. I think simply saying someone has a minor under the age of 18, that's probably tens of thousands of households in the city of Ventura. To me, that doesn't necessarily qualify unless you are, over the age of 60, retirement age, disabled. So I think that's the most important part is, and I think that would be something that you would have to figure out what vulnerable population means in the city of Ventura. And for us specifically, going back to what Councilmember McReynolds says, I don't want to talk about LA or even Oxnard or Ojai, what that means for Ventura, the city of Ventura. And then we can discuss that again. And I think that's the next step that needs to be taken.
Sorry, thank you for that. So going back to, in terms of consensus, so here's what I'm noticing that we're doing is I think we're going to go through all of these and we're going to say, yeah, let's have staff look at all of these and come back. And that's going to be a lot of work. If that's what council wants, then great, but just putting it out there that at some point we have to figure out, do we do top 3, top 5? Because if we ask staff to go all the way back to all 8 items and come back, and then we have to listen to each one individually, we're going to be at this for a while in terms of future meetings and just putting it out there. I still think unless you tell me otherwise, do we have consensus to put this as a priority right now? It'll remain on the list, but as a priority, I don't see consensus. So, Councilmember Mangone?
Just a comment on that. I think we kind of already have priority 1 and 2. I think those are items that staff can take care of right away. So to me, this would not be a priority.
Not be a priority.
No.
Okay.
Can I respond to that just very quickly?
Sure.
We still have 8 other choices, right? I mean, for us to go through and say that this isn't a priority would put a disservice to, property owner resources can be deprioritized. And other things on here, like the security deposit, which is very similar to this topic, is going to be can be also deprioritized. So there and the right of refusal. So I mean, I think maybe we should go through all of them and then decide which is priority and which is not.
And I think that's the intention. I think for some, they're letting us know what priorities they have, and at the end, we'll sort of put it all together. Okay. On to the next one, which is...
Did we have consensus for adding requirement for vulnerable populations to get extra assistance for moving?
I don't think we did. I think, well, did you have? I think for that part, let's go ahead and put consensus on that one then.
Okay, I see four head
yeah.
nods. And then I just want to remind you that as part of that, you did not discuss just cause evictions at all, and we are looking for direction on that piece as well.
Thank you for that. I think what I heard was that we're sticking with AB 1482 and not doing anything else other than following the law. That was the consensus I heard.
For evictions?
Okay? Okay. So I'll go ahead and move on to property owner resources. And we'll do this one and then take a break because I've been asked for a break. So property owner resources. Anybody, Councilmember McReynolds?
Sure. Can you tell me what conferences you attend?
So we, this year, we have attended a number of conferences, but the most important that deals with property owner resources is Housing California. They had a number of various panels as well as breakout sessions that involved issues in terms of how property owners can have additional rights, what available services are available to them, and that's what we learned and we took back. Yes.
Okay, and then May 22nd, there was a renters and owners study session. How many people attended? Tell me about it.
Yes. So yes, we had our first Housing Resources one-on-one workshop, the first of 4 on May 22nd in our community meeting room. We actually only had 2 in-person attendees and 2 virtual attendees. 3 of them were tenants and 1 was a property owner representative. And during those sessions, the Housing Rights Center, we had our Director of Outreach and Media and Education, Margot Parker Elder, who did a general overview of landlord-tenant laws, as well as did a deep dive into fair housing, different protection at the federal, state, and local levels, as well as did some additional information regarding current Assembly and Senate bills, as well as forthcoming bills.
Okay, and then last question is, can you tell me how this is different than legal services assistant?
So the property owner resources versus legal services assistance? Yes. So the only difference is that these will be specific outreach and educational events that will be geared specifically for property owners, management company personnel, as well as real estate agents. Whereas the legal service assistance is basically providing resources and representation for tenants in the community.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions. So along the lines with Councilmember McReynolds, how many property owners are requesting services? Do you have that number?
We did have 8 from July 2024 to March 2025. So far, there have been 8 property owners who have reached out for assistance through HRC.
Okay, so, I mean, 8, is that because we haven't outreached or educated people that this is available, or is it because there's no need for it?
There has been outreach and education. We have partnered with the Housing Rights Center to have a very direct line that has an 805 area code. They're also holding virtual clinic hours every Thursday. So there has been outreach and education components available. Some housing providers reach out when they need or have specific inquiries, and others have, they reach out to our attorneys if they have them on retainer. So it just varies based on the need of the actual property owner.
So 8 is not a lot, given that it's almost been, what, a year? Almost a year. So, I mean, we have the Realtors Association, albeit biased. I know that they can be able to provide information, advice sites, information on events and fair housing resources. I don't know if this is something that we need to move forward with. So I wouldn't want this moving forward.
Okay, thanks for that. Deputy Mayor Halter?
I would say this is, the more education we have out there, the better. And I think whether it's provided by HRC or whether it's provided by the Realtors Board, I think both are very competent bodies to seek that kind of information. I'm not quite sure if we know how many people are served with educational lessons from the Realtors Board. I'm not sure. I know they're in the audience, but perhaps if I may, I ask them to come up and give me that answer?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Halter. The issue is that not every property owner or housing provider in Ventura is our member. So we do a lot to educate our members. We've spent in excess of $100,000 since AB 1482 and 567 were implemented to educate our members, but not every housing provider in the city is our member.
Very good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do have Councilmember Duran, who has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that. And Councilman or Deputy Mayor Halter, I'm in agreement with you 100%. This is where our focus should be. We should invest in improving outreach and accessibility before layering in new policies that create confusion and distrust. Education works when it's done well, and it supports both tenants and landlords without the burden of more regulations. And Councilmember Schumacher had mentioned Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors, and what I would like to see have a conversation with them in regards to, I get that they educate their members, but what would it look like for them to do this? I don't know how much landlords trust our city right now in regards to that kind of outreach. I don't know, but I know that the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors, they provide great education, and that might be something we need to probably look at. But I agree, educate. This is, if we're going to spend money, this is where we should put our money to educate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other input from council? Okay, so we should then, Councilmember Mangone? No? Okay, you leaned forward. I was like, ah. Okay, so on this one, consensus on keeping it, moving forward. Any other questions?
I am not in
clarifications?
consensus in moving this forward, no.
Councilmember Mangone.
I am, for the reasons that Deputy Mayor Halter and Councilmember Duran stated. I think we have to look at this kind of like holistically. I think a big reason why we only have 8 participants in this program is probably because most landlords don't even know it's available. And I think there's an easy solution to that. So I'm in agreement.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yeah, I definitely am in favor of moving this forward because I believe that helping to educate and make sure everyone's on the same page and understanding what the laws are and what you can and can't do and the reasons for those and understanding those things is much better than some of the things I've seen come forward that are very confrontational and actually destroys relationships. And this, I think, can build relationships.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos?
I think early in the discussions also, the landlords asked for some equal footing, and I think education was what came out of that discussion. So I'm not opposed to having some educational process.
Okay. Thank you. And so for this one, do you staff have what you need?
Yes, and just our follow-up will be to come back with a plan for outreach and education and bring it back to the council for review.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and take a break right now. Come back at 15 minutes, 15? 9:20? We'll come back at 9:20.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, yes.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I, can you, if you don't mind, could you have staff repeat what direction they were taking?
The direction that we received was to put together a package for outreach and education for property owners. And so we'll come back with a plan for how we will proceed with expanded outreach and education directed to property owners.
Thank you. And will that include a conversation with Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors?
We certainly can speak to them about education and outreach.
I think that was the direction that at least a few of us wanted to go, that they would have you would have a conversation with them, so we could maybe put that as part of the plan.
Sure.
I would be opposed to that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Duran, I would be opposed to that, and here's why. The reason why we have to be a trusted source is to make sure that we have both sides, and I don't know necessarily if the Realtors Association is going to have that unbiased way of presenting things. I think just looking at the materials that are out there, it is leaning towards, I mean, given the fact that we have a bunch of misinformation right now, to help us understand, like, what it is that we can be able to help support both our tenants and also our property owners. I think what's happening right now is that the scare tactics and the misinformation is moving us in a direction where we are leaning more towards our property owners rather than making sure that we protect our 44% of renters in this city. That is nearly half of our city, and yet we are focused more on ensuring that property owners have the resources. Not to make sure that they're not displaced or evicted, but we want to make sure that our property owners have the education that they need. And I'm not saying that that's not what they're going to get, because on 2, we already said that they were going to be able to provide all the information that they can get for the legal services. So as business owners, I mean, I am a business owner. I used to be the executive director for the Filipino Chamber of Commerce, which is a national organization. I know how to go to an event. I know how to be able to go on Google and find resources for my business. For the fact that we're using city resources for business owners that should be able to understand how to do that on their own is mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing to me that we're supporting this and we're not deprioritizing it.
Councilmember McReynolds?
For a different set of reasons, I think this should be at the HRC on it. The Realtors are a membership organization, and they clearly stated that. I think people should join. There's an inordinate amount of resources that are provided to them, but I think we just need to do an unbiased, and I think HRC is more than capable of providing that. I think, to Councilmember Magonay's, we need to advertise it better, get the information that this is a resource that exists for you on it, and I think the realtors do a fine job of providing their information, and people should do that, but it's not open to everybody if you don't join them.
If you're not their member.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, so with that, it sounds to me like HRC would be the route rather than the Realtors Association. And that's where we find the consensus in for this one. So, going to take a break. It's 9:05. We'll be back at 9:25. Thank you. we're coming back. We are resuming. Thank you all for your patience. And Mr. City Clerk, do we have Councilmember Duran back? He said he wanted to.
Looks like he's on the meeting now.
Okay, perfect. Deputy Mayor. Okay, so we have 4 more to go on the list that we have in the staff report. And Councilmember Duran, are you there with us? Maybe not. Okay. We've got the rental registry next. If we can start that conversation. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor. City Clerk, do you have my slides up for a minute?
Yes, we'll pull up those slides right now.
So while Michael is doing that, I've heard a lot of, why do we need a rental registry? What's the benefit of a rental registry? Is there something similar that can help me understand how this works and how it'll help our community? So I love these pictures. It just always makes me so flattering. So before I get to rental registry, I really want to quickly talk about the work that I do in public health called the tobacco retail license. So there was a public health issue where, despite tobacco prevention efforts, smoking rates, especially among young people, continued to rise. So young people were coming in with COPD, asthma, and other respiratory complications. And part of the issue was because retailers were selling to youth covertly. And so how do we work with retailers to help with this issue? We knew that many of the retailers were business owners that loved the community, but they didn't quite make the connection that they were hurting our youth. And that's surprising, and that might surprise you all, but mainly it's because of a lot of misinformation and disinformation that was being pushed by Big Tobacco. So enter the tobacco retail license. It was a way for us to create a database of retailers intending to sell tobacco products in their stores. So how did this help? Can you get the next slide, please? So TRL provided us with a few advantages. We could map out each store, eventually using ArcGIS, with the location of each of the stores. We could see how close tobacco retailers were, where they were close to youth-serving areas, which is YSAs, like schools, preschools, playgrounds. And then we can also track violations. While Environmental Health Department inspected the businesses for mold and proper business practices, as they always do with food safety in restaurants and other businesses, it was code enforcement to enforce the compliance to local laws, not marketing to minors, not selling flavored tobacco, et cetera. And that's where TRL could be able to track those type of violations. It also allowed us to develop a stronger rapport with our retailers. Often, I think that's what the city is really trying to do, to work with our real estate realtors, our property owners and landlords. So similarly, when a new law, local or state, were passed and we had a database already that we can create a full marketing campaign to send to our retailers in California. So let's just say the ordinance that we passed, SB 793, as a no tobacco flavor law. We sent letters and postcards and invitations to town forums. We called our retailers. It was to ensure that we opened the line of communication, education, and outreach, which we're talking about today. So at first, I had thought that retailers would be upset with this, but often I heard, we love our community, we want to ensure that our children are safe, and anything that we can do to help our businesses while making sure we protect our children. So let's go to the next slide. I really want to emphasize here that there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation that's happening in this discussion. And I want to make sure that we understand what this means for both TRL and rental registry. A rental registry is really just a database of rental property owners and their properties, similar to a database of retailers selling tobacco. A rental registry can provide information on any illegal violations, harassment, evictions, increases in rent beyond the state limits, etc. Similar to TRL, they helped us understand where the location of the retailers are for youth serving areas to protect our kids, and if there are any illegal tobacco products were being sold. And then a rental registry, we were able to connect with the right people for accountability, education, and enforcement. And then similarly with TRL, we were able to work with the business owner, often not living in the area, to make sure that they are in compliance with the laws. So I hope this kind of helps my colleagues understand like what a rental registry can provide us and to help us, because rental registry is data. Because what's going to happen is eventually we're going to get to rental stabilization discussion, and a few of you are going to say, well, you know, we can't move forward with rent stabilization or rent control because we need more data. A rental registry can provide us with that data to be able to help us understand what's happening with our property owners and also help them in the education, enforcement, and also the accountability that we need in the city. So if I really want to make sure that we have a really robust conversation about how a rental registry can be able to provide a lot of data for our city.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Duran, followed by
Yes,
Councilmember McReynolds.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate the educational moment, Councilmember Schumacher. Looking in, for the sake of time, looking at the rest of the items that are on this list, I just want to let you know, I mean, I'm not in favor of moving forward with any of the other items as of right now. I think we got our work cut out for us for what we already have. And where I do see the value is in tenant and landlord education, and we should absolutely continue and expand workshops, access to mediation, and clear communication about what existing rights and responsibilities under state law. That's super meaningful. But as far as everything else going forward, I just want to let you know that I will not be moving forward with any of the other items. I don't think we should be doing that at this point in time.
Okay, thank you for that input. I appreciate it. Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Schumacher. Unfortunately, that's not what we're talking about. I'm going to read you the third sentence of the staff report. A rental registry could include a per unit fee to generate revenue to pay for tenant protection programs, homeless prevention programs, and critical rental and utility assistance programs to finance ongoing directly. So that's not what we're talking about. We're actually talking about implementing a fee for the rental registry to pay for other programs. So that's third sentence of the. So again, housing is the solution. It's not the problem. And making housing more expensive doesn't make it more affordable. So that's pretty much where I am with this. And so adding a rental registry fee to pay for more programs is not what I think we're looking to do here.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember Mangone.
Great, thank you very much. And Councilmember Schumacher, I appreciate all that you do and your outreach to your community, to our community, to help make it safer. I see it a little different because I see it as a lot of this database could be created with an existing system, and that's our business license system. And if we're not asking these questions to make it a thorough registry of some type with that process, then shame on us. I think we should be doing that. And so with that said, I would be very reluctant to add more costs to housing, more costs to the process of renting housing. And that's exactly what I believe the rental registry would do. And thirdly is, for most of my life, people I know have had garages that they left the garage door on, but they created other units inside their garage. And ironically, today, we're encouraging people to do exactly that when it was prohibited and against the law for most of my life. There's people out there that still do things like that, even without creating ADUs. There's people out there that still rent bedrooms because they can't afford their mortgage without renting a bedroom. And some of them, hopefully, would be encouraged to do it legally, creating the JADUs and stuff. But in the meantime, I'd be concerned about a rental registry where you list what it is you're renting, and God forbid if somebody happened to be renting something more. I'm not encouraging people to break the law, but I know they do. And I know that to eliminate any additional housing that may be provided in that home, because somebody had to sign something under perjury under threat of perjury that they have no one else living there paying rent. I think that is real and that is out there. And I think that that is still a substantial part of keeping people out of the river bottoms and on the streets. So I really think that we would be doing ourselves a severe, great disservice. And I also have a hard time with Prop 218 in charging a fee. We have 400 and some odd fees that we approve every year already. And I've simply been asking for years, what are these fees for and when do they apply? I think that's only fair as a citizen, as somebody that has a business, that has employees, that yes, has a house that I built that I ran out to my employees. I feel that saying that we're going to charge a fee for a registry and then actually using it for many other things is disingenuous, and I believe against the law. So I would not be in favor of this one, and I feel very similar to Jim Duran, but we could go through them and see what else what other conversation we could have, because that's the whole purpose of tonight is conversation.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Schumacher, for those slides. I think I'm in agreement with the content that he had on those slides. I think the rental registry could provide an accurate understanding of the rental housing market. Obviously, Zillow and Craigslist are not reliable sources. It can help us educate and interact with housing providers and tenants. It can help us improve compliance for these state laws by having that information of who renters are, who the landlords are, where they are. It could help us better manage programs for landlords and tenants. I also agree with Councilmember McReynolds. But I think that what's in the staff report isn't necessarily what we have to do, right? Like you guys are going to take our direction. Having said that, I agree with Councilmember Halter that I would be opposed to a rental registry if it imposed a significant fee on landlords, because landlords would be paying the fee in a sense, but really the tenants are going to be paying the fee. The landlords are not going to just be absorbing that cost. Again, I keep going back to that. We don't want the unintended consequence of these components to be more of a burden on the people we're trying to protect. So in my research, it's all over the board, the rental registries and the fees associated. Everywhere from like $79 a year to like $300 a year and up. So what that means for Ventura, we don't know, because we haven't directed staff to do that. We don't know how much it would cost for the city to implement a rental registry, how much that fee would cost for the tenants, because they're ultimately paying for that. But a big thing that I think that we all need to consider if we would decide to go forward with this is that I don't see the rental registry being successful in any capacity unless it's mandated by ordinance. So similar to, I guess, I just compared this in conversation yesterday to the STVR ordinance. You want an STVR in the city of Ventura, you have to register your property. The rental registry would have to just in terms of trying to get compliance, or not compliance, get participation with the registry, that is something that would be required. I would be opposed to the registry entirely if that was not a component, and that's a big component, because I think we would just be, it would be a fool's errand. People wouldn't register their units, there wouldn't be participation, and we would just be running in circles, spending money for a program that nobody's participating in. And so for now, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interject real quick with a couple of comments, if I may. In terms of the cost, I am reading the staff report, and I just want to clarify it. What page is this? 13 of 16. It says that city has explored cost-effective software options, including consultants and firms utilized by Oxnard and Pasadena. However, it was estimated that the services would initially cost the city around $500,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the ongoing costs could range from $74,000 to $104,000, depending on the subscription.
Yes, so just to clarify, the initial cost and setting up of the platform and subscription services, that is for a proposal that we received on our behalf from the IT departments. So for that proposal, it is estimated to range between $74,000 and $104,000 to set up the initial platform and the subscription services, and then there's a tiered additional added services and resources that the city could ultimately obtain through that program.
Okay, so if we went with our internal IT, it would be 74 to 100 plus.
No, so it's being proposed based on the proposal that IT has obtained on our behalf. The vendor has estimated that the range would be from $74,000 to $104,000 to set up the platform and start initial services, and then we can add on additional services or refuse additional optional services as needed.
Got it, thank you. And I think for now, those are my questions. Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're here as council members to discuss options for our city. To hear that other council members and to just shut down and say, I'm not going to even consider any other options is just really surprising. So let me just ask a question then. Ms. Rollins, how much did rents increase during the fires in the last fire season? Do you know in Ventura?
So we spoke to a nonprofit organization that has been tracking the outcomes of fires throughout both counties, Los Angeles and Ventura County, and it was estimated that on average, the price of housing in some areas went up more than 25%.
Right. So there is that estimation, but we don't know for sure because we don't have that data. And so is the rental registry just used to pay fees? I mean, are we just collecting fees so we can pay for services, or is it something that we can actually use to help us make decisions?
The whole purpose of a rental registry is for us to be able to have data and information that we can not only share with the community at large, but also with city council in terms of what are the actual trends in terms of rents. Are rents going down? Are rents increasing? Are they remaining steadfast? What are people paying in terms of security deposits? Are they having all their, repairs that they're asking for being addressed within a timely manner? So there's a lot of information not only that we can obtain from a rental registry, but also information that we can ultimately share through a platform to keep the community at large informed about various resources and services.
So why are we so scared of data? I'm not trying to be facetious here. I'm just so confused that we don't even want to take the time to even look at a system that can help us make better decisions as council members. Like, to me, I feel like this is a system where we can understand how our laws are being enforced. I mean, we have the Realtors Association and the Chamber of Commerce who have come to this very council and said, we need to enforce AB 1482. We need to enforce SB 567. We can't do that when we don't have the data to be able to find out where can we enforce that? Who do we enforce to? How are we keeping people accountable? Like, I'm just having a difficulty understanding where the misinformation or the disinformation is coming from. And so, again, I'm not attacking property owners. This is not, the rental registry is not an attack to property owners. The rental registry is for us to be able to, as a city, make the right decisions so that way we can use we can make decisions that will help both property owners and also our tenants. So for me, I'm just, I also want to know, Councilmember McReynolds talked about finding the bad apples, right? This is it. This is how we find the bad apples. We are looking through this data and being able to look at, okay, who is not complying? That's why I'm trying to compare it to the tobacco retail license. The tobacco world was the wild, wild west. We couldn't find who was responsible, which of the retailers was giving tobacco to our youth. Until we started implementing and looking at the actual data, hey, why does this tobacco retailer have a lot more youth smoking in this area? That is what we're trying to do. We're trying to help with understanding all of the data that we need so we can be able to help both tenants and property owners. We shouldn't be scared of a rental registry. This is data, and as council members, we need to use data for better decision making.
Councilmember Campos?
So I was shocked at the surprise that someone will be charged for the rental registry. We just, a couple of months ago, we had Mr. Morley here talking to us about increasing fees. A lot of that is recharge fees. There's other things that happen in community development department that charges are put on that keep the business of the city running. So the rental registry as well is part of the business of the city if we pass this. And it's a necessary part because it will tell the city who and us who all the landlords are and who all the tenants are and where the movement is and where things need to be improved and where they're doing very well. So I don't know why everyone thinks there shouldn't be a rental registry. I know the people who spoke last time for the different tenants groups were in favor of it because it made them feel safe. So I want to say that I think unequivocally it is going to be or should be a very important part of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone.
Yeah, I think the rental registry can be really complicated, or it could be a pretty simple process. I think Councilmember Schumacher said it perfectly, the data. That's what whether we would do this. Three really core kind of tenets of a rental registry that I have underlined in my paper. I already said them, but I'll say them again. Educate and interact with housing providers and tenants, improve compliance, and better manage programs for landlords and tenants. So if we're increasing the HRC contract, we're doubling it. How are we going to do that? This will help us do that. A rental registry at $59 per unit, granted, we all know we're not going to get full compliance. We're not going to get every landlord to register their units. But if you did, $59 a unit, that's $1.1 million a year to the city of Ventura. Much more than it's going to cost to implement the registry. We have ballpark numbers here. So just to put it in perspective, I understand the concerns with the cost and maybe the additional kind of burden and roadblocks there could potentially be with the rental registry, but that I don't think that's what anybody here wants to do. I don't think we want to take it in that direction. And again, we are just asking staff to, if it was up to me, the rental registry is really just following those three basic tenets and coming back and telling us really what the cost would be and what it takes for staff to implement it. And the analysis of that. And that's what I would be asking. I wouldn't be asking for anything else in terms of rental registry. I'll say it straightforward, I am opposed to using fees or monies from fees for other programs. I think the fees for the rental registry should be used to basically a cost for cost. I'm looking at it as a utility, right? Cost of service. So we would be charging the fee, what it costs the city. Maybe it's $59, maybe it's $79. I don't know. To me, $79 a year fee to have all this data, which I think is really, really important, I think is really a basic and nominal fee, and I can't really see anybody having a real problem with that. But we don't know. So that's why I think staff needs to kind of do that analysis and look into it.
Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate the comments, and I want to share that I've heard the word shock, fear. There's nothing shocking about our conversation. I've been very upfront on what my concerns are in certain areas. Fear, I have absolutely no fear when it comes to most everything, but especially when it comes to a fee. There's nothing to fear on a fee. The issue is this, is that we have made things so complex to do anything other than simply show up at a work that's already pre-described, what you're going to do, how long you're going to do it there, buying a home that's already been built. As soon as you start trying to create things and build and start businesses and employ people, you realize exactly how complex this world has really gotten. And I'm not about complicating this world. I'm about simplifying this world. And I'll tell you, when it comes to a business license, you have to have a business license to rent property. You have to. So what's wrong with making that business license like a registry? I'm good with that. I like data. I love data. I just wish more of the world paid attention to data. Okay, but especially in this day and age. But I think making the business license more like that. And as a matter of fact, I will throw it out there that if we had that sort of information with the process we already do and already require people to do, and not adding yet one more burden to people and one more cost that isn't going to be borne by that property owner. The property owner isn't going to be doing this to lose money, so that's going to be passed on one way or another. So you are making it more expensive. But I will share that if we had this data and if we knew that we had legislators in Sacramento to allow for us to offer tax credits for people who keep their rents under market rate, that would be a very good reason why I would support something like this. Because now you're encouraging people in a very positive way to do what we all need. A lot of us do it anyways. The few things I have in my old house that I rent out is for my employees, so they don't have to drive from Lancaster to work here. All right? So my rents are already artificially low, just like many people I know. But you know what? Instead of trying to penalize and cause a friction between tenants and landlords, if you make it a positive thing and convince our state legislators to allow us tax credits for keeping our rentals lower than market rate, that's a win-win-win-win. But no, the path we're going down is more of the same that's caused a lot of the problems that I feel has led us to where we're at today. So I just can't support it. I can't support it until we get to the point. If you guys help me get that to a point that we convince state legislators to use the data that we're collecting on our business licenses, okay, to help us give tax credits for keeping your rents artificially lower than market rate, because we know all that information, right? Then you have something. That's something I think we could all get behind. Just saying.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I believe government has a very defined role. You know, the reason that parks are part of the government is because then we would charge people to use the parks. So we put it in government, and the parks are free for everyone. So government is very good at doing government things. So in this proposal, it says it would cost $500,000 for the city of Oxnard and Pasadena to do their startup costs. So, and then it says, but we can do it for $75,000 to $105,000 a year. So we can undercut the private market by 80%. Why wouldn't we start selling this service to other cities if we could do it 80% below market?
Because what's not included is the staff time as well, to be fair. But yeah, there absolutely are ways to use our internal systems and add on to them to do it for cheaper. Other cities don't necessarily have the robust IT department that we do, that does a lot of internal applications for the city versus just hiring out. So we happen to have the infrastructure internally that can help support that.
So if we load in the fully benefited city employees, then what is the actual cost?
We'd have to take a look and see how much of their actual, the portion of an FTE that would be required to maintain the system, and then factor that in. And that's something we could come back with when doing a full evaluation of how we could move forward with the registry. So it would be a portion of time of a member of IT, and then of course a portion of time for housing services staff member as well.
But then then it goes to the housing manager that oversees the person, the IT manager that oversees the director that oversees. I mean, I just don't think we're painting a fair picture here when we say we're going to do it for 80% less than the private market.
Well, the examples that were utilized for the cities that had a $500,000 program, they also had staff time that was required that's not factored into that price tag as well.
So that just makes me more concerned in terms of, then I look at the fees here above that, and then, so we've got the city of Los Angeles at $38.75. How many rental units are in this? I mean, how are you spreading that cost? You must be spreading it against 200,000 units at least, if not more. I mean, the same thing if I look at all of these, Santa Monica, San Francisco, Oakland, these are huge cities with huge rental, I don't, and the Oakland's at $101. These are costs that we're going to pass on. I mean, I'm looking at, like, we keep talking about mom and pops on it. And, we're going to end up running all the mom and pops out, and we're just going to be dealing with the gray stars and the big giant REITs, because they're the only ones that can afford it. I feel like we're moving down a slippery slope here. I mean, yes, data is great, but at what cost? And I think we're starting to move to a bridge too far in terms of that cost. The other items that we were talking about before, we're spreading that cost across all 110,000 people that live in this city. Here, we're talking about spreading this cost to individual rental people on it. And that's where I start to have issues on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Duran.
Actually, Council Member McReynolds took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say, so I don't need to repeat that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm hearing that I'm hoping, some gray area here that we can all kind of meet in the middle here, because few of us are very adamant of making sure that this is something that we continue to consider at the very least. I think what you're saying, Councilmember McReynolds, on the huge cost, we don't necessarily know what that looks like yet until what Councilmember Mangone was saying is that we need to do the cost analysis for us to actually know how we can make this work in our city. And then for Deputy Mayor Halter, you have a really great question and a really wonderful idea. I think if we can show that we can provide tax credits for those keeping their rents below market, I think that's a fantastic idea. We should absolutely look into that. And so I pass it to the staff. Is it possible for us to use our business license system to be able to pull that data?
I have that question into to our finance staff. I don't believe that we'd be able to get individual unit data with individual addressing and the rent on an annual basis through our business licensing system.
Correct. And that's something that we had also tried with tobacco retail. The pushback that we were getting is, why do we need another license? Why is it that we have to do another license when we already have our business license? It's because this is a specific thing that we're looking at on enforcement, and also being able to work with our retailers. But for this, we would be working with our property owners. Having the city be able to have a direct connection with our property owners is exactly what we're trying to do. We are trying to make sure that we bridge that gap, that not only the only people talking to the property owners are the real estate association or the realtors association. It should also be the city being able to provide trusted resources of information. And so I feel like there's like a gray area that we can meet potentially, because what you're saying is you can support this if we can show that we can provide tax credits for those keeping their rents below market. And we can't get that data unless we have a rental registry. That's just the bottom line to it. And I agree with you. I also don't want to make this complex. I want to make this as simple as possible. I really want to make sure, though, that we make decisions that align with the things that we know about information, that we're not guessing, arbitrarily trying to make decisions as a council because we don't know what's really going on in our city regarding our rents. So these are just the things that I feel like, we're trying to talk to about how can we get to a place where we're actually moving forward with an analysis? How do we get it so that way we can show that we can make this work in the city? This is the type of conversation that we need to allow our staff to be able to provide, having them be able to say, hey, let's see what we can, how do we evaluate the creation and implementation of a rental registry? Let's look at the staff time. Let's look at how we're going to be able to manage that with the system cost, and also look into a fee analysis for a reasonable and sustainable fee.
I'm going to interrupt you 1 second because we need to do a motion to keep going past 10.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I move.
So if I can get a motion.
I move.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, on the motion to extend beyond 10 p.m., Councilmember Duran.
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mangonay?
Yes.
Schumacher?
Yes?
Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter? No. Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
6 ayes, and the motion carries.
Just one more point before I end. The fees, I mean, if we look at all the other cities, right? Palm Springs has a fees as low as like $10, right? And then there's other fees that can be like $100. I mean, we can't just arbitrarily throw out numbers here. I mean, if the staff can look into what that fee analysis can look like, I think we should allow them to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone.
Thank you. Can you guys remind me, what would require a property owner to get a business license? Is it 3 rentals?
Our standard right now is that you have 4 or more rental units.
4 or more?
Yes.
And do we know how many business licenses we have for, how many landlord business licenses there are?
As of right now, we don't have that information, but we can obtain it.
You can get that?
Yes.
And can you also get, so then from that, we can get an idea of how many do not, right? So, okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter?
I just got to say that hasn't always been true. When I built my house in '93 as a triplex, and it has 2 other rentals, I had business licenses for every unit. And that's what was required. So somewhere along the lines, then it sounds like something morphed, and probably because we don't have something listing, what is this fee for and when does it apply? That's what I suspect happened. Okay, but thank you for the information.
Okay, thank you. To move things along, it sounds like there's majority consensus to look into rental registry, or am I, no?
No, not me.
Show of hands or thumbs up for rental registry? Okay. And those not for rental registry, thumbs up? So, Councilmember Duran?
Yeah, no registry.
So, majority no for the rental registry at this time. And we will move on to the next one, which is the rent stabilization ordinance. And this is the policy that limits the amount of rent that can be increased on an annual basis. Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to commend both Councilmember Duran and Deputy Mayor, but given that they don't even want to talk about this, because this is really, so Deputy Mayor, I don't mean to call you out, but I mean, you say you're very transparent, but in the March Housing and Homeless Subcommittee, you said, and I quote, "It is easier to keep people in housing as opposed to finding housing." And then Councilmember Duran, a champion of unhoused with his work in foul weather, said in the same meeting while thanking the Ventura Homeless Prevention Organization, "Thank you for keeping people in their homes instead of getting them back in." And then much more, meaning that it's much more important to keep people in their homes rather than getting people unhoused. And then in the April 22nd City Council meeting, Councilmember Duran, you said, and I quote, "We know it's a lot more expensive to put somebody in housing after they are unhoused." So the turnaround is just mind-blowing. Again, I'm just, you know, if I have that meme, it's wild. So as you know, again, 44% of our population are renters. That's nearly half of our entire city. And most of us are pretty fortunate and blessed to own our homes. And so I think we have, again, one more time, I feel like I have to remind everybody, the federal administration has taken away Medi-Cal and Medicare, SNAP and CalFresh benefits, that's the EBT cards for low-income families that can have fresh foods. Our gas prices has not gone down despite promises of this president, and our food and supplies have increased because of the tariffs. And then on top of all of that, our water rates are increasing, friends. And we're not trying to help our renters at all. I mean, in the last few council meetings, this staff here has told us that a family would need nearly 3 full-time minimum wage jobs just to live in a one-bedroom apartment. 1 bedroom for 3 people, or 2 people with abuela working 2 full-time jobs, or nearly full-time minimum wage jobs to live in a 2-bedroom, or 5 jobs to live in a 3-bedroom. We're talking about generational families living together to make it work. And we have the ability to help them in Ventura, and I just feel like we're not doing that tonight. And it's, again, I'm really surprised. And one more time, I just have to make sure that I call this out, because we got an email saying that here's where your district voted against Prop 33. As a reminder, Prop 33 in the last election was an attempt for us to have local control over rent stabilization, okay? What that didn't tell you is the big reason why people voted the way that they did was because those opposed to that proposition spent over $150 million to confuse and scare people. That's 4-1. For those who supported Prop 33, that was the Nurses Association, Mental Health Advocacy, and the Alliance for Retired Americans. So, of course, people are going to vote for something that they don't quite aren't making the connection about, because they're being misled with misinformation and disinformation. So I'm getting at this place where I'm asking you all to still be creative tonight, so that way we can allow us to go back to our 44% of nearly half of our city, because they're all renters, on what this can be possible. The easiest thing was the rental registry. And now we don't even have that, and we're thinking about just the rental stabilization, and I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't get supported.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I appreciate your comments, and I'm totally in agreement. It is a lot cheaper to keep people in their homes, but rent control doesn't create new housing. In fact, the 2019 Stanford study on San Francisco showed that strict rent control led to a 15% drop in rental housing. Property owners converted units, sold buildings, or they left the market, which obviously shrinks our rental pool and pushes up prices in the long run. So we can't regulate our way to affordability. We have to build housing, as Councilman McReynolds said earlier. So yeah, I want to go ahead and share my comments, because this doesn't, I don't know what city, I don't know if anybody can name a city where rent stabilization has worked. I don't know. I haven't read anywhere where this has helped. So that's the reason I said early on that I wouldn't be supporting this, for that particular reason. But if there's information you have for me that's different, I'm happy to listen.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's definitely a good discussion tonight, and intense. So, and I apologize because I'm just not feeling that well tonight, so I'm just trying to get through the night. But I will say this is, there's words that are used against surprise. There should be no surprise. We've all had conversations throughout the times, whether you're campaigning or just in being in this community. And I tend to disagree. I don't, maybe I'm Pollyanna or naive, but just it doesn't always turn out that when somebody spends a lot of money on an election, I kind of have a lot more respect for the intellect of the voter than I do for just the more money you spend, you're going to win. I don't believe that that's the case at all. I believe that it's all about intellect and trusting the voters. And so with that said, when you're talking about how do we keep people in housing, which were absolutely, there's no connection there between those comments and what was just portrayed, Councilmember Shoemaker. But I will say
Schumacher.
I know, I have a difficult time with that. I'm better with math. I will say that the way that we have to make housing more affordable. What's happened in the last 40 years was predictable. Everything about it, from becoming an older, wealthier community to knowing that 97% of the kids that graduate here will not stay in Ventura County, to knowing that 73% of our workforce commutes to Santa Barbara every single day, and then we complain of why is traffic so much worse when we lost 40,000 people in the last 10 years. So with all that happening, yeah, and so making housing more affordable has a lot more to do with the fact that 25 to 30% of the cost of every new home is the process that we created that some of you want to add more to. 25 to 30% of the cost of every new home in the state of California is the process and the holding costs because of the lengthy time to build. And instead of having strong general plans and zoning and so forth, and allowing the variety of housing to be built, like what used to be able to be built 100 years ago, part of what I love about downtown and midtown Ventura is that when people the families were growing and they had maybe one of those beautiful Victorians, but they wanted the young, one of the younger siblings to live next to them. They built that 600 or 800 square foot home next to them. We have a wide variety of homes within a same block. We lost all that because we tried to homogenize the world. We tried to build the same safe home over and over and over again. And that absolutely impacted our ability to provide for all economic levels to live together in our community. It's very, very clear. So you fix the process, you make it very predictable. You have a general plan, you have zoning that we live up to, and if you're doing things according to the rules, then man, you get approved fairly quickly, okay, to do these things. We try to rebuild our housing curve, the natural bell curve of housing, and then we started tracking our businesses back to being here in our community, and thus increasing the tax dollars to fix our infrastructure, which we've been band-aiding for at least 25 years of the 40 that I've been here. So that's how I see the picture. That's how I've lived in this for the last 40 years of my life. And so if you're talking about how do we immediately get people off the street and provide housing, that's what we're doing in the Housing Committee. We're trying to find them with the Housing Authority. We're trying to get people affordable housing, inclusionary housing, and allowing things to be built that hopefully in the future will be more complementary to what we love about our community. The things that we've seen built in the last 10 years were policies that were created 20 years ago, and that's what we're fixing, okay? So that's a whole bigger topic. Today, we're talking about rent control or rent stabilization, and I tend to agree with Jim Duran. I have not seen it work. And we already have a 10% cap, 5% CPI, 5% by the state of California through 2030. And I say, let's enforce the laws that are on the books now. If we can enforce the laws that are on the books now, then maybe we could think about adding more to it. But in the meantime, when you're getting hit with tenfold increases in insurances in the city, with half our city in the high fire zone, how are you going to, most people, I don't know many people who can see a tenfold increase in their insurance. And if they were renting it with rent control, what would they do? The only option they would have would be to sell their property. That's it. So that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos?
I just want to mention that the study that Councilmember Duran just mentioned to us was debunked by USC, UCLA, and UC Berkeley in a later study. There's a publication from them that shows the 5 major flaws of the way the Stanford study was handled. And UC Berkeley found that having that kind of rental ordinance increases rent stability by 20 to 30%. You can look that up online.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think there's any denying it. The rent is too damn high. That's just, it is. But I believe what you do with rent stabilization is you bake the increase in every year. I think if we look at the data from Oxnard, from when they enacted their rent registry, it is now more expensive to rent in Oxnard than Ventura. Good. I don't know. Maybe that's good for Oxnard. I don't know, but my concern is with the rent stabilization, it bakes in the increase every year, and it gets passed on to the renter. Because there's no way to recapture. You don't raise it 4%, 3%, 5%, pick your number. The next year, you can't recapture that on it. And I think it just bakes at the end of the day, it just bakes the rent increase in. And that's my opposition to it.
I agree, the rent's too high. There's no doubt about it. But I don't want to create a mechanism by which the rent's going to raise 3%, 4%, 5% every year, and that's just where I'm at.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments or input. So on this one, I think I also hear not 100% consensus, not a unanimous consensus to move forward. And so can I get thumbs up on those who would want to move forward with the rent stabilization ordinance? And for...
I have a question, sorry.
Oh,
Just
sure.
a follow-up, just one more question.
Sure,
sorry.
go ahead, Councilmember Magone.
Thank you for that, Madam Mayor. So how would the city enforce the AB 1482 and SB 567? How do we enforce those currently?
Yes, so currently, all enforcement is taking place by the Housing Rights Center. If they do, for example, find a tenant that comes in and says, okay, right now the cap is 8.8%, I got a 50% increase, they essentially will basically provide them with the resources and services, and typically they have to refer them to a private attorney or legal aid organization for further enforcement of that law.
So I'd assume that's part of the component of the outreach and education for tenants would be informing them of those two state laws, right?
Yes.
And it currently is and will continue to be.
Yes, we also received direct inquiries from community members wanting to confirm what is the cap. And like I said, as of right now, until July 31st of this year, the cap is at 8.8%.
Okay, thank you.
And just to follow up on that, the HRC, if we expand, again, funding for the HRC and expand services that they can provide, this could fall into ensuring that we are enforcing state law?
Yes, so that would be a part of the legal services program. That is correct.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
I just want to expand on what you just said, because that was going to be my question. But I want to verify that when you come back with an updated HRC contract, that will be part of what we're looking at.
Yes, every item that has been expanded on in terms of legal services will be included in that contract language.
So we're not going to refer somebody to the Legal Aid Society or an outside attorney. We're going to have ideally, we will have an attorney that will.
Yes, so in their proposal, they also included that it will be the director of litigation. There'll be a specific attorney assigned to this particular matter, as well as having an actual in-person, actual office space within the city jurisdiction to provide those direct services.
Thank you. And just, I don't know if Councilmember Duran, if you saw, there was not full or majority consensus to move forward with the rent stabilization.
That's correct. I'm in agreement not to move forward.
Okay. Thank you for that. Moving on to security deposit regulations. Security deposit is money that is collected by a property manager or their affiliate at the start of a rental lease to cover potential damages or other costs related to the property. Anyone want to kick this off in terms of whether we want staff to do a deeper dive? Councilmember McReynolds?
I just want to clarify something back in the previous item with the business licenses. You said if they have 4 or more. And then here, I'm looking at the Assembly bill, if they have 4 or less on it. So this definition of mom and pop just seems extremely inconsistent.
It's very inconsistent depending on who you're speaking to at the federal, state, or local levels.
So do the federal or state have definitions of mom and pop, which is not a legal term?
It's not a legal term. So typically, when we looked at some of the old HUD memos and regulations, they have said it's 4 or less rental units. But also at the state level, it contradicts that because in some legislation, they say 2 or less, and other legislation, they say 4 or less. So although it's not a legal term, we would need to have some sort of definition to go forward.
That's my question right now.
Okay, seeing no other comments or input on security deposit regulations, do we want to move forward with having staff do a deeper dive or no? Thumbs?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I mean, this is already covered under AB 12, so I don't think I would not support this.
Okay. Anyone else? So I'll just put it out there. We won't move forward unless otherwise. Okay. And I believe the last one is the right to purchase. Right to purchase ordinances require property owner to give existing tenants first right of refusal to purchase a property when it is for sale. How do we feel about that one? Do we want staff to move forward on that one or no?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I believe that both Planning Commission and HHS put this on the back burner not to move forward with this either.
Is that, okay. Staff, did you have input on that?
The official recommendation to City Council was explore the right to purchase as an ordinance, but as a lower priority item in the overall tenant protection package.
Okay. Do we feel comfortable with that still to give staff that direction or no? Otherwise, we put it off the table altogether.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's off the table as well.
Yeah.
And if I may ask staff, I wrote down HRC legal services expansion as a priority, the anti-harassment as the next priority, displacement and evictions regulations on the list but not top priority. And then am I missing?
And then property owner resources,
Property
outreach,
owner
and
resource,
education.
yes, thank you. So those are the 4 items that we are asking staff to come back with. Any other input that you need? Or Councilmember McReynolds?
Do we have a timeline in terms of when we might see that?
That's a good question. And do we have a timeline that when this needs to come back?
So for the legal services contract, that's something that we will look at working into the budget to accommodate for such contract increase. And ideally, we're adjusting the contract fairly soon after the new fiscal year in order to start those services this summer. As far as anti-harassment, that is going to take a little bit more time, of course, and I could see that coming back right after the summer break. Similarly, displacement and eviction regulations, we would be able to come back after the break with something.
So I want to pick up on something that Councilmember Schumacher said too, in terms of the reductions we're seeing at the federal level. And I think we're in dire straits in terms of Section 8 housing. And I would like to see these in place before the beginning of the federal fiscal year. Which is October 1st. So if we have to do 2 readings or anything like that, let's account for all of that time. So by October 1st, these are in place.
Again, it's definitely, we have the priorities in order, but I think, hearing that direction, I think that's something that we can aim for and ideally achieve. I think the issue is as we start to get into the legal aspects of it, if we can work through all of the issues and make sure we've done the correct analysis for the amounts required, for example, for vulnerable populations or other such details, that we can make this happen prior to that next fiscal year.
Federal.
You're good? Okay. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor. Just so we're doing 4, we're moving 4 forward, and we're not, the other 4 we're not. I just want to be very clear to everyone who is here and watching. We will be moving forward, as the mayor said, the anti-harassment, legal services, property owner resources, and the displacement and eviction regulation. We will not move forward with a rental registry. This council has not approved that we're moving forward with rental stabilization, security deposit, and right of refusal. So just wanted to make sure that that's on the record for everybody to understand.
Thank you. Okay, so if nothing else is needed from staff, I think this concludes this item now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will go ahead and continue with the next formal item, 15, which is the fiscal year 2026 budget workshop number 3. And Mr. Morley will give us a succinct presentation. Okay. And it's all yours whenever you're ready, Mr. Morley. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Sanchez Palacios, Deputy Mayor Halter, other members of the City Council and City staff. I'm Greg Morley, Chief Financial Officer. I'm here tonight to present Budget Workshop number 3, which is the 4th time that we've gotten together and talked about the budget this year. One of those times being on April 22nd when we actually proposed the budget for next year. Tonight, we're going to talk about some of the responses that I have ready for the City Council that they asked me for at the last time. So we're going to go through a real quick slideshow. Since our last budget workshop, we've continued to review and monitor expectations for FY26. That includes reviewing and monitoring changing revenues and changing expenses. The City Council approved the construction contract for Olivas Park Drive, and the Measure O Citizens Oversight Committee reviewed the proposed budget on May the 5th and recommended the budget to the City Council. Some other proposed changes to the budget that I already mentioned, the Olivas Park Drive, so that added $41 million to the proposed budget. Measure O adjustments that have been added to or are being proposed for the budget. A Main Street Bollards and Planters CIP program for project for $2 million. A cultural funding grant program starting at $315,000 a year, maybe up to $500,000 a year, and we've added a sidewalk and ADA improvement project for $700K. There was a CIP adjustment for membrane bioreactor UV disinfection at $15 million. We did a consumer price index change to the maintenance assessment districts. That was a 2.3% CIP increase based on Bureau of Labor Statistics index as of April of 2025. That was another $103,000 for to be added to the proposed budget. At the last meeting that we were at, the City Council asked us to come back with the impact of what would happen to Measure O funding if we did a number of things. Number one, add $315,000 for cultural funding grant program. Number two, $400,000 for cultural funding grant program. Number three, $500,000 for cultural funding grant program. There was a request to see what an impact, although it wasn't specifically a Measure O request, there was a request to see what the impact of adding $250,000 for tree planting was, and to do the impact of a $2 million CIP project for bollards and planters. Additionally, we were asked to come back with more of a delineation of what the $1.2 million investment plan funding for the Main Street Moves project is. To tell what the impact is for Measure O, to add some of these things, I have to start first with where we are. And so what this graph does for us is it shows us the ongoing net surplus or deficit for ongoing Measure O programs. So that on this graph, that top line, that represents where we are if we do nothing. So you can see that between FY26 and FY2030, we have a rather increasing ongoing surplus in Measure O ongoing program funding, somewhere between $4 million and $4.6 million. And so if you look at the lines below that, the orange line represents what would happen if we added $315,000 for cultural funding grant, the green line for $400,000 for cultural funding grant, and accordingly, the blue line, $500,000 for cultural funding grant program. And this slide is additive with the $250,000 for trees. So again, top line of this is the same as it was for the last slide. Purple line is $250,000 for tree planting, and then those three lines again represent $315,000, $400,000, or $500,000 for cultural funding grant program. So you see how at each one of those iterations, we reduce the amount of surplus for Measure O funding for each of those fiscal years. So we have to take in consideration that when we talk about fund balance. When we had our audit back in February, we talked about the committed fund balance for Measure O at that time, $24.3 million as of June 30th of 2024. And so what this slide shows us is that for each of those years, when we add that surplus that I talked about, that top line on those graphs, add that surplus, and then for this analysis, reducing each one of those years, those CIP projects that are in the plan for the next 5 years and are part of that committed fund balance, you see that at the end of FY26, we go from a $24 million committed fund balance to a $2.8 million fund balance. And then as we add some of these other programs in the out years, you get to FY 2029 where there's actually a deficit in committed fund balance. And so this slide shows what we did with Main Street Moves funding. This is the boxes across the top of this slide shows where the $1.2 million of investment plan money is being budgeted for this and next year. Capital improvements, it says capital improvements, those permanent restrooms, they're really just a capital purchase, $400,000. Professional services, this is an estimate. I think the ADA plan for $100,000 is a pretty good estimate. Public improvements plans about $100,000. And then services and supplies for the rest of it, and this $604,000. And this includes things like lighting, resurfacing, ground treatment, landscaping, art, temporary restrooms, ADA improvements. And then the bottom left-hand corner, you see that slide that just says the Measure O funding that we talked about in previous slides, $2 million for a CIP project for bollards and planters. Next steps here are on June the 10th, we're going to be coming to the City Council to conduct a public hearing for the adoption of the FY26 operating and capital improvement budget. City Council strategic priorities. We are the finance department. Virtually everything we do supports every strategic priority there is, particularly when we're talking about budget. Our job is to facilitate the financial success of the City Council and our staff in all our operating departments. And so the recommendation, receive staff's presentation, provide us with feedback and direction on the proposed changes to the FY 2026 budget, the operating and capital improvement budget. Drive on, Ventura.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. If it's okay with council, I'd like to go to public comment and then bring it back to council for questions. So, Mr. City Clerk, did we get any public comments via email?
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive comments via email. Those have been posted in the supplemental packet, and we have 9 speakers this evening on item 15.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is Casey Rodriguez. Casey, you've been seated time. You'll have 6 minutes, followed by Hales King, Sienna Marie Sesma, Tamara Varney, Carba, Marco Cuevas, Spencer Noren.
Hello, esteemed mayor and city council members. I am a member of the City of Ventura Arts and Culture Commission and a new advocacy subcommittee member. My pronouns are she, her. City of Ventura Arts and Culture Commission acknowledges that we gather on unceded Chumash land and pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and future, who have been the wise stewards of this land for over 19,000 years. I am a highly respected leader in the arts and culture community, appointed by you, the City Council. My assignment is to advise the council on the best ways to support Ventura's art and culture scene. It has been an absolute honor to dedicate my time to championing for a much healthier budget for our local arts and culture community over the past 5 months. I have happily attended every budget meeting because I know without a doubt Ventura loves our art and culture scene. Therefore, it is vital we do everything in our power to not only sustain it, but also revive Ventura as the new art city. Ventura has many brilliant, highly skilled, and talented artists and culture tellers, as well as organizations who truly need to feel supported, keeping them feeling like Ventura is not only home, but a city that truly appreciates and values them is crucial for our city's future and economy. Also, our city's youth needs this council to take a strong vote for them and grant the $500,000 request to our commission. In the dangerous time of severe financial cutback in Ventura Unified School District, we must help keep our art and culture activities easily accessible for our future leaders. Help us support organizations that uplift and motivate our city's youth in these subject matters. This will not just be a financial success, but it will be a brilliant visionary plan. Uniting together, we will paint a brighter future. I have taught multiple ways art and culture benefits our youth. According to Americans for the Arts, low-income students engaged in the arts are twice as likely to graduate college as their peers with no arts education. Students involved in the arts are 3 times more likely to win an award for school attendance, 4 times more likely to be recognized for academic achievement, and 3 times more likely to be elected to class office. 72% of business leaders say that creativity is the #1 skill they are looking for when hiring. Helping keep art and culture alive for our youth is a must, as well as a much-needed strategic plan for our city's future. Staff recommendation to increase the arts and culture grant to $200,000 is based on the high point funded from fiscal year 2000-2008. However, the Art and Culture Commission is requesting council uses the Bureau of Labor Statistics inflation calculator, which will show $315,000 should be allocated to the Arts and Culture Grant Fund. Besides the bare minimum, we continue to advocate for our previous recommendation of $500,000, guaranteeing us commissioners the ability to do our assigned job as professional as possible. Help us art and culture commissioners do the job that we were appointed to do. Lastly, as on a personal level, I am personally pleased to see Autism Society of Ventura County receive funds from the 2025-2026 Culture Funding Grant Program. As a local parent educator and strong advocate for all people with disabilities, I recognize the artistic community is a culture. From the National Institute of Health, artistic culture is a unique and growing field of study and self-identification, encompassing shared ways of being, thinking, and communicating with artistic communities. It's characterized by values, beliefs, and practices that differ from mainstream culture, emphasizing lived experience, social preferences, and diverse modes of communication. Lastly, as a trusted advocate in the city, I have many people who come to me feeling safe to share their personal stories. I cannot stand here tonight without thanking Mr. Schumacher. Thank you for taking the stand, for knowing the culture, the 40% of our citizens in this city that desperately needed a champion tonight to do more for tenants protection. I sincerely appreciate every attempt that you tried. And I know that everyone else who's watching, who's in that 40%, is very appreciative. Sadly, we had others that didn't come to support you, but your fire is acknowledged, and I just want to say thank you for that.
Hales King, Sienna Marie Sesma, Tamara Varney.
Hello again, Mayor, City Council. My name is Hales King. I've come a number of times to speak out for the arts organization that I work with particular, and also advocate for all of the other members of our community that have been asking for this stabilization and funding so that we can continue to have as robust an arts and culture community that we have. I mentioned last time we were here that of the Arts and Cultural Commission grant money that there were only 13 applicants, of which each got some amount of money, but that there was a lack of representation in our community, only having 13 applications being able to be fully processed. So the process of the application is one thing to look at, having more funds to be able to support more people and have more people apply in the first place. I know trees is on the list, and I'm actually kind of happy some of this money is all lumped together in Measure O because we can then advocate for each other in this. It comes to our culture in the city when we're looking at trees and what we're planting. We're thinking long-term about fire hazard and danger in that sense. If we're thinking long-term, if we're referencing the cultural roots that are here, talking to the Chumash communities and knowing what is best physically for this location, but also referencing all of the artists that we have in this community. If we have these resources available for them, then they will be there. I know we're looking at money. It's a lot to juggle. I know balancing a budget is very hard. All the Measure O money is local money. It's staying local. It's within our city. It's not going to the state. We don't have to worry about tariffs on the Measure O money. This money is something that we have that we can invest. It's a pot of money that can make Main Street actually move. It can make the arts and culture bigger and broader in our community and actually draw in more attention to our city if we have these things. I want to recommend, as you're looking at these numbers, to not be scared of how big the ask is, because again, this is an investment, right? 500 up front from our city, our money that is going back to our community. This has been put into the economic thing for development for a reason, right? This money is meant to be a seed to start greater things, a seed to give opportunity to more arts and culture in our city, to draw in more people, but also to support the people who are here, who are working, who are paying the tax dollars that go into Measure O that we are now using for building up our Main Street city, right? My wife and I were walking downtown earlier and looking at the yellow, I don't even know what to call them, the thing that might stop a car. This is an opportunity that we have to plant native trees, have artistically beautiful ballards, actually work on creating art on the street downtown. So it's an attractive place to draw in people, bringing in artists to put on shows downtown, but also supporting all of the events that are advertised downtown on posters from we've got all of the different theater companies. We have opportunities. We can invest this money, we can keep it local, and we can create community. Thank you.
Sienna Marie Sesma, followed by Tamara Varney.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. As the chair of the Arts and Culture Commission, I want to thank you for your ongoing support of the creative community and for recognizing the essential role arts and culture play in the fabric of Ventura. Tonight, I'm asking you to imagine the full potential of Ventura's creative identity, not just as a cultural asset, but as an economic engine, a social connector, and a core part of our civic health. That vision is only possible if we increase the cultural funding grant program. City staff has outlined admirable goals in the general plan, supporting cultural tourism, inclusive access, small business development for creative entrepreneurs, and activating public spaces. But goals are only as strong as the investment behind them. Vision without funding is just a wish, and Ventura deserves much more than that. Our local nonprofit organizations, big and small, are doing transformative work with limited resources. They are keeping our youth engaged, our seniors connected, our neighborhoods vibrant, and our tourism industry alive. They are creating jobs, nurturing creative businesses, and reflecting the diversity of our city. But they cannot scale this work or sustain it on $90,000. A larger investment in cultural grants is more than a line item. It would be a statement that Ventura is serious about growing a thriving, inclusive, and economically strong creative sector. That we understand the arts are not a luxury. They are part of our infrastructure. They are placemaking. They are economic development. The arts are community vitality. They are public good. The arts are civic identity. They are an investment. They are a return on our investment. This is not charity. This is smart city building. Every dollar you invest will multiply in community pride, in tourism revenue, and in the overall vitality of Ventura. Let's not underfund the very sector that makes Ventura a place people want to live, work, and visit. Let's fund the future that we say that we want. Thank you.
Tamara Varney, followed by Spencer Noren, Marco Cuevas.
Good evening, council members and mayor. It's the first time I've stood in front of you. I'm Tamara Varney, and I'm with Namba Performing Arts Space. And I'm amazed at the work that you all do, the attention that you all give, and I'm really grateful for that. I'm here on behalf of Namba. I want to sincerely thank you for your continued support of the arts and culture in our city, and specifically for the support that you've provided for us to do what we do here. We've been able to offer nominal pay to emerging and underrepresented performers, sustain culturally diverse programs like our International Music Series and our Splash Theater Festival, which we bring up from Hollywood, brings a lot of artists to Ventura that are underrepresented and that wouldn't normally be seen here. It brings a lot of tourism into the city. We brought 12 plays last year with support from the city, and we brought musicians from Italy also here with support of the city. We're more than just a venue, we're a gathering space for community. Over the past year, we've welcomed over 3,000 guests and more than 150 events and supported dozens of local and regional artists. We work hard to make sure we're accessible to everyone. What makes us special is the connection we help to create between artists and audiences, between neighbors and across generations. We have a lot of children's programming and a lot of experimental new work, and we wouldn't be able to do that work without support from the city. A lot of people speak to that. So your support makes this possible. Thank you so much for investing in the arts and culture here. I know that when you get home at night after meetings like you've been in all evening, I'm sure you need something artistic and creative to get your minds back to a calm and wonderful place that we all get to live in here. So thank you very much. We invite you to come visit Namba, and you'll see the impact that we're making. Thank you.
Next speaker, Spencer Noren, followed by Marco Cuevas, and our final speaker, Carba.
Thank you, Michael. Mayor, Council, Ventura Police Department, thank you. And translation for repeating my words in Spanish. I appreciate that a lot. Urban forestry all the way. I want to thank Council for being advocates over the last few months and years and seeing the attention that this topic really hits a lot of, right? When it gets into environmental sustainability, climate change, our wildlife within our city, so many different positive effects about creating more opportunity through urban forestry. I want to thank Mr. Morley for being very imaginative with the budget and creating new ways and opportunity. And I also want to forwardly thank staff and the Parks Department and work that this might cause with an additional funding, knowing that this can really increase the quality of life. And a reminder, talking about culture in the city of Ventura, none more than trees itself. In downtown, what are our streets named after? Trees. When you look up at the hill, what do you see? 2 trees. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Marco Cuevas. Marco, you've been seated time. You'll have 9 minutes, followed by our final speaker, Carba.
I hope I don't need the full 9 minutes. Honestly, I've just been typing away over here, and I do have to apologize to some members of the audience, because I do preface this by saying I support the arts. My name is Marco Cuevas, and I serve as the chair of the Measure O Citizens Oversight Committee. My comments tonight are my own, but I think that context will help. I just want to start off with some excerpts of the Measure O ordinance, ordinance number 2016-016, as presented on the ballot, of course. An ordinance of the people of the city of San Buenaventura, California, amending Division 4, Revenue and Finance of the San Buenaventura Municipal Code by adding Chapter 4.129, San Buenaventura City Clean Water / Beaches / Street Repairs / Safety Measure General Transactions and Use Tax to the San Buenaventura Municipal Code. Whereas the city has conducted a comprehensive assessment of the long-term needs of the community and identified capital infrastructure and maintenance programs and community programs and services that need additional funding, which include, and I really want to focus on these 9 focus areas: protecting local drinking water supplies and establishing water conservation programs, maintaining and improving fire, police, and paramedic response times, keeping all fire stations open, protecting local beaches, rivers, and coast waters from pollution, keeping our neighborhoods safe from gangs and drugs, effectively addressing the issue of homelessness, protecting and seismically repairing bridges, maintaining local streets, roads, and essential city services, improving services for seniors, the disabled, and veterans. And before I forget, this just hit me, I didn't have this written down. Number 3, keeping all fire stations open. We're looking at opening up another one, and just almost a decade ago, we were about to close one of our 6. So keep that one in mind. Didn't have that written before, but back on track. Please think about these initiatives as you consider priorities for the Measure O budget. And I want to preface this kindly because it's going to get a little dicey here, but I do want to thank staff for keeping a balanced budget. It's always good to hear that. But unfortunately, we've reached an inflection point with regards to Measure O. In regards to the staff report, respectfully, there needs to be more context. The committee did affirm the budget, met the scope and intent of the Measure O ordinance, and recommended the proposed budget to council. I'll give the committee that. It was not unanimous, however. It was a 4-2 vote, and I hope to add some context from the May 5th meeting as there was concern over budgeted items as they fit the ordinance's intent. I encourage you to watch the meeting, but I'll do my best to summarize right now. The committee brought up the following during the meeting: whether it's a general tax or a specific tax, what's legal, what was taken out to add the bollards and arts grant. Our committee meeting was nearly 2 weeks after, came from the April 22nd council meeting. Sorry, back up. Let's start with the bollards and arts grant discussion that came from the April 22nd council meeting. Our committee meeting was nearly 2 weeks after this, and yet these 2 line items, and now this third one was not actually there with the trees, but the bollards and arts grant were not in our agenda and proposed budget for review prior to our meeting, an agenda that was posted more than a week after April 22nd, your council meeting, on May 1st, prior to our May 5th meeting. Instead, it was added to a slide during the meeting, and I'll defer to the city attorney and the city clerk on whether that was properly noticed to the public. I preface the following by saying that, again, as I said earlier, I love the arts and I support its funding in general. As an oversight committee member, though, I have to ask the following: is Measure O the funding source for this? Does it meet the intent the voters supported back in 2016? Again, the prior 9 focus areas, of which the prior 2 years we only met 7 of those 9 focus areas. Bollards are infrastructure, and more easily interpreted as fitting the list of focus areas. Art may be able to fit something. A more specific breakdown on how the funds will be used would help. We have tried in the past as a committee to have a community granting program with RFPs that could include art proposals, and I welcome that. Staff put up some barriers, and the committee deprioritized this grant. Looks like we should focus on it again. I asked the arts commissioners at the April 22nd meeting, as I was bringing up the grant during the prior budget, and also the bollards, as the people were speaking in favor of that as well. I asked, I believe both those groups, but specifically the arts commissioners, to come to the Measure O meeting and advocate for funding. And unfortunately, no one came to us on May 5th so that we can get more info. And so I'm hearing of a blanket budget request in the amounts of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I really just am asking for specifics. I would not be doing proper oversight if I affirmed a blanket budget like that. With all due respect to one of my committee members that said, and I'm paraphrasing, we shouldn't nitpick one line item. That's literally our job as an oversight committee, is to find discrepancies in the budget. What is the point of this committee if not finding how the intent of the ordinance is being met? I heard it's legal because it's a general tax and not a specific tax. And I'll use this analogy. If there's a single discrepancy in our audit, it cannot be labeled as clean. So why are we willing to accept any item that doesn't meet the intent of the ordinance? Just because something is legal doesn't make it ethical. And it's no wonder that there's negative public sentiment on where our tax dollars go. I want to dig into the numbers a bit more. A committee member asked, what is being cut to make room for the Bollards and Arts Grant? Staff stated that nothing needs to be cut. Okay, wanting to hear more info, not getting all the numbers, I asked, how much of this other fund is there? I didn't get a straight answer initially. Sometime later in the meeting, in an effort to ask a different way, I put a hypothetical. If council wanted to budget $10 million for roads tomorrow, could they? And maybe throwing this out of order, but finally I got some transparency on this fund when it was stated that there was $24 million available for infrastructure. Okay, on that I asked, if $24 million could be budgeted for roads, the same thing, if council could budget $24 million for roads, I was told an analysis needs to be done. I'm not getting a straight answer. Instead, I was further questioned and asked by Mr. Morley, why are you playing these games? I'm just trying to ask questions to better understand the budget. As far as I see, there's been a growing slush fund. We need to better project multi-year long projects and put more money into roads. With discrepancies on meeting intent, I stated I'd be voting no on the item. Mr. Morley said, you can't vote no on this affirmation. Go back and watch the YouTube. It's there. I may be paraphrasing a bit, but those words are there. Do you find that appropriate? I'm not on this committee to rubber stamp these recommendations, and I've used that term several times in these meetings. Please consider what the ordinance that was voted on and advertise to voters in 2016, and what is it intended to do? Help build public trust. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Karba. And Karba, you should be able to unmute yourself. Karba, go ahead. Karba? Item 15, Karba, are you there? Going once? Going twice? Karba? That concludes public comment on item 15.
Thank you, public speakers. I will bring it back to council for questions and introductory remarks. I have Councilmember Campos.
Mr. Morley, at the beginning, I may have missed or misunderstood. You were talking about the reserve fund of Measure. Does that build back up along the way, or are we just spending it out, spending it down?
Okay, the reserve fund I was talking about, what we call it is a committed fund balance. And
Okay.
it will build back up over time depending on what kinds of future projects are funded against that. As long as there's still room in that ongoing surplus between the ongoing revenues and the ongoing programmatic expenses, there will be a continual buildup of that surplus or that committed fund balance. It's just that in the next 2 years of the CIP plan, we have dedicated more than $20 million of that $24.3 million fund balance.
That's the fund balance.
Yes.
How much on average do we get each year from Measure?
We're projecting somewhere between $17.5 and $18.5 million over the next 5 years annually.
And how does that compare with during COVID?
During COVID, it wasn't really reduced that much during COVID. If you look at revenue for Measure O, we started out at about, in 2017, we first started getting it. It started out at about $11 million, which was what was projected during the ballot initiative. But it continually grew over the years, and it wasn't reduced during COVID. We didn't really feel a recessive impact from COVID as far as our Measure O revenue, even our sales tax revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thanks, staff. Thank Mr. Morley. I wanted to say that I like seeing the changes, adding the ballards in, adding trees in. The 315,000 for the arts, well, it's not the 500,000 that I would hope for. It at least brings us up to where we would have been considering cost of living since it was dramatically reduced down to 90,000 years ago. So that's definitely a beginning. And I wanted to just mention that it was mentioned before that Ventura spends approximately $12, I think it's $12.83 or something per capita on the arts, which put us pretty high against other cities as far as our support of the arts, which is phenomenal. And the difference between that and what I've known as far as the numbers was simply the fact that a lot of that money goes into programming. It goes into things like the Levis Adobe, the museum. It goes into things that aren't granted. It's not funds granted to the arts, and that's usually what a lot of us involved in the arts watch, because what we grant directly to all the fantastic arts groups that we have in this community, we've been extremely fortunate to have such passionate people starting things that are creating a fantastic future for our community, because it is an economic generator. Our investment in the past has been extremely low compared to most cities, and it's only through good fortune and hard work and passion that a lot of organizations made it through the fires and the pandemic, because many of the arts groups across this country failed, upwards of 50% of them. And what they had in common is the lack of grant funding by the local government institutions. So we're on our way to the right direction, and the numbers were all correct. Yours were correct, and the ones I knew were correct. We're looking at two different things, so I appreciate that input. It gave me some new information. I did want to say that when we do fund the arts, it really is something that adds vitality, it adds dollars to our community. And so that's why we moved it over to economic development, is because it really does generate a huge part of our economy. And I'm so proud of what we've been able to create as a community and the creativity that exists here. And we got to keep building upon that, because that's one of Ventura's greatest strengths. With that said, the other couple things is I look at some of the things that have come forward. I know in the downtown, I represent the city and the downtown Ventura partners. They've been very adamant about doing more with restrooms, and I know we're looking at that. We have some temporary restrooms going in. We have some funding now for some permanent restrooms, it looks like, on this budget. But there's also a plan that I hope, and I don't think it changes the budget, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but it just moves dollars around. There's a pilot program that the DVP is looking at doing to actually take over the maintenance of some of the restrooms, if not all the restrooms downtown, so that since they have ambassadors, they have eyes on the street, they know instead of just locking them when something happens, they could actually fix and clean them better than I think an outside service can do. So I know there's still ongoing discussions to make sure see if they could do that, and I think it's just changing where the dollar is applied, taking it from one pot and put it in another, I believe.
Okay, first, a point of clarification about the $315,000.
Yes.
That was on the slide that I showed, that was a starting point. The graph that I showed that.
The others,
showed
yeah.
at the $400,000 level and the $500,000 level. Staff relies on the city council to give us direction about what level we're at with regard to the pilot program for the restroom project.
Yes.
I don't know where we are in the negotiations, because I don't get into that part of it. But I do know we didn't have to transfer money from one place to another. We did include money for that pilot program in next year's budget.
Fantastic, thank you. And last thing, I'll let my colleagues chime in, is we hear about the fireworks having trouble being funded this year. We hear about possibly even St. Patrick's Day parade. Everyone's been involved, it's getting older. And then also the business incubator, which is part of our general plan, which is part of our goals. And we heard some young people talking this evening about that possibility. If we were able to if we wanted to move forward on any of those types of funding sources, does the city council have a contingency of any sort throughout the year?
The city council has in their budget a $50,000 annual contingency, $50,000, which I don't know would fund some of those activities.
Okay.
But that's the only contingency in the budget.
Okay, needed to ask that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds, followed by Councilmember Mangone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask my standard question. The state May revised has come out. I know the federal budget, we don't have an idea quite yet, but is there any risks that we're looking to some of our funding from our state and federal?
There are no new risks other than what we have talked about before. Of course, there's always the issue of some of the things the federal government said they were going to do, which would affect any local government with regard to reduced grant funding. We haven't been notified about any increased risk to that. We've only seen one grant out of all of the grants that we had where we were actually notified that the feds pulled back that money. We have not seen any risk to our state-funded money, particularly things like gas tax money. There's been no reduction in the projection of revenue, the annual revenue that we get from those resources, and we haven't been notified about any risk to state-funded grants.
Thank you. I have some questions regarding the Arts and Culture Commission and their request. I was wondering if I could ask Ms. Zarzua some questions? Or Ms. Fox? So I received several phone calls from folks regarding the May 8th Arts and Culture Commission. I was directed to watch the commission hearings, and I was rather disappointed in a lot of the language I heard. At one point, the term autism is a diagnosis, it's not culture. And then there was a debate for an hour on giving $3,000 to the Autism Society. We heard one of the commissioners speak tonight that she was in favor of it. I feel like she was the only person in the room that understood the assignment. I'm looking at the duties of the Arts and Culture Commission. It says it will pertain matters to arts, culture, and cultural tourism. It'll advise and make recommendations on public art and cultural programs. They are two separate things. So what happened at the Arts and Culture Commission meeting on May 8th?
Good. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. For the record, I am Emily Fox, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. So at the May 8th Arts and Culture Commission meeting, one of the agenda items was to bring forward the recommendation that the volunteer peer review panel brought forward. So that peer review panel is a group of local arts and cultural experts from Ventura County who not only review all the applications, but also the supplemental materials, and then they meet in person with city staff, talk through each of the applications, and then put together a recommendation of funding. So the funding recommendation goes to the Arts and Culture Commission, and then the commission reviews the recommendation, asks questions, and then as part of their commission responsibilities is to approve that recommendation. Typically, an Arts and Culture Commissioner is on that panel. Unfortunately, based on availability, the commissioner was not able to participate in the process. So this was the first year since I've been here, the last 6 years, that we didn't have a commissioner there. So during the discussion part, commissioners did express, what was found was there was varying definition of culture between the commissioners. So staff ended up taking a more open version, a more expansive version of culture. So oftentimes you have a more narrow version, which is connected to nationality and ethnicity. So you think Chumash culture, you think Mexican culture. We did the interpretation based on current best practices to also include identity-based cultures, as well as to potentially look at other cultures that might be included. So with identity-based cultures, you think LGBTQIA culture, you think autism culture. And so when we did our initial screening of the applications, before they went to the review panel, we all of the 13 applicants, including Autism Society Ventura County, were deemed by city staff as eligible as arts and cultural organizations. And again, we identified that eligibility based on the version of culture or the definition of culture that we typically view our programs, activities, and services we provide as a city. Not all commissioners felt that that definition was what they had anticipated when they were a part of the initial review of the application and revision of the application. They viewed it more as it should be specific to arts organizations or specific to cultural organizations that fall within that nationality and or ethnicity category. And so they expressed their frustration that they felt like staff overstepped. Be that as it may, based on Autism Society of Ventura County's application, I still stand by that I see them as a cultural organization. And as well, the project that they put forward was an art show at Museum of Ventura County that showcases work from autism or from individuals with autism. So that fell within the cultural activity. Discussion continued to move forward. They did ask about would there be an opportunity to have the commission re-review and make adjustments to the funding. Because a commissioner was not involved in the process, we shared we'd have to table it, give the commission the opportunity to review all of the applications, for us to talk through all of the notes from the panel, and then they could come back and based on what their duty is, they would have the opportunity after they had completed that in a public meeting, put forward recommendations that were different than what the peer review panel did. In the end, they decided they wanted to approve the funding recommendations from the peer review panel, and then we moved on to the next item.
So part of that was a discussion in terms of how we're going to define culture moving forward. So what is that process? And
yes, so one of the things I mentioned to the commission, and this was, so part of the initial process when we did the revision for the cultural funding grant program, we had a local cultural expert come in, meet with all past applicants that opted to attend to talk through the revisions to the application, give them the opportunity to provide input. And what we found is each organization has a slightly different definition of culture. And so one of the things that we had proposed moving forward when we have the consultant come in to work on the one of council's strategic priorities, the developing the comprehensive arts and cultural policies, is to have that consultant work with council, work with the commission, work with the community to identify that community version of culture. So when it comes to the granting programs, when it comes to activities, we have a very clear definition that everyone is on the same page about. Again, our department currently takes a more broad definition, has a more inclusive definition, and includes those identity-based cultures. But we knew that that was something that we really needed more council direction on, and that we wanted it to be a participatory process with the community and with council or commission as well.
so if we decide to fund additional monies to the Arts and Culture Commission, which I question the decision right now based on what I heard, will that new study be done before the award of the next year's grants?
Yes, we would prioritize that. And again, that final definition would be something that really is council-driven as well. So even in terms of the future version of the grant program, there are opportunities to be able to make modifications, adjustments, potentially look at different categories, arts organizations, cultural organizations, organizations that are up and coming, organizations that are more established. I really think with the upcoming adoption of the general plan, especially the arts and culture element, and then with all the work that we've been doing as a department as well as our commission, I think the timing is ideal to be able to have the consultant come on board. We can prioritize the definition of cultural, of doing the final revision of the grant, and I think it will help with clarity, not only for applicants applying for the grant, but I think with the commission as well.
Well, thank you very much, and I do appreciate your definition of culture. I think it's the right one, and I think you're doing what this body is requested, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone, followed by Councilmember
Thank you, Madam
Schumacher.
Mayor. I have one more. Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Councilmember McReynolds asked several questions that I had. You answered them. Thank you. So to clarify, the $3,500 in question during this meeting, and I have some more comments I'll leave to deliberations, but that was in fact approved to be used for an art show at the museum. Is that correct?
I don't remember the exact amount. I believe it's between 3,000, 3,500. To be clear, we're in the appeal period. So the recommendation came forward from the panel, the commission approved it, and when we provided notifications on May 9th, the day after, it starts the 30-day appeal period. So any organization who participated in the process can submit an appeal to the department. If the appeal is submitted, it will go to the city attorney's office. They will review the appeal, the application materials, and then the decision is final. So awards are not official until the appeal period ends, and if there is an appeal, that a determination has been made.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, that's it for you.
Okay.
I have a question for Mr.
Any
Moore.
other questions?
Maybe if somebody else does,
Okay.
maybe you can jump back to me. Okay,
Probably, but you can go and.
thank you. So, Mr. Morley, or maybe the city attorney can answer this. So there's concerns with kind of the intent of Measure O funds being used to be allocated for arts and cultural grant funding. Who determines that they can in fact be used? Is that you? Is that you and the city attorney's office?
So it's a combination of a discussion between myself and the city attorney with regard to what the Measure O funds can be used for. The Measure O funds are a general tax. They are not a specific tax, even though our ordinance has a section in it where it says, it names it the clean / ordinance. In the ballot initiative itself, it mentioned 8 or 9 different reasons for the funding to, and it was asking the citizens to vote. Do you agree to this measure to provide funding for these issues? On that ballot, one of the things that it said was funding for the youth, elderly, and veterans. In our ordinance, we wrote it and said funding for elderly, veterans, and disabled. We left out the word youth, but we can't leave the youth out of a reason to spend the Measure O money. So because it is a general tax, and we have mentioned things like we can use this money for essential services. And I'll give you another example. If you looked at all those things that are written in the ordinance, if you look at the title of this ordinance, if you look at the things that were in the ballot initiative, nowhere in there do you see the word tree, yet we've been using Measure O money ever since 2017 to fund tree maintenance. There's nothing illegal or inappropriate about us using Measure O money to fund the arts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Morley, for your presentation. I just have a very quick question. I've been getting emails about CAPS funding, and I invite either Mr. Morley or the city manager to help me understand, are we looking into increasing funding for CAPS?
All right, from my perspective, okay, we are currently under contract negotiations with CAPS, okay? CAPS is in the last year of a 5-year contract. Their funding for the current year was $600,000 in accordance with that contract. We're in negotiations for a new contract that will become effective on July the 1st. We have $600,000 in the budget for next year, which is at the same level that we have this year. There's been no affirmative or conclusive items coming out of the negotiations that have told us that we needed to increase funding for CAPS. It would be difficult. We have a balanced budget. If we increase funding for CAPS, we have to balance it out of the budget somewhere.
Got it. So I was never a fan of increasing the arts for more than $200,000. So if we were to go back to the $200,000, could we use 115 of that to go to CAPS?
If it were the city council's directive for us to increase funding for CAPS, and the city council directed us not to fund the cultural funding grant program at a higher level, we might do some switching around between Measure O. I would think that it would be more appropriate to fund the CAPS out of the general fund than Measure O. So we might do some switching around to make that available.
Okay, thank you. I just, I also heard the May 8th meeting, And I was also very disappointed in the discussion that had happened regarding culture, because I specifically was called out regarding on how I don't know how what the definition of culture is, which is surprising given that I'm a brown gay man. So I think there's definitely a definition that absolutely needs to be explored, so that way we can all quite understand what cultural funding program grant, which is literally the name of the grant, and the funds that needs to go to culture. So I also support what Councilmember McReynolds had stated in finding that definition quickly and really making sure that we fund what we need to fund in regards to cultural programs.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Schumacher, for your comments, and Councilmember McReynolds. I also heard the meeting, and I feel the same as you. I think that we don't need to go further than what we said originally. And I also am concerned with CAPS. I want to make sure that they get funded as well. So with all that said, I just wanted to throw my comments in, and thank you, Mr. Morley, for your presentation. I also wanted to say thank you again for giving us the outlook, the financial outlook on that. And, you know, we talked about in the FAB meeting about not really putting in any kind of additional funds for revenue, you know, even.
Yes, as we discussed, once the construction project is complete and there's been development, revenue generating retail type development out there, probably no earlier than fiscal year 2028, we'll start seeing some increased sales tax and Measure O revenue from that area, which can be used. It's not included in the outlook that we showed, but if it were to be included in the outlook, it wouldn't show up until fiscal 2028 or 2029 at the earliest.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question about the cultural grant program, funding program. What is the amount now? Is it 90? Is it 100,000? What? 103,000? What's
The current year is $90,000. It's been at $90,000 for several years.
Okay.
That's the base amount.
The base amount. And the proposed 315 or 400,000 or 500,000, those are the options that you gave us.
Those were the options that the city
That we
council
asked
asked me
for.
about, and I provided the impact for, yes.
And I think for me, I also feel the same as some of my council members who have shared concerns about just moving forward with the additional funding. Unfortunately, you know, pretty much everyone who commented on the arts tonight talked about arts and culture. There was no separation. And that was not the conversation I heard at the May 8th meeting either. And so for me to agree to go ahead and add more funding to a commission that it doesn't seem like they all agree on what arts and culture means, I'd rather put a pause on that, leave it at the current funding amount until we get a clear definition from the consultant on what does culture mean, what does that encompass, and then I think move forward with additional funding at a later time. What I don't want to see is that we approve additional funding and there's no consensus at a commission that approves funding for organizations that include culture. And it was very clear in that meeting that they do want exclusive arts organization, and that is not what the commission is about. So for me, I appreciate the work that you did, Mr. Morley, because we as council asked you to do that. Unfortunately, I don't think we're on the same page on what we want to see arts and culture be at this time. And so for me, I'm not going to be supporting an additional funding for culture funding grant program until we have a clear definition of what it's going to mean and what it will include rather than exclude. Thank you. Councilmember Campos?
Mayor, if I may respond to you a little bit. If there's a possibility that we could approve the funding but put it on hold and let the Parks and Rec staff work with them so they can identify what they need to understand about culture. Because if we wait now, then it's another year without enough funding for the programs that exist in our city.
I appreciate that. I just don't want to rush it either. I don't want to rush a definition, and I don't want to rush a consultant because we have this money pending. I think that would be my other concern,
Thank you.
but I appreciate that. Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. While I respect the opinions of my colleagues, I'm disappointed to hear that because, again, it's one of the cultural arts, which has always been defined in the 38 years I've been here very clearly. A time period that we declared the downtown our cultural district, a time period that we declared Ventura our new art city. I believe the meeting referred to, it's sad to know that one meeting could have this kind of impact because I think it's an aberration of what we've known for at least 30 years of being here when the city helped seed the music festival, which is in its 29th season now. They seeded that at $250,000 a year for 5 years, and it's been on its own. It has several $1 million in the bank at this point. We have come a long way due to that initial early support of the arts in the 90s. So many fantastic organizations that most cities would be thrilled to have. And with very little support from the city, which has made it a huge hardship for a lot of these organizations to continue. So we lose momentum. That would be a disappointment for Ventura. It would be a huge loss. It's taken 30 years to build it. And I think we're being foolhardy, if that's a word, by not supporting increased funding for the arts while we get our Cultural Arts Commission on board with what we know the definition of cultural arts has always been for at least 30 years. Now, things can morph. I get that. It gets more complex. But in reality, from the National Endowment of the Arts to our County Office of the Cultural Arts to the State Department of Art, it's pretty well defined. And so I'm just disappointed to hear that we seem to be so confused here in the city of Ventura. And I hope that we don't make such a dramatic decision and set our city back significantly by not choosing to fund the arts.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds, followed by Councilmember Mangone.
I just wanted to clarify, the budget, it's $200,000 in the budget currently for the arts and culture. Is that correct?
Before this conversation started at the budget proposal, we had a line item we had increased it from the 90 to, in our proposed budget, from the 90 to the $200,000, yes.
That's in the budget today is $200,000.
That's what it was in the proposed, yes.
In the proposed budget. So it's not the 90, it's the 200. So what we're debating is, are we taking it to 315, 4, or 500?
That's correct, yes.
So I just wanted to clarify that. And I don't mind putting it, I'm going to borrow an old term, in a lockbox until we get the definition. But, you know, I am concerned about, you know, it sounded like a commission out of control on the 8th on it, and it was disappointing.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think going even back to our strategic goal setting, I think we all had an understanding of what arts and culture meant. That was my perspective, that we were to go to kind of reference what you were talking about, Deputy Mayor. I thought everyone was on the same page until I watched that meeting. And there was a small group, in my view, that was not on the same page as everyone else. I was also alarmed by some of the things that were said during that meeting. I'm going to be perfectly honest. It was a very kind of like elitist attitude towards the arts. I mean, I heard the word expert said several times. And so the issue is with, the Arts and Culture Commission also has a fiduciary duty with Measure O funds. These are taxpayer funds. And I'm also have the same concerns as my colleagues do. However, staff and Commissioner Casey Rodriguez, I think they were the ones in the room that were on the same page as us. I don't think we need a consultant. I think staff, Commissioner Rodriguez already understands what we're all talking about. It seems like we're taking a step backwards to go back with a consultant to get a definition. I heard staff give their definition of arts and culture in the meeting. We can all go watch it. I think we just need to rely on staff. They know what they're talking about. I think they know what we want and what we're talking about. So I would, this kind of increase in funds being contingent, I would say, I would agree to that, but as long as we are granting staff that responsibility to kind of reiterate what we all know, or we all think we know what the arts and culture component means. That would be my recommendation, is just allow staff to do their thing. She already knows what she's talking about. I heard it coming out of her mouth once already. So that would be my recommendation.
Just to clarify, Councilmember, to remain at the 200,000, or?
I have been vocal, a proponent of increasing that funding. So I would still be there as long as we are allowing staff to reiterate what we already know, arts and culture means. We're not allowing the commission to determine that. Or we're not allowing a consultant to do it either. We already know, staff knows what it means.
Yeah, I support that. I think where I run into hesitation is that currently Arts and Culture Commission does have the authority and final word on funding. And so for me, that is an issue that if they are not on the same page as council is, because they serve at council's pleasure, but if they are not on the same page as we are in terms of what it means to be arts and culture, then they have the discretion to change things. I mean, obviously that decision can come to council for further discussion, but currently as it stands, they have authority over funding, which, yeah.
Yeah, and can I respond? Yeah,
Sure.
That's a really valid point. And I agree with I agree with you, so I can't argue with that.
And I'm open to, I appreciate Councilmember Campos asking to consider, holding the funding, and if my colleagues are in agreement with that, I would accept the 200,000. I still say pause until that definition of arts and culture can be clarified, whether by staff, which are very capable of doing so, or I think the consultant was being considered because of the process. I don't know if that's the case in terms of the selection and process of providing these grants to organizations. So I think that's where the consultant came in, and it wasn't just for the definition. So I'm fine with holding that pot until we can have further clarification from either if we're going to go with a consultant or not, or if we're going to have staff define that for us.
And Mayor, I would like to say, I think we'd like to continue to maintain the consultant option for capacity. We just have limited staff to do all the things that we like to do. And so a consultant, the capacity the consultant would bring would be very helpful.
Okay. And I think, I appreciate that. I think I have Councilmember Duran, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment. I'm in agreement with the 200,000, and then waiting until we get what that definition is, and I think the consultant is the way to go, just because staff is, that's going to be a lot of heavy lifting for them, but I wouldn't go more than 200,000, as you had mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So at this time, Deputy Mayor Halter? Sorry.
I want to say is that I see, I hear the concerns, and I think that if we instead do what Councilmember McReynolds recommended and set 315,000 aside and work through this and do it as a lockbox type thing, and that we could choose to support the additional 115,000 once we are comfortable with the process, how money is awarded, and what the definition of culture and art is. I think that would be much more advantageous to the needs of the arts groups in Ventura today, and also meet the needs of this council.
Thank you, Councilmember Campos.
I support what the deputy mayor is saying. I visit a lot of the art venues all the time, and I know how strapped they are. And it's been a long time with the Arts and Culture Commission and grant program has been underfunded for years. So I believe that taking it to the 315 level would be appropriate for this year.
Thank you, Councilmember McReynolds.
Sorry, I wasn't at the 315, I was at the 200, but and in regards to the comments that Councilmember Campos and Deputy Mayor Halter said, you both referred to the arts. You didn't refer to arts and culture. So, so I think we need to work on that definition.
So I don't know if any of my colleagues have a motion then, because I think we need I'm sorry? Yeah, we did public comment already. So if there, I'm happy to make the motion to keep it at 200,000 until we can get a clear definition and have the option open for a consultant. And
Second.
thank you. And so with that, do you need there's other like numbers on here that I'm reading, so that's why I'm like trying to take my time and what else needs to be included.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, the recommendation was to receive direction from the City Council about some of the funding options that we have discussed. So I would require consensus from the City Council about 4 things. Number 1, $2 million to fund the Bollards and Planters CIP project from Measure O at Main Street Moves. Number 2, the level of funding for the Cultural Funding Art Program. Number 3, $250,000 in the budget for tree planting. And number 4, whether or not we increase funding for CAPS and at what level.
Thank you for that. Is there consensus to allocate the $2 million for the bollards from Measure O? Councilmember McReynolds?
I want to understand the caps.
Yeah.
Because what are we increasing? Is it to get additional services, or is it to cover existing services?
Yes, so again, we are currently in contract negotiations with CAPS, And so I don't know what the result of that contract negotiation is and whether there's increased scope to the contract for next year, which would be, you would have to have increased scope for the contract for next year to justify the additional funding, the way I see it. So, but the contracts, I'm just an accountant. I don't negotiate contracts, so.
I don't know if we're providing direction on caps yet. I mean, in terms of, I don't think we know what we're.
I don't think our discussion has included that.
I think, and I'd like to defer to Councilmember Schumacher in terms of, I think we want to see caps continue and we want to see it at the level that it exists today. Are you looking for additional?
Well, I
Sorry,
didn't.
before I go to you, I do have
Sorry.
Councilmember Campos on the queue, so, and then I'll go to you. Go ahead.
I thought I heard Mr. Morley say caps should be funded out of the general fund also. Is that correct?
That's correct. CAPS is currently funded out of the general fund, and we have money proposed in the budget next year at the current level of $600,000. If there's going to be an increase, I think it would have to stay in the general fund, and we'd probably have to move some other appropriate expense out of the general fund into Measure O.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher.
I'd be okay with that. I was just curious because like I said, I wanted to see where that 115,000 was going to go, and knowing that there is an opportunity to be able to maybe potentially expand, but I didn't know you all are in the middle of negotiations, so I can withdraw that at this point because I just was looking at the status. However, within your negotiations, please keep in mind CAPS is a great asset to the city.
Okay, thank you for that. So going back to Mr. Morley's item, so do we have consensus on the $2 million for the bollards? From Measure O. Okay, it seems like we have consensus. Councilmember Duran, did you have a comment or input?
Well, yeah, I'm in agreement with that as well. I did want to add with caps. I agree with Councilmember Schumacher, and I think we really need to take a look at that. I don't know what the negotiations are right now. I do know that. Are we going to get that information soon so we can make a decision on that? Because I don't want to lose that asset that we have. And I think I don't think there's anybody on the council. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but. Is there anybody that's against renewing this CAPS contract? Because if there is, then let's talk about that. Because if you're in negotiations, I guess that's what the city manager. If you're in negotiations, I would think you would want to know how we feel about CAPS. And so CAPS is absolutely, in my opinion, an incredible asset. That being said, I'm in agreement with the bollards.
Thank you for that. Anyone want to chime in about caps? Nope. Okay.
Real quick, if memory serves me correct, Mr. Davidson, I think he was just discussing, continuing the service that CAPS provides, but then also a small nominal increase. Right. So I think that's what we're talking about. So I don't think it's anything significant.
Mayor, if I may, I think it would be helpful just to have the council's support for allowing us to work through the negotiations. Then, if there's an increase in cost, to allow us to work that into our budget and present that to you when we come back to you on January or June 10th.
Okay. Would we have consensus for that? Yes? Okay. Councilmember Duran, you're good with that?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got consensus on caps, on the bollards. How about the $250,000 for trees? Consensus? Councilmember Duran?
Thank you.
Okay. And then
Yes, thank
lastly, the cultural funding, our arts and cultural funding at $200,000. Place a hold on that until further notice. We don't have consensus on that, it appears. Do we have Councilmember Mangone?
Just for clarification, are we putting that 200,000 on hold, or are we approving the 200,000 and the 115 is on hold? Can we just clarify that? So are you determining the consensus as 200,000 is what we are going to offer for the grant programming?
That's
That
Yes,
is at
that's
200,
fine. Mhm.
okay.
Councilmember Duran, did you have a input on that? And then Deputy
Yeah,
Mayor Halter?
Yes, I'm in agreement with the 200,000.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter?
I'd like you on the record that I adamantly disagree with that and feel we're missing an opportunity. I appreciate any increase, but I think to have this type of conversation based upon one meeting is very foolhardy. And so I just want to be on record that we're missing a huge opportunity.
And I agree with Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like,
For the record, I'll third that opinion.
okay. So doing the math to cap at 200,000 for the arts and culture funding right now. And then allow staff to have the option of a consultant and go from there. And I think I covered all of your points that you needed direction on.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, that concludes this item. I appreciate staff.
And Mayor, apologies, just a quick point of order. We did have a motion and a second on the floor. Will we withdraw the motion and does staff have the feedback now? Or did council want to put that into a motion?
Correct. Do you have I heard him say he has the information.
I have the
so
feedback back in the direction.
We
that
don't need a
So
motion.
we'll withdraw the motion?
Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. On to our next item, 16, which is a construction contract PW 25-1182 with Toro Enterprises, Inc. for street resurfacing Telegraph Road, Ashwood to Victoria. We have a staff presentation. And whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Representing Public Works Department, I'm Greg Knudsen, Principal Civil Engineer. With me tonight is Charlie Ebling, Public Works Director, and Travis Gonzalez, Senior Civil Engineer. We are before you tonight to discuss the Telegraph Avenue resurfacing project and answer questions. The project design, bidding, and construction were deferred to accommodate construction of the new interconnect transmission water line, which is now substantially complete. The contract recommended by your staff includes a base bid resurfacing on Telegraph Road between Ashwood Avenue and Victoria Avenue, shown in blue on the project map, and an additive alternate shown in red that extends the resurfacing to Hill Road. The base bid project was identified as Project ST 20-1168 in the 2025-29 CIP work plan, and the additive alternate was most recently included in the annual slurry seal program. After examining pavement condition from Victoria Avenue to Hill Road, staff determined that the pavement condition had continued to deteriorate and complete resurfacing would be a more appropriate long-term rehabilitation strategy. The project includes grinding removal of 2 to 3 inches of existing pavement and resurfacing with new rubberized asphalt pavement. Additional scope includes full-depth pavement repairs, select median landscape replacement, removal of 2 existing street trees, new ADA-compliant access ramps, concrete flatwork repairs, including sidewalks, curbs, and gutters, new striping and pavement markings. Infill tree planting would be coordinated with the Parks Division following resurfacing. The new striping and markings would include bike lanes, buffered bike lanes, and high-visibility crosswalks. The buffered bike lanes partially fulfill a near-term phase objective of the 2023 Active Transportation Plan as approved by council. To accommodate the buffered bike lanes, curb parking would be eliminated on both sides of the road between Day Road and Wake Forest Avenue, and on the south side of the roadway between Brookshire and Hill Road. Transportation staff conducted postcard outreach. The only respondent was the Mound School Plaza ownership, and transportation staff has conferred with this owner regarding the change in parking and completed a parking study. The project construction is being delivered through the design bid build process, where plans and specifications prepared by city staff are competitively bid in accordance with city charter. 2 bids were received on May 6, 2025 from Toro Enterprises and Granite Construction. The lowest responsible and responsive bid received from Toro Enterprises includes a base bid of $4.7 million, which is 10% above the engineer's estimate, and an additive alternate of $1.1 million, which is 0.2% below the engineer's estimate. Staff will recommend the award of the base bid and additive alternate for a total of $5.8 million to Toro Enterprises. With your approval of the contract award, construction notice to proceed is anticipated to be issued in July of 2025, and the project would be complete by February of 2026. Civic engagement would include postcards mailed to residents and businesses, project notification on the city website, and deployment of changeable message signs. The project is being funded from the SB1 Road Repair and Accountability Act funds, Measure O, and the Highway User Tax account. The recommendations included in this staff report include the strategic priority of infrastructure and a focus area of continue to maintain and improve the condition of roads. The recommendations before you tonight include the CEQA determination for categorical exemption, authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with Toro Enterprises, and authorize the city manager to execute future amendments to the subject agreement. And staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do we have public comment? I want to hear from the public if we have any comments right now on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. One speaker on item 16, Spencer Noren. Speaker will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Good evening, Mayor again, Council, VPD translation. Mr. City Clerk, I have a few slides. Could you pull up, please, for public comment? Thank you, sir. I'm very excited about this project. As you well know, I've been making public comments about this project for the last 4 years. Staff is doing an awesome job, but I wanted to give a little bit of more understanding about what's happening and the future that we can have on this just such an important thoroughway for the college area on the east side. And the amount of development that's coming there. The Methodist Church is being developed with low-income housing we talked about across the street, where the old pool used to be at VC. More housing is coming as well. And I want to make this a thorough way for the beautifying of Ventura. We know that Victoria Avenue is the backbone of Ventura County for services. You come up Victoria, then you go left on Telegraph Road, getting to the hospital and to the college or the area, the transit center. And in our description, we talk about 2 trees being removed and 19 trees being planted. But I have a question for council. Are we talking about tree wells or in the medians? Because after a quick investigation before council this evening, I took some photos. And I took the 2 trees that are going to be removed on the middle photo there. And for a reason, you can see the curb as an example. I think we could possibly look into saving these 2 trees and looking into maybe a rubber sidewalk here as to moving forward, of how we can save mature trees on sidewalks. If these 2 trees have to be removed, this is in front of the Reardon Funeral Home, right next to the old Norns Market, Planet Fitness. If we can go to the next slide, please. One more, please. Thank you, sir. On the photo here on the left, you can see in the median next to the tree that's going to be removed how that old tree well has been empty. And on the photo on the right, another tree well that is empty. And from Victoria until Ashwood today, I counted 45 empty tree wells, just in the median. Along the outside, it's close to 25 or 30. So that's a combination close to 60 to 70 trees from this project from Ashwood to Victoria that I would love to see council look for a little more recreativeness into what it could look like. If we could go back, please, to the next slide. Looking here on the left is a photo of looking in front of St. Bonaventure with jacaranda mature trees. This is what the middle of the college area could look like if you look at the photo in the middle. That happens to be taken from today in front of the tennis courts of what a full mature tree would look like in this area that already exists. I hope to use this to hopefully build around this in this construction. And then, Michael, the very beginning slides, please. Again, back to the beginning. One in the middle. Oh, shoot, there should be one more. Oh, anyway, in the last one, you can see there's a big empty circle where the tree would be next to. Giving you an example of how we can put trees in the medians in this project, just not boulders and stones. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for questions and remarks. Do you have any questions? Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember Mangone.
This is a good big step for fixing our streets, so I very much support it. And my concern, though, is I drive around town and I notice things is this is a tough time of year. It's still spring, into spring, but there's something I just don't see at the rate that we're going in supporting economic generators to change their prosperity picture, how we're ever going to fix all these streets. I just don't. And Foothill, the amount of weeds growing in the middle of Foothill and on the sidewalks, it's really appalling. It's really absolutely appalling. And I would like to get out there with my own weed whacker. I like to get 20 of my guys to go out there and just clean it up. It wouldn't take more than maybe a couple $1,000s worth of effort to do it. But while we're working on millions of dollars of a project to fix a few miles, I would hope that we could figure out a way to spend a few thousand to at least make our city, some of these streets, look like they're inhabited. Okay? So I don't know what the plan is for that, and I'd love to know. Maybe it's just an odd week, maybe everything grew very fast, but it really is absolutely appalling what's going on. But I do support this project moving forward. But a few $1,000s to just clean up these other streets while we figure out how in the heck we're ever going to get enough money to fix all these streets would be great.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone, followed by Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I agree. I think half a day doesn't go by with someone not asking me about when their street's going to get fixed. So I appreciate you guys very much. I really do. I had a couple things written down. 19 new trees is awesome. I think everyone's going to be happy about that. 2 questions I had that were actually asked by Mr. Noren. What can we do to save the 2 mature trees, if at all possible? And how come there's no trees in the medians? How come we're moving away from that? It seems like we're not replacing any median trees.
Good evening. Just for the record, my name is Travis Gonzalez, Senior Civil Engineer in the design group. We worked with the Parks Department on what they would want to see in terms of a revamping of the medians in the area, and they they directed us to model the median after the Victoria Avenue median in front of the high school. So we worked with them to use drought-tolerant landscaping, which is the direction they were looking to go, and remove all the irrigation within the median. There are still there's whatever trees are out there in the median are going to remain, but any new plantings are going to be drought-tolerant shrubbery.
And I'm sure the city's arborists determined that those trees is it like a cost value metric it's going to cost more to fix the sidewalk than remove the tree? How do you guys determine that those two trees should be removed?
Yeah, usually we either hire an outside arborist or recently we've been using the arborist within the Parks Department to come out and evaluate tree on an individual basis. Each tree, a big concern for us in Public Works is not only the sidewalk, which often if you try to replace sidewalk with those size trees, the sidewalk itself is still pretty soon after that going to be messed up. But a big concern is the curb and gutter and restoring that curb and gutter to get sufficient flow in the area. And so I don't recall the specifics of these trees, but of what the arborist said, but this is the only trees that they determined would need to be removed.
Councilmember Mangone. Also, if we were to try to reconstruct the curb gutter and sidewalk all the way around that tree, those two trees, the roots would have to be heavily pruned, and that would create a risk of the tree falling over in a windstorm.
Yeah, I appreciate that, yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos, followed by Councilmember Schumacher.
So have you determined what type of trees you're putting there? Are you using native trees, trees with more height but narrower trunks, so there's less damage to the sidewalk and curb?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Campos. In this instance, the Parks Department will be coming in after our contractor is out there doing our work. They'll be coming in afterwards and planting the trees. They didn't identify what trees they'll be planting yet. I do know they have a list of no plant trees that they referenced countywide of what trees they will not plant, but I'm not sure what they've identified what they will plant out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to appreciate you all for doing this work. I know that we joke sometimes when I talk to community members that it's like playing Mario Kart on Telegraph because there's so many potholes, so I appreciate you really working on this. And all the things that, really on top of all the things that you're working on, I appreciate just helping out. And if there's, I'd like to move the recommendation so that way we can keep going.
Sure. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes. So we have a motion and a second.
Okay, on the motion and second to approve the staff recommendation, Councilmember Duran,
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mangone is absent. Councilmember Schumacher,
Yes?
Councilmember Campos,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter,
Yep.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios.
Yes. And we do have.
Councilmember Mangone, on the staff recommendation, motion and a second, item number 16.
Yes.
7 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Appreciate the time. Moving quickly on to item number 17, amend fiscal year 2026 through 2030 capital improvement project to add sewer line repair/replacement at Monmouth Way. We have a presentation by staff.
All right, well, good morning.
Yeah.
Mayor, and Deputy Mayor, and council members in the community of Ventura who are still with us. I am Gina Dorrington. I am your general manager for Ventura Water, and I have with me this evening Vince Inez. He is our wastewater utility manager, and he is going to give us a brief overview of adding a sewer line project to our current capital improvement program.
Thank you, Gina. Madam Mayor, City Council members, thank you. For the record, my name is Vince Inez, and I'm the wastewater utility manager for Ventura Water. Back in September of 2024, Sinclair Gas Station had an underground fuel leak that impacted the sanitary sewer system, along with the entire Pierpont neighborhood. City staff is requesting to replace 335 linear feet of this impacted sewer pipe. Since September, the city has been bypassing wastewater flow around the section of sewer pipe that runs down Monmouth Way. This bypass operation has closed Monmouth Way to all through traffic. This pipeline replacement will reopen Monmouth Way. Staff are currently evaluating replacement options and risks, which include proper removal and disposal of contaminated soil and groundwater. Initial estimates for this project are $1.5 million, and this amount includes contingency costs. City staff are working with an engineering firm for a recommended path forward. Once we have a clear direction, we will move to the next step of the process and go out to a competitive bid and bring it back to council at a future meeting for your approval. Moving this project into the adopted capital improvement program work plan will help speed this process up. This recommendation in this presentation and staff report supports the strategic priority of infrastructure and public safety, and this focus area will continue to maintain and improve the conditions of roads, water, storm drains, parks, and emergency preparedness, prevention and response by responding to the Bayshore emergency incident and replacing sewer water infrastructure that was damaged as a result of this emergency. So staff is recommending to amend the fiscal year 2026-2023 capital improvement program and add this project to that work plan and adopt a resolution amending this capital improvement program as well. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, staff. I'm going to go again to public comment if we have any public comment on this item, Mr. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive one public comment card earlier this evening. Shauna Snow. Is Shauna still with us?
Okay.
Then that concludes public comment on item 17.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back to council for any questions. A motion is required for this action. Councilmember Schumacher? Are you, no? Okay, let me clear that. Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yeah, just a quick question is, where do we find the money? And is this some money we're looking at being reimbursed for if we have litigation regarding this matter?
This funding is currently coming out of the Disaster Relief Fund,
Okay.
I believe out of the general fund, and we are searching different avenues to get reimbursed for that.
Okay. If we need a motion, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Okay, on the motion to approve the staff recommendation, Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes,
7 ayes, and the motion carries.
thank you. And our last item before we continue public comment is the owner-controlled, item number 18, owner-controlled insurance program costs for the Ventura Water Pure Program and Membrane Bioreactor Project. And again, we have staff presentation for that.
So good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Linda Szymanski, the Ventura Water
I have
Pure
just a
Program.
quick question before we get started. It is now midnight.
Mhm.
This is a rather complicated item. Does the council want to do this tonight, or can we continue this?
Is this item, are we able to continue this item?
We would prefer not to continue this item. We do have contractors who are waiting on this information to be able to put bids together.
Do we have to do it tonight?
We would prefer to do it tonight.
I understand, but do we have to do it tonight?
No, you do not have to do it tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry?
I mean, what's your deadline for those vendors?
So we are expecting a bid from a contractor on June 9th. So being able to tell them that we are able to bind this insurance coverage will be very useful in them putting together their bid for us.
Understood. I'm sure we were in a tight. Yeah, and I was just thinking if you, as layman's terms as possible, because it is late and this is a complicated topic, and I was told that we did have to hear it, so that's why I called it. So here we are. So staff, go ahead with your presentation, and we'll try to ask questions as we go along.
Great, thank you so much. Joining me this evening are Assistant City Attorney Miles Hogan, Gina Dorrington, the Ventura Water Manager, Lisa Olin, the city's risk manager, and Robert Homer, who is our consultant from LaSalle Solutions and is an expert in owner-controlled insurance. So our goal this evening is to ask Council's approval to bind the insurance policies for the owner-controlled insurance program. We'll do a little bit of background. I'll give you an overview of what the owner-controlled insurance program involves, and then we'll talk about the recommendation. So we did start this process back in August of 2023. Council did at that time approve the establishment and administration of an owner-controlled insurance program. In December of 23, Council approved the establishment of the broker of record. They manage the insurance policies and the claims as part of this program. So just for background, typically when you have a construction project for the city on a design, bid, build project, which is what the city typically does, the contractor will buy the insurance and they will charge the city as part of their bid to pay for that insurance. So the city will say you need to have so much coverage. They will purchase it, and the city will then manage and confirm that all the coverages are in place, and if there are any claims, they would tender those to the contractors. I've shown here on the right-hand side just a couple of excerpts from our typical construction specifications that says the contractor will procure and maintain, and that any cost of work to advance construction that's not directly attributable to any specific bid item will be included in mobilization. That is the typical place where we see people include their costs for insurance. So we have a chance to do a unique insurance program for the Ventura Water Pure program and the membrane bioreactor project. It's for large and complex projects. So instead of the contractor holding the insurance, the city actually holds the insurance. And the contractor does not have to price their insurance into their bids. So I will go over a couple of other benefits for this owner-controlled insurance program. But suffice it to say that the city pays the insurance rather than the contractor paying the insurance. And the city pays for this insurance from the proceeds that they are not paying to the contractor. So this is what is now becoming a standard for large projects. The City of San Diego and Padre Dam Municipal Water District are using this type of program for their advanced water treatment plants. And the San Diego County Water Authority has used it to build a large reservoir. So some of the benefits, I won't go through all of these, but suffice it to say that because of the economy of scale, of being able to include all of our large projects together, we are able to reap some cost savings by bundling. It centralizes the administration so that everything is in one place. There is one broker of record who is handling everything for us. It does allow us to have higher and dedicated coverage limits than we might typically get from a contractor themselves. And maybe something that I wanted to point out that is also very important is it allows us to increase the number of small contractors that are able to participate. Typically, a subcontractor needs to provide the same insurance as the prime contractor. In these cases, these are large projects that require large amounts of insurance coverage. With the city covering all of the insurance, a smaller contractor can participate. I did want to point out that there is a very strong safety and loss control requirements as part of this program. We do include those in our specifications. They are site-specific for each of the projects that we will be doing under this program. There will be job inspections, and there will be reports. And we will be in constant communication with our contractors about making sure that they follow these safety rules. So as I mentioned, the city purchases the insurance. It will cover the prime contractors and subcontractors at all tiers. There are a few exceptions. And the city will be named as an additional insured on all of these projects. So as I mentioned, we will be using this owner-controlled insurance program for the remaining Ventura Water Pure program projects and the membrane bioreactor project. This table shows the types of coverage that we are able to get with the owner-controlled insurance program versus having the contractor go out and provide the insurance themselves. And as you can see, we do actually have much higher limits with the owner-controlled insurance program. The cost, our best estimate cost, and not to exceed, is $14.9 million for all the coverage that was listed in the staff report. I do want to note that that was a change from Monday's Water Commission amount. We did get a last-minute change from our insurance broker, so we have included it in the council report this evening. We do estimate that there is a savings of $1 million to the city versus the contractor holding the insurance themselves. I do want to mention that, if the program is run successfully and we have low rates of claims, then we potentially can save more. So our next steps are to inform the contractors of the types and limits of the coverage that we would be providing for them. That allows them to better assess their risks and give us a more refined bid. We would then bind the insurance prior to the start of any construction. So these recommendations support the council's strategic priority of infrastructure and the focus area to continue and maintain and improve the conditions of roads, waters, storm drain, and parks. And our recommendation this evening is to authorize the city manager or designee to bind the insurance policies for the owner-controlled insurance program for the remaining Ventura Water Pure projects and the membrane bioreactor project, and to make associated payments in an amount not to exceed $14.9 million. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I do see, I have Councilmember Campos followed by Deputy Mayor Halter.
Thank you, Mayor. You just mentioned towards the end the change from the Water Commission meeting till today. It's about 1.2 million?
That's correct.
And the savings to the city is about 1 million?
We still believe, even with that change, that there is still a savings to the city of about $1 million.
Okay, we're not just breaking even with it.
No, we're not.
Okay. And if I can ask our risk manager and the city attorney sitting with you, what kind of risks are the city going to face if problems happen, if accidents happen in construction?
So this is really an all-inclusive program. Liability risks would be things like damage to other property that does not belong to the city during the course of construction. Workers' compensation claims are included in this for the contractor's workers that are on the job. Pollution liability. So if there's any pollution caused by the contractors, this would cover that as well. And I think the thing to maybe keep in mind is that these limits are separate from what the city currently carries on other kinds of, coverage or general coverage. And it prevents a lot of finger pointing in the event of a claim. So is it the subcontractor's policy that would answer? Is it the contract of the prime contractor, or is it the city's insurance that would answer? This eliminates all of that, and that sort of arguing costs a lot of money in litigation fees to get that sorted out.
And was this a natural process to come to this point? Or is this kind of the result of the break in the ocean outfall line earlier this year?
Thank you, Councilmember Campos. No, this is not a part of that. We actually started this process back in 2023. So we have been building this program with the approval of council to establish it and to establish our broker of record, to work with our risk management department and our consultant to build this. So no, this is the type of program that is generally used for large and complex projects, and we have been planning to use it for a while.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two questions, and that's, first, I love this concept. I think it's very interesting, good way to save some money. Just a little question I have would be, oftentimes when we're up against other contractors and bids, the type of insurance, our record, our workers' comp mod rate, and all that comes into play as far as the cost of that that one submits. So, how much in this situation? How much does the choice of the contractor change the amount, the dollar amount? And is that going to be part of your decision making criteria when you choose the contractor?
So thank you, Deputy Mayor Halter. No, it will not have an impact on it. We will be setting these rates and providing them to each of the contractors. They will build that into their bid. And so each one will be working off of the same number.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you, for me, just go back to, because I did watch the Water Commission meeting, and staff did mention that this was 13.7. Now it's 14.9, but we're still saving $1 million. Can you talk about that a little bit? It's 1.2 million more, but we're still saving $1 million.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Mangone. I'm going to actually ask Mr. Robert Homer to answer that for us.
Thank you. In the process of getting these final bids for the owner control insurance program, our broker of record, Ann, was still out gathering the information on this. So as they were refining their bids, we got them in at the last minute here, the last few days. The understanding of how the savings are made is based on a percentage of the cost of construction. And so typically a contractor will spend anywhere from 4 to 5% on the cost of construction. Insurance part of it is the cost of construction. We're purchasing this at approximately 3.5%. So just based on the percentage value of the construction cost versus what we're buying it for determines the savings on that. So the refinement in the numbers from the original number you heard on Monday, I think it was, to now, we still will achieve at least a $1 million savings, if not more, based on our loss history. If we have a good loss history, the city stands to earn up to maybe $3 million on this. So it's really based on a percentage value of the construction overall, and it was just a refinement of the numbers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Councilmember McReynolds?
So basically, this is like a wrap insurance policy on it, is what it is. Okay. So I have a question regarding on this, the builder's risk line item, it says the construction value. So what is that? What is the value of that?
That is the actual hard construction cost of the work itself. In the case of the MBR, membrane bioreactor, that is $224 million. That's the construction value that the builder's risk will be insured for.
And then on the next meeting in July, when this comes forward again, what's the construction value going to be then?
So when we come forward in July, we will be asking to award a portion of that. We will have a guaranteed maximum price for 4 early construction items. So we will not have the final guaranteed maximum price for you probably until later this fall, early winter.
So later this fall and early winter, when this number comes back at $300 million, what does that do to my insurance rate?
It's all proportional. In other words, if it comes back $300 million, the cost of the OSIP will go up proportional to that. At the same time, the deductive value from the contractor will go up as well. So it's proportional. That 4.5% I was talking about, that's how much cost it would have cost the contractor to cover it. We will still be paying the 3.5%. So there'll still be a savings achieved in there. It's just the percentage shifts to the value of the contract.
So is it a $15 million cost, or is it going to be more for a $300 million project versus a $240 million project?
I'm not sure how to answer that. It's just the final value of the construction will determine the final cost of this OSIP insurance.
You're going to come back for a budget adjustment to exceed $15 million because of the new cost.
I would imagine that staff would have to come back and ask for that adjustment, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions or comments, so I'll go to public comment if we have any. Mr. City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We have one speaker card submitted on item number 18, George Amendola. And George, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Marco is going to cede 3 minutes extra to me. I hope that would be okay with the city clerk. Thank you. So it's very late. We're all very tired, and I applaud Councilmember McReynolds for trying to table this to another meeting. I think that should have been done, especially watching council agonize over spending $3,500 for arts and culture, which took close to an hour and a half. And here we are after midnight with 5 staff members here in front of you. Why so many people? Last week at the Water Commission meeting, this was presented 8 days ago, $13.7 million. 8 days later, we're up to $14.9 million. How does that happen in 1 week's time? Was it intentional that this was not disclosed to the Water Commission? Was there some oversight? Because we've seen plenty of oversights in the assessments in years past with Gina's science project. And Linda, Santa Barbara, it's often compared to our rates. And who ran the project in Santa Barbara? Linda. The highest rates that we compare to. We're the next highest. So if they're the highest, we're soon to be the highest, exceeding them at the rate this is going. So I think you really need to question staff. What's going on here? Why? In the staff report, I read that there's an implication, reading between some of the lines. This increase from $13.7 million to $14.9 million is largely due to what I read as an $80 million increase in the project. Why wasn't that disclosed to the Water Commission? If for the past couple of years, this project's, and I'm going to ballpark, was around 670 million. I read in a recently received information request that this is now up to almost $800 million for the Water Pure project. Okay, let's put that aside for a minute. Staff is saying that there's $1 million savings. Where are the facts? They didn't disclose the facts to the Water Commission, and they're not disclosing the facts to you. There's no comparative matrix. There's no comparative RFP. It's just imagine, or we expect, but there's no substantive information being disclosed to you. Now, I'm going to take a little time here because I did show up really late to speak on this item. Would the city be ensuring the jobs and the work quality while they are not on the job site every moment of the day, not hiring or supervising the workers or subcontractors, not knowing everything about the materials being used? Why should the city shift and accept this liability? And one thing I'd like to emphasize is insurance is a risk transfer. Okay. In the report, it says, and you can read this and fact check me on this, please. It says that we have 5 years or until the project is completed, and then 10 years. But then it also says the city can buy out any workers' compensation claims. So there's an unknown risk to the city. And we know that workers' compensation claims usually exceed far more than $1 million when you get a good attorney chasing that down. So where's the savings? Where is the risk transfer? What I really see here for council is another trap by water staff, because they're asking you to approve this insurance policy so they could go out and bind it ahead of them delivering to you all the final numbers of what Water Pure will cost and what your rate study will show. So again, what are you being asked to do? You're being trapped. And that's why there are 5 people sitting here. Because if they show up in force, it becomes believable. But everything I'm saying is in the staff report tonight. It's after midnight. If you have questions about this, I suggest you table it. Councilmember Duran is remote. I think he's in a completely different time zone. It's probably 2, almost 3 in the morning his time. How can you make good decisions about such a significant project when you're so tired? And after you deliberated over $3,500 for an hour, it just makes no sense to me. And it makes no sense to me that a week ago, they didn't have the right numbers to present to Water Commission. And Water Commission pretty much rubber stamped this for staff because they want to work with staff and support staff. But I was really impressed by Marco earlier, saying he's not a rubber stamp. Whether you agree or disagree with him, I wish Marco was on the Water Commission. So this staff would be put to the test. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. I will bring it back to council. Motion is required if we want to take action. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the 3rd time I'm asking this because I feel like I still don't have the numbers. So I have asked this before. Where are the numbers for this audit, not an audit, with the updated numbers for this project?
So thank you, Councilmember Schumacher. Water Commission, the ad hoc committee has been reestablished, and they are working on that. I believe they're planning to present at Water Commission on June 23rd and Council on June 24th.
June 23rd. Okay, great. Thank you. Until then, I am inclined to vote no on projects. I just feel really uncomfortable that things, especially, I'm just losing more and more confidence that this project just keeps ballooning into something that we cannot control, knowing that, yeah, it is, I mean, Councilmember Mangoni just said it. I mean, in a matter of a few days, we just increased $1 million without any, I mean, at least for Mike and I, from what I can understand, any rhyme or reason. So I'm not going to be able to support this.
Councilmember Mangone.
Yes, I agree with Councilmember Schumacher. This is something I said a couple weeks ago. Until we have that, the info on the rate increases and the new cost estimate on this project, I don't know why we're even talking about this. Excuse me, this is much more than a $1.2 million increase in a week. Let's remember that this $14.9 million is a percentage of the project, the estimated project cost. And this is the problem that I have is to me, it's being misrepresented as a $1 million savings, when in fact, I'm not going to do it right in front of me, but let's calculate that 1.2 million, what percentage of an increase that is on the overall project cost. We don't even have that number presented in front of us. The frustrating thing for me is these water infrastructure projects are the only projects in 6 months where we've had asked questions and we have no time. It's always, we have to do it now. That is a little bit, that's beyond a little bit frustrating for me when we're talking about $14.9 million. This is not $35,000. This is not $315,000 for arts and culture. This is $15 million. Again, I agree with Councilmember Schumacher. I cannot vote yes or no either way on this until we have the rate numbers and the updated project costs. I don't see how we could do this any other way.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments or questions, but we do need a motion whether to approve or not approve staff's recommendation. Do I have a motion? No one wants to make a motion? Vote it down. I will move to approve staff's recommendation. I need a motion to move forward. If you don't want to do that motion, do a substitute motion.
I will make a substitute motion to table this until we have the rates and estimated cost projections.
I second.
I'll second that.
It was seconded, Councilmember. Yeah, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Councilmember Mangone made the substitute motion and seconded by Councilmember Schumacher. And I think I have a question by Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
I'd just like to know, there is a lot of uncertainty on this one. I'm curious, how would this impact this project, depending on this vote tonight?
I don't know that I can straightforwardly answer that to you. I will say that some surety that we would have been able to give our construction manager at risk contractor will not be there. Typically, that type of risk gets priced into bids you get.
Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Councilmember McReynolds?
I'm in support of the motion, but I want to walk through the timeline. So when are we going to get the information that Councilmember Schumacher requested?
So thank you, Councilmember McReynolds. The ad hoc committee for the Water Commission is preparing their presentation. I believe they will be presenting at the June 23rd Water Commission and the June 24th Council meeting.
And then
You will hear a request to award a construction manager at risk contractor for the advanced water purification facility at the June 24th council meeting. And you will hear a request for an early works construction package for the membrane bioreactor at the July 9th council meeting. In addition, you will hear your first first seminar or a number of meetings that we will be having about rates on July 9th also.
So then that answers Councilmember Mangoni's question on that. So then this would come back to us in August?
Councilmember McReynolds, I think that we would like to bring it back on July 9th with the award of the construction contract. I don't know that we can award the construction contract without having insurance to be bound. We would be awarding something to a contractor without any insurance unless we have them buy their own insurance. And at that point, there is no reason to have an owner-controlled insurance program.
Councilmember McReynolds, if I could just add to the timeline. So if June 24th, City Council ideally will receive the update from the Water Commission ad hoc subcommittee. It's possible that that could potentially include the rate projections to date that Water Commission has received so far. So it may be that City Council has the information it needs on June 24th.
So on the Councilmember Mangoni's question, though, we're not getting the cost information until July 9th. Is that correct?
Correct. We will be asking to award an early works contract package on July 9th for the membrane bioreactor. So it will not be for the full amount to build the bioreactor.
But we'll know the total cost of the bioreactor.
You will not know the total cost. You will have a guaranteed maximum price for the items that we want to move forward on, and then you will receive a guaranteed maximum price later in fall or early winter for the remainder of the project.
Councilmember McReynolds, if I could clarify, on June 24th, the ad hoc committee will provide a review of the cost to date, which is staff's understanding of what City Council was looking for, of a review of all the costs to date and whether the ad hoc committee and Water Commission think those costs are reasonable, much like the update that City Council received last year from the ad hoc committee. So it will be, I think, what Councilmember Schumacher referred to earlier. And
I'm trying to get to
what he's seeking.
Councilmember Mangoni's question in terms of when are we going to understand the cost?
I think that is the update that you're waiting for, is at that point. Otherwise, the full cost of the project, the guaranteed maximum price, won't come until, as Ms. Sumansky stated, till this winter. So not for months from now.
Yeah, because we're talking about two things. We're talking about that, and that was the request. I think that we all understand the cost, the money spent up until July, and then what the projected cost of the project will be. So you're saying that we won't know what this cost will potentially cost the ratepayers until the end of the year? Not what we spent, what we spent and what we're going to spend. We won't know that until the end of the year?
So staff and Water Commission will have the current estimates at that time, but then there will be an update when, in the winter, when the city receives its guaranteed maximum price for the rest of the membrane bioreactor project, and maybe Ms. Sumansky can clarify.
I have Councilmember Campos if you're finished, but if you're not, let me know. All right. Okay. Councilmember Campos?
So I just want some clarity also. Why do we need to wait for the Water Commission to tell us what we've spent up until now? You're all professional staff. How come we couldn't get that from you over these weeks? Councilmember Schumacher asked for it quite some time ago. Why is it the job of the Water Commission to determine that?
Thank you, Councilmember Campos. I believe the direction that we got from council was to have the ad hoc committee review and update with the work that they had done previously.
Is that correct, Councilmember Schumacher?
I had a different understanding. And to be honest with you, I was hoping that the staff had a process in which we would be able to get the updates on these numbers, whether it's them putting this together or working through the commission. So I trusted that they, sure, work with the commission if you needed to, but I mean, to wait for this long is just really frustrating, because then you keep bringing these projects into our desk, and it's hard for us to make decisions when we don't have any type of projections, how this is going to affect our ratepayers, anything that really shows impact. I mean, how do we do that? Especially with $15 million. So I apologize for my frustration. It just, if you were to put yourself in my shoes, these are decisions that is going to impact 120,000 people. So it would behoove us to have that information sooner than later.
Thank you for that. And Councilmember Mangone, and I just want to remind us that there is a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay, just one last comment. I just want to reiterate that as these minutes are going on, I'm getting more and more alarmed, because now in my perspective, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we are not capable of getting the numbers right now of how much we've spent on this project. To me, that should just be readily available. This shouldn't take months to investigate how much we've already spent on this project. And that's an alarming to me for the obvious reasons, but also more alarming because we cannot establish even a ballpark number of how much we're going to spend. If there was any ever kind of the concept of a blank check, we're on that path, and I'm concerned.
So thank you, Councilmember Mangane. Those numbers are actually available as part of the capital improvement program that has been presented and will be part of the budget coming in June. It does show the amount of money that was spent prior to fiscal year 25 and what our projections are through, I believe it's 2031. We do update those numbers fairly regularly, so what you saw in the capital improvement program is a snapshot in time. But we do have those numbers available, and they are part, like I said, of the capital improvement program.
Thank you for that. I will go ahead and call the vote because we do have a motion and a second. And the motion was to hold off, table the staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion and a second to table the item until City Council receives updated costs and rate projections. Does that capture the motion? Okay, Councilmember Duran is absent. Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mangone?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
6 ayes, 1 absent, and the motion carries.
Thank you. I believe we still have public comment. Is that correct, Mr. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do still have a number of public comment cards here. I have 16 of them, although I believe I only see 5 people in the room. I'll go ahead and just read the names. If I call your name, feel free to line up for public comment. First one is John Caravello, Michelle Rosenblum, Hales King, Emma Jenny, Shayna Stoner, Jana Scarborough Gomez, Bridget Goncalves, Nicole Davis, Kimberly Ramos, David Estrella, Elizabeth Hernandez, William Geyer, Marin Valerio, Bill Lewis, Spencer Noren. Again, if your name was called, go ahead and please come up to the podium, and speakers will have 3 minutes, and feel free to begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening again. I've waited almost 8 hours to again share my story, as it's what I have, and I know I'm not alone. In December of 2017, I learned that I was 9 weeks pregnant. My hormonal birth control had failed on me. Throughout my life, my mom had had a lot of medical issues, and she was in and out of the hospital a lot, and I was often her primary nurse and caregiver. I went into debt to keep myself barely fed during the times I couldn't work while supporting her in the hospital, and during the times after her death, as I struggled to manage her affairs and support myself alone. I never planned on giving birth, having a child. I'm adopted myself, and if my wife and I were ever to have kids, we would adopt. I learned some things about myself also, and feelings about my body, and knew that changes to it that would come from seeing a pregnancy to term would cause me unimaginable distress. This is true both for cis and trans people, and lack of access to abortion does not stop people from seeking it out. It just makes it that much more dangerous and deadly. I am also a victim of molestation, statutory, and date rape. I am thankful that I did not get pregnant from those times, but there are people who aren't as lucky. The fact of the matter is that someone shouldn't need to be in a dire or traumatic situation to make decisions about what happens to their body. I had an at-home induced medical abortion. It was hard, but it was the right decision for me. I have a friend who had a sudden miscarriage from a pregnancy that she didn't even know she had, which is also a lot more common than you might think. Right now, there is a woman in jail for having a sudden miscarriage while out at a restaurant. There is a woman, a brain-dead woman, being kept alive as an incubator, a woman whose family was not given a choice and cannot mourn their child because they weren't given an option to put her to rest. Because at the time, she was 6 weeks pregnant. By sharing my story, I open myself up to harassment, and should federal or state law decides to make the precedents for retroactively criminalizing known abortions past 6 weeks, persecution. It is fitting that the last episode of The Handmaid's Tale aired today, or rather yesterday. At this point in the story, a story where the end is state compulsory pregnancy and punishment for complications. Are you okay with them deciding that I or any person capable of having a child deserves punishment for deciding when they want to bring life into this world or what they want to do with their own bodies? Where's the CARE Act? It's almost June. If you don't pass CARE, you are making your message loud and clear to the people who live in Ventura. Thank you.
Next speaker, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Emma Denny. It's nice to see you. You're going to be seeing a lot more of me in the future. I'm here tonight to speak about CARE and to tell you what being in a state that is hostile to trans people is like and what you can do. I'm a recent transplant to Ventura. I'm moving here from Iowa City, Iowa. If you are not aware, in February, Iowa became the first state in the history of our country to remove civil rights protections from people, trans people. I was in the room when it happened. In debates on that and other bills leading up to it, I had my personal use of a bathroom in the State House brought to the floor for debate. I had my personal appearance in a debate brought up. I'm here today to tell you that a refrain that I've heard tonight on multiple issues and that I've heard in discussion around CARES, that state law is enough, is simply untrue, and that you can do more. The city I lived in, Iowa City, has a meaningful civil rights ordinance that protects trans people and is legally durable in this situation. It's come up to a situation where in the face of a violent change to state law, there is local action that is still protecting people like me in that city. That's action that was popular in one of the most hostile states to transgender people in this country. And it's action that we know is popular in California because right now it's the law, right? I have civil rights in California that I did not have in Iowa. Trans kids have meaningful protections for their access to care. Trans adults have meaningful protections for their access to care. But those things can go away. Tomorrow, it's Wednesday now, or Thursday. I don't know what day it is anymore. Gavin Newsom, our eponymous governor here, forwarded a policy that essentially degenders trans girls participating in high school sports and takes away a lot of their meaningful right to participate. That happened today in a Democratic state from a Democratic governor. We cannot trust the state. So we have to come to municipalities and local governments for protection. Delaying on care any longer is reckless and callous. I don't have to remind some members of this council of the damage that inaction can cause. Silence equals death. And I've lost too many friends already. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm Michelle Rosenblum. You all know who I am because I've spoken with each and one of you individually, except for Mayor Jeanette Sanchez Palacios. I'm still waiting to hear from you. Yesterday, in the morning, Donald Trump made a post saying California, under the leadership of radical left Democrat Gavin Newsom, continues to illegally allow men to play in women's sports. I'm going to skip some transphobic shit in here. And he goes on to say, the governor himself said it is unfair that this trans youth athlete has made it to the state championship and is competing alongside women. He went on to say, and this is the most concerning part to me, I am ordering local authorities to not allow the transitioned person to compete in the state finals. The president ordered local authorities, that sounds like law enforcement, to essentially what? Detain a transgender child, a teenager, for playing sports? Now, I met with Ryan Schumacher and our new Chief Dickey on Saturday, and we had a nice walk around the park. And he seems like a really nice guy. I'm looking forward to getting to know him more. I have a meeting with him in July, and I sent him a nice email today with this, asking him directly if the president ordered him to send police to come and strike me down, would they do it? Would this officer here in the room do it? Would he listen to Trump, who gave him the order? Or would he listen to Chief Dickey? Is there a city policy that says one way or the other what we're doing here? In my last minute, I want to address you, Madam Mayor. You came to our Transgender Day of Remembrance event in November when we were scared then, and while we were all crying in that room, honoring those who have died, murdered for being trans, committing suicide because of the pressures faced here, while we were all crying in that room, you stood up and gave us all hope of sanctuary. Yes, I used that word. No, it's not in the care policy, but damn it, that's what we need. We are scared to death here, and I waited 8 hours to give you 3 minutes to tell you that. And now you're backtracking, as far as I can tell. You're not even returning my calls. So I hope all of you have a fire under your butts to learn what is going on in our country. We are scared to death. And if you want to learn more, visit my website, VenturaTransSanctuary.org. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Nicole Davis. I'm a Realtor. ADUs, the hidden housing reserve. One simple reform, removing city-level parking minimums for accessory dwelling units. This could unleash a wave of garage conversions and backyard cottages. I know we don't like it, but we also don't like the housing shortage. 26% of Californians worry every single day about housing costs. We all agree on that. ADUs rent below market, because they leverage existing land. We just need to stop treating them like mini apartment complexes. I'm asking you to waive local fees for deed-restricted ADUs and publish a Ventura-specific set of pre-approved plans so homeowners can say yes to a second unit without fearing a second mortgage. The realtors who took their time today were here as bipartisan professionals. It might not be supported, but we are bipartisan professionals. We represent both tenants, and many of us help tenants in very difficult situations overcome excessive fees after years. We sit here and spend our time, we don't get paid for it, and we help tenants because that's in our code. We also help housing providers. We help homeowners with the American dream. It's not a red divide. This is not a blue issue. This is a purple solution. Housing needs professionals. We had a lot of misinformation here. And if we had realtors involved, if we had stakeholders, the way the city of Oxnard handled it, bring the stakeholders to the table, tell staff that they are to follow where we agree and not have their own opinions. Let's agree on something. That's my request. Thank you.
Our final speaker, Spencer Noren.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mayor, council, staff, translation, thank you. It's late, but I'm going to pop in here real fast. St. Bonaventure girls softball, CIF finals, Saturday in Irvine, 3 p.m. If you want to join me, I'm going to be down there. Wainimi also made it, so support Wainimi and St. Bonaventure softball CIF championship. Number 2, fireworks at VC. I liked what Mr. Morley said about $50,000 being available on the fly. I think we look to put that into the VC fireworks show. Lions Club, Rotary do great work. We talked about the St. Patrick's Day Parade. Some of our volunteers, these awesome people, are aging out a little bit. Give them a little boost or a little nudge for 4th of July would be great. In reference to, I think this is year 249 of America, Councilmember McReynolds and Mayor, we've talked about next year putting a lot more money into the 4th of July celebrations. Let's maybe do that this year a little bit. So, this one's not as special as next year, but just to note it so we have some confidence moving into that. And it's coming up fast. It's already almost the end of May. So we're sitting at like 4.5 weeks. Think of how much stress relief you could give to the volunteers by providing those funds and have them focus on the vending, the security, and so you know where I'm going with that. I want to shout out my friend John Gleason, who's here. He's been doing something called the Victoria Ambassador Program that we've started from McDonald's down to the 101 freeway, where John's going down in a blue vest. He still might be wearing it right now. He's been up since 7 a.m., made about 3 or 4 trips up and down Victoria today, doing it twice a week. We're in the parking lot of the commercial space from 8 to 10. I want to invite you in that area. Councilmember Schumacher, I believe it's your district, Victoria and Telegraph. You're more than welcome to come join us. We're doing social services, offering grace and kindness in the parking lot for kids, shoppers, unhoused individuals. So you might be hearing about me in the future about connections we've been making with people that need some help. With the La Quinta going down, I'm looking to get some housing vouchers for people that have been walking and living on Victoria for many, many years, especially old man. If you know old man, wears a black leather, a jacket, gray hair, cool guy, shuffles his feet. Officer Thompson knows who Old Dog is. He deserves a spot at La Quinta, and so who's giving those vouchers away? I would love them to be focused on the people that have been living on La Quinta and on Victoria for years. Steve has been in our parking lot for 5 years. Kim has been in our parking lot for 4+ years. I'm interacting with these individuals on a daily basis. They're texting me all the time. George Amendola, shout out, coming down late, public comment, that's what it's about. And last but not least, the EVCC, we had our chair step down. So we need some help from council and from maybe community development to help us recruit some more volunteers to help the East Ventura Community Council. Thank you so much for your time.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you so much for that. And Mr. City Manager, do you have any comments or follow-ups from public comment?
I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll adjourn tonight's meeting. Our next regular meeting is Tuesday, June 10th. Meeting adjourned.